45 years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism, conversations, and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent. For 5 years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism, conversations, and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent. For 45 years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism, conversations, and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent. 25 years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism conversations and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent.
Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Please do not forget to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sahibjeet Kaur and I will be your host through this amazing day on behalf of BW Business World. BW Facility Management, an exclusive community of BW Business World, is pleased to welcome all of you to the third edition of BW Facility Management Conference and Excellence Awards 2026. How about a round of applause for everyone who's present here with us? A landmark gathering. A landmark gathering of the most recognized facility leaders, decision makers, and experts shaping the future of facility management industry in India. This year's theme, Facilities 4.0, Innovation, Integration, and Impact, will spotlight innovation, digital transformation, and forward-thinking leadership, redefining the way workplaces operate and evolve. The platform brings together industry experts to reimagine facility management strategies, focusing on exceptional facilities, operational excellence, sustainability, workplace experience, and of course, technology-led innovation. The conference will be followed by Excellence Awards ceremony. The third edition of BW Facility Management Excellence Awards 2026 recognizes and celebrates exceptional professionals, organizations, and teams across India's facility management ecosystem who have made significant contributions towards building efficient, sustainable, and future-ready workplaces. The BW Facility Management community continues its mission to recognize excellence and create a meaningful impact at a national level. Today, you will gain insights from industry leaders and stalwarts on the evolving role of facility management, integration of technology and operations, workplace innovation, sustainability practices, and of course, the future of smart infrastructure in India. The prestigious third edition of BW Facility Management Conference and Excellence Awards 2026 brings together the entire facility management fraternity on a unified platform to recognize outstanding contributions and foster collaboration across the industry. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief and founder of Exchange for Media Group, is among India's fastest-growing business media houses. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and multiple publications, BW Business World continues to play a pivotal role in shaping conversations across industries. With a strong and growing digital presence, BW connects business leaders, policymakers, and industry experts, creating platforms that enable knowledge sharing, networking, and collaboration above all. To keep yourselves abreast of development, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. Well, a little birdie told me there are exciting offers for event attendees today. With the same, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channel and also on www.businessworld.in. As we flag off today's event, I'm certain through the course of this fine day, we'll get multiple opportunities to take pictures, videos. Well, in case you are planning on posting any pictures, videos, or any comments related to today's event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag BWFM Conference. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly take a look at the event AV. Requesting everybody's undivided attention towards the screen. And as they say, it takes a great deal of collaborative effort to ensure something like this turns into reality. Before we move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Powered by Blue Star Limited, event partners Joy Travels Private Limited, Opal Events, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. Let's quickly take a look at the partner presentation.
It's in the air. This is going to be ours.
Go, go, go. आप कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड, हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं। ओए, फ्रीज।
Blue Star, AC on. Fast cooling inverter AC with voice command technology. Blue Star गर्मी की छुट्टी। अरे, फ्रीज तो आप हो गए।
With this, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to the BW Facility Management Conference 2026. Now, I might be an unfamiliar face up here trying to talk your ears off for quite a while now, but with the same, it's time to welcome the man of the hour to set the context. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW's Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media Group.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. First of all, you braved the rains to be here, so it shows your commitment to your profession, your calling of facility management. I started my career in real estate after I graduated out of MDI 30 plus years back. I got to know about facility management 30 years back. 3 years back, we started this community. We still have taken baby steps, but we are at it, and the power of compounding counts. But I was telling Shilpa early in the morning, and I was telling my colleagues in office on Saturday that facility management is such a domain that we need to do more and build scale there. You are practitioners, you know more about facility management than I do, but I know a bit about everything because of what I do, and I started my career in real estate. I was part of the setup team of Colliers Jardine, and a lot of my friends from MDI work in real estate. I don't want to drop names, but they're all MD CEOs. And I was lucky enough to hire them in their first jobs, and they've gone on to, and then I worked with Anuj in a real estate services company. Now Anuj is the chairman of Anarock. So I know a little bit about real estate and facility management. The facility management industry is currently undergoing a huge transformation, like all industries are going. There's no industry. The media industry is going through a huge transformation with AI, with data. And again, in the last 3 weeks, there have been geopolitical issues, which also impact every domain in the medium term and long term. They do impact in the short term. I can only say, just to contextualize, that most facility managers are prioritizing technology integration, sustainability, and proactive data-driven maintenance. Key trends include adoption of AI, IoT for efficiency, a focus on energy reduction, and managing hybrid workspaces. Teams are balancing budget pressures with increased compliance requirements. I remember in 2020, we did a lot of events virtually, and we also own India's #1 real estate magazine called Realty Plus, which I started 21 plus years back. On 27th August this year, will be 22 years young. Tripti Kedia runs that, and we were questioning the role of offices. We were saying, will office spaces ever come back to what they used to be? And post-COVID, office spaces came back even stronger. I know there is hybrid work, but physical work in a collaborative environment is still very important for most industries that I know. And not only offices started to look like co-working spaces, the creation of co-working spaces and the adoption of co-working spaces in the last 5-6 years has really also added a new dimension to the facility management domain. Technology and AI adoption is huge. FM teams are shifting towards smart building technologies and AI to boost productivity and manage increased work orders. Remote monitoring and digital maintenance have become standards, and they are reducing on-site requirements. Sustainability and ESG is no longer just a fad, it is now central, and central to how FM leaders behave, with an emphasis on carbon footprint reduction, waste management, and adhering to green building standards. Cost and labor pressures. A major challenge is doing more with less. I think in every industry, in my industry, in my company, 400 people, can I do this with 100 people? I met a AI startup who with 4 people does a significant top line and a bottom line. 4 people, I don't want to tell you, but it's significant. So how do you deal with shrinking budgets, increased operational costs, and shortages in qualified labor? These are issues that facility managers and leaders in the FM space are dealing with. Also, regulatory compliance and safety is very important. It always has been, but in the last 7-8 years, over 70% of professionals rank compliance and safety as a top priority, with a growing focus on complying with safety legislation like the Building Safety Act, often requiring golden thread documentation. In the last 5-6 years in every industry, experience has become a very important word. The more technology grows, more people want human touch. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here in this room. We do it on some audio-video technology. The fact is, you've traveled. Shilpa lives in Gurgaon. She's traveled for 2 hours plus to be able to make it here. The more the technology grows, experience through human touch is becoming important. Workplace experience has shifted towards creating emotional safety, productivity, and health being impacted by the kind of work environment that an organization has. For instance, HVAC systems and ensuring safe, comfortable spaces in a hybrid work world was important. But these days, a large part of our workforce are women, young mothers. So crashes, which were 20 years back, not so common, have become common. Disability or specially abled people are also part of large organizations. How do you make sure spaces are more accessible? So the workplace experience has become even more important. The key challenges and trends, which you know better than me, are systems interoperability, integrating new modern technologies with legacy systems, energy management. Of course, last 3 weeks, the only thing on everybody's mind is energy safety and energy security. Rising energy prices are pushing for more energy auditing and management systems. In every industry, there is a trend for outsourcing. There is a growing trend of hiring professional facility management services, especially in sectors like healthcare, education, and commercial real estate, to important operational efficiency. The industry is moving from a reactive fix-it models towards proactive and predictive strategies to manage assets and safety. And I could go on, but this is a domain you know well. I was just talking to you about contextualizing what we are doing, and we intend to double up on this. Yesterday Aman was with me whole day. He works with me and Himani, and I work 8 days a week. Yeah, I work 8 days a week. My maths is not that bad, but for an entrepreneur, there's very thin difference. Yesterday I was at the launch, as part of the launch of Mr. Sudhir Buddhiraja's book. He started MDI, and I met him when I was 18 and a half years old. My Mausaji was his architect, and I grew up in Old Gurgaon, and my Mausaji told me, let me show you a new home I built. And he took me to Mr. Buddhiraja's home, and couple of years later, I ended up studying at MDI. Then I ended up being the chairman of the alumni. Then I ended up being on the board. So it was his son co-wrote a book with him. Me, Ruhail, our senior editor, Ruhail anchored. So I was there. The reason I'm telling you about Aman is he was with me till about 8:30. And then I told he wanted to talk something about work. We reached my home, which is close by. And I said, I want to sleep early. I've had a long day. And I put a lot of focus on sleep. So how many of you sleep 6 hours in the night? I hope nobody sleeps in the day. But how many of you sleep 6 hours in the night? So almost every gathering I go to, more than 20% people sleep less than 6 hours. It's not good for your health. And you know this. We know this. I know I'm overweight. I lost weight, and then last 30 days I've gained again. I know it, but I'm working towards it. We are all chasing our professional goals, living our lives, doing our responsibilities. But if you sleep more, it will have long-term health benefits. You'll also be more mindful, calm. In the conversation, we'll eat less. How many of you sleep 7 hours? That's not bad. How many of you sleep more than 8 hours? It's also, so let's say broadly 20% less than 6 hours, 35-40% 7 hours, and about 20% 8 hours. Last night I slept 10 hours. I was sleep deprived. So the reason I talk about it is, even if one person or two persons sleep more than 8 hours in the night, after I have reminded them, because at your age, my age, we know what's good, what's not good. I don't think, but it's about reiterating. So I want to. This is a book this is the first edition. I think I'll go back. How do I? I'll go to so this is a book I read 20 years back, and I naturally like to, I call it a night very early most nights, but some days when there are events or there are social gatherings, I do get delayed. This is a book I read many, many years back, and I've followed it mostly. Then I read this 3-4 years back. I was going to Bangalore at our healthcare event. And, last 2 months, one of the reasons I've gained weight is I've been indisciplined about my sleep. I've been sleeping very, very late. So I don't want to, you know all this, but I do want to bring it to your notice. Also, how many of you feel you're successful? One person, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mr. Narang, you're also successful, right? You raised your hand. And can I take a response? Why are you successful? Somebody I don't know. Narang Sahab I know really well. He's written a lovely book. Hanji. Why are you successful? You're happy. By the way, I was in Punjab lecturing at a school. There were 66 students. And I asked them, how many of you are happy? 33 raised their hands. The rest were lucky. But on a serious note, why are you happy? Okay? To be contented and happy. Happiness produces success. Success doesn't produce happiness. It sounds cliched, but it's true. But the reason I'm saying this is a lot of us give ourselves credit for our success. When I was younger, I used to give credit for whatever little success I had to myself. As I've grown older, I genuinely believe that success comes because of my parents' good work, sukarma, my forefathers, my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I mean, I met some of them in my life, some I haven't seen. And I read this book early last year. It's been more than 14 months back. And I've talked about this book. I gifted this to somebody on Friday, somebody very important in India. This is a book called Fluke by Brian Klaas. He's a social scientist, and he's done so much of research in this area. He's also very anecdotal in the book. He basically says everything is preordained. I mean, I'm a Hindu, so prarabdha, or it is luck, chance, serendipity. Whatever word. Yesterday when we were launching Mr. Budhi Raja's book at IIC, just towards the end, an old gentleman, American, walked in and asked me, is Shashi Budhi Raja here? So I politely told him he passed away last year at the age of 93. But his son is there and his son's, his book is being launched. And he said, I went to Harvard with him. 80 plus, I can't say, maybe 85, 87, I can't say. I didn't ask his age. But that was serendipity, and then I introduced him to Rajiv. In my life, whatever I've done, I met Mr. Narang serendipitously, some of the people I met, Shilpa serendipitously, right? Everyone. I met Soumyaji, who works very closely with me, among my favorite business people, right? Because his wife started working with me, and one day his wife came to meet me. And I'm in COVID, I'm discussing, and then I'm taking more time. Says, my husband is waiting downstairs. So first of all, I told her, why have you not called him up? Please call him up. So that's how I met Soumyaji, then he started working with me, right? So we give too much. We all have egos. We all have, I'm not self-belief is good, but stay easy. Stay easy. Don't give yourself too much credit. Give it to God, give it to your fellow workers, give it to your wife, husband, parents, give it to others and you'll do better. I want to end by saying, since we are in a facility management conference, again, this is a slide I've used over the last couple of months. These are sectors that are growing. E-commerce is of course growing, which means warehousing will grow, which means more need for facility management. If you look at all of this is a McKinsey report from where I pulled it out. AI software is growing, cloud services, electric vehicles, advertising also growing. It's currently the ADEX is $1.1 trillion. It'll be almost $3 trillion this is 2040, and it may happen earlier. And most likely it will happen earlier. Singularity was promised in 2034. Looks like it'll happen in the next few months, definitely next few years. Where you look at semiconductors, you look at autonomous vehicles, space, cybersecurity, I can go on. All these sectors are growing, and that means the need for better physical experiences, the need for human touch, the need for facility managers will grow. Data, and again, we are dealing with unique challenges, what's happening geopolitically. I'm a student, I'm not an expert, but I do follow the experts, so I have a little bit knowledge. I want to end by saying today evening we have the awards. Again, we cancelled the dinner serendipitously. Imagine if it rains in the evening today. It would not be the kind of event we would want. So we are doing the awards at 5, 4:30, Shilpa, right? So we do all our awards through a jury process. I know I have a legal magazine, I have lawyers as friends, they tell me everything can be purchased. They're talking about vegetables, not other things that are coming to your mind. But we don't sell our awards. We do our awards through an honest process. No process is perfect. It can be close to perfect. It's transparent, honest. Some of the jury members are here. They know that the process that we follow, we respect our own process, and no process is perfect. I keep saying only two people are perfect, Lord Shiva and my wife. Rest, everybody is imperfect. But on a serious note, our awards are really done through a process. We will build a facility management community like we build, like our hotel community is number one, BW Hotelier, our real estate community is number one. Of course, I started as an entrepreneur to build Exchange for Media, which is the number one advertising marketing media community for the last 23 plus years. So I think we still have a long way to go. Shilpa edits our security world community, but we gave her additional responsibility because there is some overlaps and syncs. She's doing a fab job. She's supported by a great team. So congratulations to all the winners today. These are early days. Any pat is welcome, especially from a platform that has a locus standi editorially and our main product. This is the 46th year of Business World. I have owned it for 12 plus years. So I wish you luck. I want to say to all the winners, the more you achieve, the less you achieve. Why you should be happy and satisfied, but put more effort. Last night was very introspective for me, and today morning I set new goals for myself, and that's about doing less. It's not about doing more, right? So whatever you do, excel in it, go deeper, and I'm sure everything else will follow. Sachin Tendulkar just played great cricket, everything else followed. So I'm sure you're doing a fab job, and facility management, in my view, are among it's a community in the ecosystem of business that is not talked about enough, that is not rewarded enough, that is not showcased enough. I think through both our main platform, BW Business World, and BW Facility Management World, we will showcase your stories, your journeys, the best practices in this domain, and I hope we're able to build a community that will be the number one community and has some role to play in your life. Thank you for your time and attention. God bless you.
Go deeper and everything else will follow. But that was Dr. Anurag Batra. I believe a bigger, better, bolder round of applause is in order. With this, we are headed towards the first panel discussion of the day. Before I welcome our eminent panel on the stage, throughout the course of this fine day, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be conducting some quick energizers just to help all of us stay in the best of our spirits. अब फटाफट से बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? और अब जो दूसरी तरफ बैठे हैं, उनसे हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? और इस क्विक कोलैबोरेटिव सेशन को खत्म करते हैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ as we begin with the first panel discussion of the day. Is ESG becoming the new operational risk? Let's find out as we welcome our eminent panel. Joining us on stage is the Senior Executive Director at CBRE South Asia Private Limited. Please put your hands together for Anish Kadyan. Up next, joining us on stage is the co-founder at blockpilot.co. Please put your hands together for Shreya Modi. Please. Perfect. Up next, joining us on stage is the founder at Matrix Sustainability. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajesh Sharma. I encourage all of you to be kindly seated according to the chart at the back. Perfect. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the session chair. Please put your hands together for Colonel Navinder Narang, Head Infrastructure, Facilities and ESG, ICICI Home Finance.
While the mics are being handed over, I'll just not waste time because we are running slightly behind. So I'm Colonel Navinder Narang, heading ESG as a function, along with Facility Management and Administration in ICICI Home Finance Company. At the outset, I must thank Dr. Anurag, not only because he is showcased facility management in the business world and in the industries, but that today he chose to keep ESG as the first topic of discussion. It requires moral courage in the industry today to confront the most important problem facing humanity, which is sustainability. And sir, I really thank you for bringing this topic as a first topic of discussion today. ESG is slowly gaining currency as a coined word or terminology, but there's a lot of meaning behind it. We as Indians, we had a traditional past with sustainability. At one time, our civilization was very sustainable, but over the years, over the centuries, the Western habits, the Western influences have made us adopt certain industry practices which go against the grain of the sustainability. However, in our endeavor to bring it back to life, here we are discussing a topic. I have great pride to tell you that we have two founders and one senior corporate member along with us to discuss this. And the topic of our discussion is ESG becoming the new operational risk. Now, it's slightly confusing, which I'm sure will clarify this topic as we go along. I would like to add a corollary to this topic. Is ESG becoming an operational risk, or are we designing it that way? So this is an additional interesting aspect which we must consider into a discussion. So I'll start the discussion. Thank you. Hello, good morning and welcome to this wonderful panel. ESG is becoming a risk of sorts in the minds of many CEOs whom I have encountered with. They are wanting to know kitna karna hai. In fact, one of the directors I know, in his board of directors meeting, he made a remark that after hearing out the ESG plan, he says, the plan is good, but dekha zyada mat karna. So, as a person who understood this in a different way, I was only thinking in my heart, planet ke liye zyada kya hota hai? And we all must think that today when we try and endeavor towards our efforts towards ESG. Okay, coming on the topic, the real risk is not whether ESG is being implemented, is the way that you're implementing it. And with that, I open the three lenses of ESG. One is ESG as a risk, other is ESG as a responsibility, and third, most important, is ESG as an operational intelligence. So, to set the context, I must start the question. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Where does ESG stand today? Is it a risk, responsibility, or an opportunity?
I'll go first, and thanks for a nice introduction. And great that Business World has set up this facilities management event. ESG, anything in business is a risk, as everybody would know. What's happening in the in the Middle East, anything can change very suddenly. So ESG as a risk, I personally feel it's something that we have to do as business leaders.
So there's a short one-line answer I want.
Yeah. So ESG is something we have to really address in a very, very focused manner. I think that's what I would take to just start the conversation.
Shreya, what do you think?
Okay, so I'd like to tell you that my lens of looking at ESG is a little different. I'm looking at it not from the business point of view, but from the point of view of housing communities.
Yeah.
If you look at urban cities, 90% of buildings are residential. So if we leave out residential buildings from the ESG equation, we are not addressing the whole thing. Okay?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So having said that, let me give you one example. In Delhi alone, 14,000 tons of waste is generated every single day. Now, just imagine the kind of pollution, health risks, etc., that it is creating. Having said that, ESG it's actually not a risk. The risk is already there. ESG is just a lens of looking at it.
Yeah.
I also, and actually measuring what is actually going wrong. I also feel it can be converted to a huge opportunity, provided each one of us takes responsibility for it.
Great. And Rajesh, what do you think? Risk, responsibility, opportunity?
I think ESG is an opportunity for the industries, opportunity for the mankind to set everything right, which we have done wrong in the past. And one final take is, I think ESG propel us to achieve zero. So everyone talks about net zero, 2070, 2060, 2070, so on and so forth. Zero waste, that's another objective. And then zero harm, that's the social aspect. So I think ESG is more opportunity. It gives us ways and means and matrices to achieve those opportunities.
Thank you. A related question is, where is ESG hurting the most to the companies? Is it cost, compliance, or capability?
Where is ESG working the most?
Hurting the most. Companies are feeling the pinch when they are, starting ESG initiatives.
So I think we are past that stage, my personal opinion. ESG is now center stage. It is not hurting. It was like maybe 10, 15 years back when, we were all going in for a lot of certifications. Organizations said to get a green certification is costly, let's not do it. But I think we're past that stage where it is hurting, I feel. It is a cost. Yes, there is additional cost. But the key challenges I feel that hurt that you talk about is more about implementing it and implementing it right. Everybody knows what.
So that means it is around compliance and capability more.
Yes, compliance is one part of it. I think capability is a bigger aspect because awareness is there, but people with expertise to implement it. Everybody has a general idea, ESG, what the three words stand for, but how to really implement it and make it useful for the organization. Excellent. It is not just one vertical, it embraces all. So I think implementation is where the hurt is most.
Wonderful. Shreya, what do you think? Is it the compliance issue, is it the cost issue, or is it the capability issue?
No, I completely agree with him. It's more to do with implementation.
And the capability, you say.
Capability, fragmented decision making, no overall responsibility. It's divided into silos.
Rajesh, any counter view? Don't you think it is also a compliance issue?
Typically not. Actually, what I sense is ESG, everyone is in experimental stage. If you talk about any big real estate, they want to experiment. What kind of team I should have? All the people, they are experimenting now. So I think in coming 5-10 years, that will stabilize and then probably it will go ahead.
I like to give a contra view a bit, I personally feel that sometimes ESG is also a compliance issue. People are too bothered about filling the compliance checklist than to do real meaningful work around ESG. This is my personal view.
I agree with you in some way or another. That tick in the box you're talking about, maybe that's because the early stage of implementation, and maybe that's just the route to get into a more serious, I would say, conversation. But all said and done with especially the large corporates and the large developers that we're seeing, because of the compliance requirement, they're doing a much more BSRS. That is there. Then you have a lot of reporting framework like GRI. They are forcing people to do things the right way. So yes, it is a compliance requirement initially, but then it goes on to becoming part of the organization.
Very well brought out, Anish. So let's now go to the next level of discussion. Where does ESG start becoming an operational risk? So we agreed that we will implement ESG, we start working around it, and we start implementing it. Where do companies start feeling that it's okay, let's review it, whether we're doing it the right way or not, or whether it's becoming an operational risk? Anyone? Yeah, Rajesh.
I think one typical problem with the ESG
Can you put a mic closer to your...
Sorry. Thank you. So one typical issue with the ESG is there are so many platforms which are there. For example, if globally I talk about there is a DJSI, there is a GRASP, there is a Sustainalytics, so on and so forth. So I think everyone have different parameters of judging themselves. So that's the basic problem.
So you mean to say there is no common parameter which is bringing everybody to the same benchmark, and that's why the interpretation is different.
Yeah, everyone is saying I'm the best because I'm the best in DJs and I'm best.
agree.
So I think that's happening.
Shreya, any views on this?
Again, my perspective from the housing society world, one absolute collapse of governance is when society started going for redevelopment. Greed took over. And at one point, there were 125,000 families which were homeless because projects got stuck, all because of poor governance, poor decision making. So now I think, with all those examples that have happened, people have started moving towards, especially with larger, decision making, with more governance, better decision making, more processes, etc.
So you say that companies and especially housing societies in your case are not able to fathom the whole scale of ESG.
Absolutely.
And that's why they take time, and the initial steps taken are not giving the results as envisaged in the larger
Absolutely.
plan,
Until
right?
it's too late. You realize really late that this should have been done long ago.
Correct.
Just one, talked about as a risk for an organization. So with more awareness which is happening, if an organization does not have a strong ESG, I would say, platform internally, it's going to affect them in their business as well. So if you see all the grade A developers and the funds which are coming in, they're publishing sustainability reports because they know that this is how they want to do it. But if they don't have it, they're not going to attract the right tenants in their buildings. They're not going to get the right maybe investors. And even for corporates, attracting talent is going to be an issue. So I think that's where the risk will come in about not having a strong ESG foundation within the organization.
That's a very interesting point Anish has made. Please make a note of it. Companies sometimes don't know how to start well, and they limit their vision. And if they limit their vision, what Anish is saying is they will not get it right, and they won't find enough takers for their business model. Very interesting. Thank you so much. Moving to the next question. Are companies trying, some of the companies at least, trying to do too much too soon in ESG space? What do you think, Anish?
Okay, I think somebody had...
Maybe some examples.
No, I'll maybe put a different context about too much.
Okay.
So there is this video on YouTube called the pale blue dot. I don't know how many have seen it, but it's basically an image of Earth from Voyager ahead of Jupiter somewhere. So it is a black image, which you can see a blue dot, which is the Earth. Basically, it's just, that is us. There is no plan B, there is no planet B. That's us. That's all that is there for us. So when we talk about are they doing too much for ESG, I think there cannot be enough that you can do because ESG it's a framework. There's environment, there's social, there's governance. Anyway, organizations are doing what they're doing. But I think the time right now is to focus on doing much more. Whatever you're doing, you have to do much more. Because we are, I think, past that stage that climate 1.5 degrees is happening. It's going to cross that. So I would say that there's not enough that you can do. But yes, how it is implemented within an organization so that it does not disrupt the organizational workflow. I do know organizations where ESG has become, everybody is just worried, oh, I have to send the next report. And 3 or 4 days, people are just working only on that report and business takes a back seat. So that is where you, get stuck somewhere. But otherwise, organizations have to do much more than what they're doing right now.
So Anish is switching to two sides of the coin. I find it very diplomatic in a way, but good to have your views, Anish. In a way, he's saying कि काम करना बहुत है, लेकिन ध्यान से करो कि overshoot ना कर जाओ. So any contra views to this? Any other views for this?
No, I feel that other than large corporates, too little is happening. There should be a lot more happening. It may not be complex, but people have to start thinking along ESG, along all the 3 E, S, and G, with lot more focus.
So Shreya is saying that, although ESG started off nicely, you know about ESG, but you're not seeing enough concrete substance happening.
At the large corporate level.
Large corporate level, yeah.
At the medium corporate level, at the, small SME level, at the housing society level, too little.
I'll just add to her, it's very, very important. You're mostly focusing on residential, but like we as an organization, CBRE, we have so many suppliers who work with us. Some of them are small, some of them are large. How much are they doing in their organizations to embrace ESG?
Yes.
I think that's another big area that we all should, as partners with all these organizations, how can we help them? And of course, if they are more sustainable, it helps everybody. The scope 3 emissions are taken care of, our goals are met. But I think the ecosystem has to do more. Corporates are doing it, I think.
Yes.
I have a counter view.
Yeah.
The large organization, they are creating much impacts. But they are smart enough to report it in their own way, right? But then small industries, small corporates, they don't have acumen or team for that matter to report their own way. I think that's the gap wherein large corporates, they have very big, big responsibilities to align their supply chain as well. So I think when we talk small players are nothing more than their own suppliers, supply chain partners, so on and so forth. So I think more responsibility lies with the large players, and they should be doing. They should get away with the greenwashing and more accurate reporting. That's me.
I also feel that there should be standardization of reporting because, it's too many different reporting standards.
Definitely. This point has been spoken twice now, standardization of reporting. We'll come to that a bit later. So the next question, which is now the turning point of the discussion today, is what separates organizations where ESG is working well and where it is failing to work well? So what is that organizational approach to this ESG, which is different in both the cases? So Anish, I think you are, okay, Rajesh, come.
Yeah, this time I'll start. I think it varies from organization to organization. Few organizations, they do very well on one front, but they lack absolutely everything on other fronts. So it's not like a complete organization. There is not a single complete organization, but different areas, so they are doing good. For example, if you talk about automotive, they have a focus to work towards electrical mobility. Just for your information, so if we go for electrical mobility, the emissions, CO2 emissions reduced by 70%. They only remain 30%. So they may have a different focus. They may be working in cohesion with respect to environment, but then they are neglecting some part of social or some part of governance. On the other hand, there are other organizations like Google or maybe, I should not name it, but then different companies, they are very strong on social, but they lack environment and governance part. So different organizations, they work at different levels in different aspects.
Thank you, Rajesh. Anish, anything?
So so your question is basically organizations where it is working and where it is not working.
And what is the reason for that?
Yeah, so I think I'll just, based on our experience with so many corporates that we service, I've seen some who do it very well and some who are still on the learning path. But I just kind of noted down a couple of things which I think are challenges for an effective ESG implementation. I think I'll just share with you. First of all is regulations. Right? There are many regulations that are there currently in the industry, depending on the size and scale that you are. Getting the right framework is critical in the beginning to make your ESG approach work. For a lot of organizations, quantifying the impact of the ESG is not always easy. Energy and all is very easy. Okay, yes, you've saved so much of thing, but there are a lot of things which are not easily quantify. For example, diversity and the people with disabilities. How are they really enhancing it? Yes, it's a good point on the reporting, but how is it impacting us? Data availability, I think, is the biggest challenge.
Yes.
What I've seen is organizations would have implemented a very robust mechanism to collect data across their verticals, sales, HR, operations, marketing, everywhere, integrated into one platform. and there are many platforms available. They have more, I would say, advanced ESG awareness, and they're implementing it more effectively across their spectrum. A lot of organizations do it in one or two verticals, not across. Cost, again, used to be an issue. Now I think it is not so much of an issue because implementing ESG, getting the right framework, getting the right consultants is not that big a cost. And the last point, which I'd shared earlier also, I think it's about having in-house expertise to implement whatever your overall ESG approach is. A lot of organizations try to build it in-house. It's good, but then it takes time to scale up. Getting people from outside who have the expertise, we have 2 people already on the panel who are doing this kind of work. I think leveraging the network, because you have to scale up fast for ESG. Competitors are already doing it. If you want to be relevant, if you want to be in the, so to say, market, you have to scale up fast, and the best way to maybe get people from outside. So I think these are the 5 or 6 areas which impact effective ESG implementation.
Thank you so much. I'll just offer a couple of points from my own side, whatever I've seen in the past few years as head ESG. I think ESG, when it gets adopted by the company as a whole, the chances of success increase a lot, Like in my company, when we adopted ESG, we did a right kind of approach by appointing a consultant to do a materiality test as to what material goals are important for the company. And then drive them with each department, create the ownership between departments, and have internal communication on ESG with these departments. And then create, the KRAs around this for each department. Once the ownership and accountability is built into the structure of the companies and there's the culture behind it, automatically the adoption gets better. This is my own few points which I want to make. Next question is, do you think ESG can actually reduce costs? So there's one fear which companies have when they, adopt ESG कि यार अभी इसमें cost कौन incur करेगा और क्या फायदा होगा?
So again, I have mixed views. In certain areas, yes. For example, if we talk about E part of it, so you can reduce your cost, you can reduce energy cost, you can reduce water cost, so on and so forth. When it comes to governance, so it's very difficult, like to at least to take care of tangible cost. Intangible cost may get down, and social as well. So probably more diversity and so on. So probably within ESG itself. So it's there are counter views.
Anything else?
Exactly. Energy is where you can actually save costs,
So the points.
The E part.
Yeah.
The other 2 are very intangible. But yes, it leads to perhaps lower attrition, more participation among people, fewer mistakes in your procurement, etc.
So that's an interesting point what Shreya has made, The generation which is now coming into workplace are more conscientious and more aware. And they also sometimes want that kind of validation that the company is working for the right goals. Very interesting. Thank you.
So on this point about reducing cost, so our compliance head, whenever we go to him with a situation, his favorite dialogue is the cost of non-compliance is much more than the cost of actually implementing compliance. So yeah, one wrong move, one incorrect, I would say, policy that you make, it has far-reaching consequences. So implementing ESG, I think ESG is a word now, but all the factors, energy conservation, energy management was always there. These LEED certifications, they were all part of organization for the last 10, 15 years. Similarly, on social governance and social land governance, you have your ISO frameworks. I think they were all there. It's just that they're now being integrated into one, which is helping organizations become more efficient.
Yes.
And once you become more efficient, obviously costs come down.
So that's very interesting and encouraging for the industry. Please make a note what Anish said. He says, if you implement ESG the right way, it definitely is going to help you with the costs as well. So that's very nice.
Also, it adds value, even if it's a cost. You have more people leasing it, your space doesn't go unutilized, you can attract funding. So there's, even at a cost, there's value coming in.
So you brought out, thank you so much, Shreya. Anish, you brought out this point that ESG has to be, woven into one. How do you actually do that as part of your operational work? Rajesh, can you just give some examples? Because you now started a new enterprise, I'm sure.
Thank you. So I think that's what ESG brings to foray is that provides right kind of framework. So probably different targets around E, S, and G. And I think if all the employees or the complete organization, they follow the same targets, I think you are going to achieve the results. So I think that's the beauty of ESG.
Anything else, Anish, on this? You've seen a lot of operational...
Yeah, I think what I've seen where corporates have been successful in quickly adopting, everybody will adopt ESG, but quickly adopting is where there is commitment from the top leadership. All your partners are on board. It's just not you, but you have to have your partners on board. And more importantly, the people. How much of awareness training, how much of engagement can you do with them? And one or two places I've seen where organizations are telling their employees, not only in office, but at home, what are you doing? So getting them involved in at home as well, and finding ways for them to be more sustainable at home, that I think makes the impact much more.
So wonderful. One takeaway I'm taking away from this discussion is ESG, if it's increasing cost, then something is wrong with the design. So whenever there's a fear of the cost increasing, go back to the design level, see how you're implementing it, implement it the right way, you'll get the right efficiency. Great. Coming to the last level of discussions, two questions here. We talked twice earlier about how to scale ESG beyond the large organizations. Shreya, you spoke especially about that. Now I'd like you to give some suggestions how this can be actually done. Shreya, can we start with you?
So basically it has to start small. Maybe it can start with the E aspect. Maybe it can start with energy. It can start with, water, waste, etc. And then scale up over a period of time. We also need new frameworks for smaller organizations.
New framework for smaller organizations.
For small, because complex frameworks will ensure that it doesn't go through.
Wonderful.
So we should encourage them to start and, have perhaps frameworks which are leveled.
Great.
So level 1, 2, 3, etc. as you move up the ladder.
Great. Rajesh.
I think one more thing probably that can accelerate this entire stuff is a gaming platform. For example, we have real estate, right? So if we have benchmarking, reporting done by credible agencies, by government itself, I think that is going to accelerate for sure. One very good example is CERT schemes, wherein different designated consumers, they have increased their efficiency to the tune of 20%.
Wonderful.
So maybe if we have a gaming platform, he is doing better than me, so I should act more. So I think that can
even
achieve.
industry benchmark, industry outcomes being shared, and trying to build a competitive environment.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Anish, any views?
My view is I'm seeing this time's up. So
no, we started late.
No,
we have 5 minutes.
The host is pushing us. But anyway, I think just to say, there's always this thing about regulation versus incentives. So in India, in some cases, incentives work, in some cases, regulations work. So I think a mix of both, maybe right now, because it's important, regulations quickly to ensure that everybody, small, big or large, implements ESG, not just the top 1,000 companies.
Fantastic. I have one very strong view, which I've been giving in a couple of earlier occasions. And if business world feels it right, maybe it can take up at the right level, because you need the right level to engage with the government. You all have seen how income tax return forms have become simpler and simpler. Am I right? So you have this BRSR report for top companies to submit. I'm sure that kind of reporting cannot be done by smaller companies. How about creating a surreal form of ESG for smaller companies? Do you all feel it's the right way forward? Can I have hands up for this? Okay, great. So maybe the business world can make a note of this. Coming to the last question for the day, for the discussion, sorry, not for the day. Should startups build ESG from day zero? So we have 2 startups here. Could not have been better question to ask you.
I think startups should start from day zero, but then as you rightly said, with a smaller platform. I think that then only it will make sense. Otherwise, compliance costs will be very, very high.
Yes.
So ESG for startups has to be pragmatic. It can start with very small initiatives. The idea is it becomes a habit. So as they grow, then they don't need to retrofit ESG into their systems.
Great. So lovely having your views, and though it was a short panel discussion, I'm sure the value adds would be there for everyone who's there today. At the end, I would say that, we should not consider ESG as an operational risk because of regulation alone. It is to be seen as a risk if you don't implement it well. So that is the thing. So at the end, I have tagline: don't implement ESG, design it. Remember this tagline, I think it will do you well. With that, we come to the end of the discussion. Thank you so much for your...
Thank you.
If not groundbreaking, then these revelations were impactful for sure. Might I encourage the entire panel to kindly come forward and join us for a quick picture? Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for the first panel discussion of the day? And that too, quite the productive session it was. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks a lot. How are we doing? Are we having a good time? Well, I'm certain. With this, it's time for the keynote address. Cooling the smart cities of tomorrow. Intelligent cooling infrastructure for smart and sustainable buildings. Joining us on stage is the Deputy General Manager, ducted VRF and Chillers Commercial Air Conditioners at Blue Star Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Kumar Dev.
Very good morning, sir. Do you have PPT? Yeah, I have it. All right, so this is way forward and this is way back. This is forward and this is back. Thank you. Would you like a contest mic as well?
No, it's okay. This mic is fine. Mic check. I think we had a very interesting panel discussion, and kudos to all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, very warm afternoon to all of you. My sincere thanks to Business World for bringing us together, a room full of leaders, innovators, and decision makers, the people who are truly going to shape the future smart buildings. Let me begin with a very simple thought. Every smart building that we admire today, every intelligent workspace we step into, runs on something we rarely notice until it stops working: cooling. In a fast growing and ambitious nation like ours, the demand for cooling is rising at an extraordinary pace. The residential space, the residential commercial space is still booming. And at the same time, the commercial buildings alone is already representing a substantial share of overall energy consumption. And this demand is going to grow further. So the question before us is not how much cooling we will need. The real question is how intelligently we can deliver it. Today, we are witnessing a clear shift from a conventional air conditioning to intelligent cooling ecosystems. Systems that are energy efficient, connected, self-learning, adaptive, and above all, sustainable. At Blue Star, this is exactly where our focus lies, in engineering intelligent, sustainable, future-ready cooling solutions for commercial and residential spaces. Over the next few minutes, I will walk you through how our commercial and residential air conditioning solutions are helping drive this transformation and shaping the buildings of tomorrow. AVs. Again, welcome to all of you. Just start with the AV. Just play.
Started small and became big enough to span the globe. There's an Indian who started small and became big enough to span the globe. One who started life manufacturing ice candy machines and now enhances lives across the globe by cooling, purifying, and preserving the three things our lives depend on: air, water, and food. With new age research and development infrastructure and There's an Indian who started small and became big enough to span the globe. One who started life manufacturing ice candy machines and now enhances lives across the globe by cooling, purifying, and preserving the three things our lives depend on: air, water, and food. With new age research and development infrastructure and numerous patents, this Indian is pushing the bar for R&D in India. With products and services that serve the nation's biggest needs, from residential and commercial to infrastructure. This Indian has 5 world-class manufacturing facilities in the country and exports to countries across the world. Conceived, born and bred in our very own country, this Indian now has a presence that is truly worldwide. And it's not just one man or woman, but a company of thousands. A company looking forward to a bigger, brighter future. Blue Star.
So this gives a glimpse of our infrastructure and network. We are taking a legacy of about 8 decades. There are about 6 manufacturing plants across the length and breadth of the country. We are present in about 500 cities and towns, close to 4,000 channel partners, 3,000 plus employees, and one of the best talent pools in the industry and allied industry. These are the manufacturing facilities which we have, the latest being Sri City. We have 3 plants in the west, 2 in the north, all catered to the regional market demands. Now, as I cover the first part of my presentation, this will be more of how Blue Star is aligned to the sustainability goals of smart buildings. See, in our country, there are 3 very extreme challenges. What we see, extreme weather condition, you have peak summer, peak winter, also in between peak humidity. So all this weather, you need to design an air conditioner which has to be all weather. Again, coming back to water scarcity, we all know how is the water quality across the country, and this is also critical, not only for air conditioning design, it is also critical for a smart building design. We can add air also in. The air quality is further deteriorating every year. So we can definitely add air in this part of the country. Unhealthy voltage supply. Today, the market is moving towards tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 towns where we don't have very good clean power supply. That's again a big challenge. A lot of industries are moving towards because of no space in the metros, in the tier 2, tier 3 towns. Now, how do we deal with this? So at Blue Star, we will just show you how we are well prepared to deal with this. Now, this is a glimpse of all the air conditioning, commercial air conditioning and residential air conditioning product portfolio. I will just touch briefly, which is very relevant to the audience. a cassette, inverter cassette machines, very popular. We'll talk about it. Yeah, this package and ductable air conditioners. These are, see, in air conditioning, what happens is any air conditioning system where refrigerant is used as the cooling media to cool the air conditioning space, they are called DX system, direct expansion system. So this package air conditioners and the cassette and all the wall mounted and residential ACs that we have, they are all DX system because the primary cooling media is the refrigerant. This again is one of the most smartest air conditioning systems that is now being widely used by all OEMs. The VRF system, based on their discharge, hot air discharge, they are classified as top or side discharge. Now, these are the central air conditioning chill water system. Any system, any air conditioning system where the cooling media is water are called chill water plants. These all machines are chill water plants. This you would have seen, many of you would have seen in the large building installations. We'll talk about it in very briefly. The inverter cassettes is very popular in the retail segment because it's catered from very small size areas, retail, office, restaurants, wherever you can. It has a lot of features, working in high ambience, then you have low noise and 360-degree flow. It is available in a lot of flows, 2-way, 4-way, kind of where it suits your architecture. So this is very popular and visible to the user. That's why it's quite popular. The inverter ducted package system. This system are basically for small to medium size air conditioning space where this machine will go above the ceiling. The room in which we are sitting will have this kind of this kind of ACs, or the floor mounted package will go to the plant room. They can handle medium to small to medium commercial space. This can be used in all the areas that has been mentioned, good banquet sizes, hospitals, showrooms, everywhere. They can handle little larger volume than the cassette machines. The VRF system, which I was telling you, is one of the smartest air conditioners that we have today, and it is promoted by all OEMs. You will have side and top. It is just by the discharge, how the hot gas is discharged. Based on that, it's classified as top and side. In a VRF system, you will have connectivity with multiple indoor units. You can connect one particular outdoor unit with multiple choices of indoor units. You can have a cassette, you can have tower AC, you can have a hideaway, you can have floor. So multiple applications can be catered by this particular machine. That's why this machine is called as a smart choice, a smart VRF air conditioning system. With no air conditioning unit, you will get this kind of choices of indoor units. So a multi-purpose area, multi-purpose office zone can be very well catered through this machine. Now, we were talking about the high ambient. One of the challenges that we have in this part, in our country, the machine derates when it is operating at a very higher ambient. We have faced this in our homes, we have faced this in our offices. The machine capacity derates when the ambient goes up. So this machine will perform even if when the ambient is as high as 43, which is Delhi condition, or probably not derate to that extent where the normal conventional air conditioning system derates. So we have made it completely futuristic, smart, as per the Indian tropical climate. It will give you non-stop cooling till 56 degrees Celsius. any air conditioning system actually is a marriage between the electronics and the refrigerant circuit. So if you really want to, if anybody wants to make the air conditioning system smart, you have to pair with good intelligence, smart intelligent controllers. See, all these controls makes your AC smart. You can have control of all the ACs, all the indoor units from a single place with the help of a group controller. You can take your air conditioning system on a PC and control each and every zone, every area from a single location. The temperature, the airflow, the on and off of the ACs, everything can be controlled. You have BMS, the building management, where the entire building's management is collated. We can take the air conditioning to that particular BMS. So all these features, the Wi-Fi controller, you can start on AC before you reach home. You can, and a very high demanding sectors like hospitality and healthcare, you will have this key card controllers. So all these smart controllers and features makes the AC really smart. As I mentioned that we are also catering this VRF. It is widely accepted and adopted as a smart solution for residences. A lot of celebrity homes we have done. Virat Kohli is our brand ambassador. He's associated with us for a couple of years now, and we have done his house in Bombay. We have done a lot of other celebrity houses with this VRF itself. So it's a very smart choice nowadays, since residents are also adopting this technology. The second part of my presentation is really, it's very relevant and very important. It's not connected only to our products. First part was how we have aligned ourselves to the sustainability and the smart energy efficient system. This part is where government has taken some initiative. We'll talk on the reducing the carbon footprint of our industry in particular. I'm not sure if many of you would have, of course, some of you would have heard about is the India Cooling Action Plan. This is a specific initiative which is run for HVAC, specifically the air conditioning industry, to bring down the overall energy consumption. There were a lot of memorandums signed. It was launched in 2019. Subsequent to this, there were further international commitment done at the Kigali Agreement, which probably is the extension of the Montreal Agreement signed by the Indian government to reduce the carbon footprint of country, specifically in the air conditioning segment, to reduce the use and the consumption of greenhouse gases. So there are certain action plans. So it's a very seriously catered, seriously being taken up by the government also. These are a couple of very important objectives which is the guiding basis for ICAP, the India Cooling Action Plan. Reduce the demand, the cooling demand itself by 20-25%, reduce the use of greenhouse gases, the hydrofluorocarbons, which these are not affecting our ozone, but these are very high GWP, global warming potential. So we have made some commitments to the Kigali Agreement, which happened in 2024 by the Indian government has committed that we are going to phase down the use of hydrofluorocarbons, which actually directly affects the global warming potential. So this is specifically then cooling energy itself to be reduced by 30%, and then training technicians about lakh people. One of the most important outcome of this India Cooling Action Plan is star labeling. Now we are mostly familiar with star labeling in our home appliances, geysers, refrigerators, and room ACs. This is where we are mostly familiar, and other home appliances where star labeling is implemented widely, and all of us as a consumer, we are very well familiar. But in the air conditioning industry, the larger air conditioning setup, the commercial air conditioning setup, it has not been introduced, because after the room AC segment, the residential AC segment, this commercial large chill water plants based system, there the energy consumption is very high. It is next to the room's AC segment. So this star labeling program is introduced here. The key features, it is mandatory from 2024. That means all chill water systems, all settlement plant ACs which are coming out of the factories of all OEMs will have mandatory star labeling. 1 star is the lowest, 5 star being the highest. We also have to follow BIS standard. I have a slide for that. This is how the star labeling looks. Earlier, we are very used to follow the international standards. This ISEER that you will see in many appliances, earlier it used to be EER, energy efficiency ratio. Today it has become ISEER, that means Indian seasonal energy efficiency ratio. So it is more relevant to our weather, our climate, our usage. So this is what now most of these chillers will have. There is a validity date, start and date, power consumption per year where the AC, the chiller is going to consume. QCO, another initiative which has been made mandatory is the quality control order. This means that the components that are being used in the air conditioning unit has to be certified by ISI, it has to be approved by BIS, and it is mandatory again from 2024, so that the product, the finished good that we give it to the user has no cheap imports. That is also mandatory. Now how the star labeling, you will see that how it is going to really impact the users or the consumers. If you see that, what difference it is going to make. So we have made a case study that once we implement star labeling in chillers, how it is going to affect our pocket. So we have compared one 3-star labeled chiller with a 5-star labeled chiller. Now, any comparison will have maximum impact based on the hours of operation. So if you see, if the chiller, mostly in the commercial buildings, commercial, industrial, pharmaceutical, healthcare, all kind of application, the building will run for 365 days. You can reduce it to 300 or whatever days. And if the tariff is about average 10 rupees, the difference between power consumption of a 3-star and a 5-star chiller is about 13 lakhs, which is annual power saving by using a 5-star chiller. The payback period will be less than 2 years, 2.5 years. So that kind of impact, star labeling. Now, if you see this 200 ton is a very small kind of building. It is not a very large building. If you want to talk about a large hotel or a healthcare facility or industrial application, this tonnage will go to thousands, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 tons. So you can imagine the impact of savings. So at Blue Star, we are totally complied, well ahead, we are well prepared to follow these guidelines. We have international accreditation from HRI, that is the international body which certifies all chillers and air conditioning system. We have the highest star labeling chillers available with us, which is future ready. And we have the IGBC. There are a lot of building codes. The subject is so vast, I have captured it in a very short, whatever is very relevant. There are a lot of building codes like Super ECBC, ECBC buildings are there, which we have completely complied. Now this particular air conditioning system are basically the chill water plant where the cooling media is water. These are from medium to large application, commercial applications. You may use it for healthcare, a 200 bedded hospital, maybe 100 odd bedded, 100 bed hotel. So all this application, you can see that the compressor, the chiller range is up to 600 ton. This is a completely tailor-made product where the chiller can be customized based on the requirement. There are many efficiency features given here, but above all, now we have to follow star labeling. Whether we give this high efficiency IPLV, many of you may be familiar, the COP, IPLV, these are the efficiency terms used to rate a chiller, but now we have to talk about star labeling. That is mandatory. So if at all any OEM is giving these features, the question that we need to ask is, what is the star labeling? What is the star rating? This is one of the most, like the VRF system in the DX range, this is again one of the most advanced chillers, which we call a magnetic chiller, oil-free chiller. It doesn't have, the compressor doesn't have any moving part in contact. So this particular machine has a life of more than 25 years. It is very silent. The starting loads is almost nil. No extra. The DG can be very well optimized, and it is a 5-star chiller. These particular chillers are for very large application, for IT buildings, for large warehouses, of a very, very large application where the capacity goes to 2,000 tons, 3,000 tons. Today, mostly the infra segment, we are seeing a lot of growth in that particular segment where the large chillers are used. Same, the efficiency has to be followed. On the top of it, there has to be star labeling, which has to be implemented in these chillers also. We have one of the very advanced and sophisticated chiller testing lab, which is certified by AHRI, again an international body.
Presenting state-of-the-art AHRI
facility.
chiller test labs at Blue Star's Vada manufacturing facility. Blue Star's chiller test labs allow both full load and part load testing. These labs feature intelligent thermal management through thyristor controlled heaters for accurate control. The advanced control room for the test labs is equipped with all the controls and displays to run the facilities with ease. Air-cooled chillers up to 440 tons and water-cooled chillers up to 1000 tons can be tested at this facility. Blue Star was the first in India to obtain AHRI certification for its air-cooled chiller test laboratory in the year 2010. Blue Star's integrated AHRI chiller test facility is the largest in India. Blue Star's AHRI test labs have had a 100% success rate in their operations. Blue Star is proud to dedicate this largest integrated AHRI chiller test facility in India for both the air-cooled and water-cooled chiller to its customers.
This is our R&D facility in Mumbai, close to Mumbai. I have a couple of more slides, not much. See, this is a very important feature that we are offering to our clients. This is taking us from a preventive maintenance zone to predictive maintenance. All these large installations where the uptime of an air conditioning is very, very critical, and in the remote areas, tier 2, tier 3, where we don't have well-skilled maintenance operators, there we can, or in any other applications, but there it is more critical, we can take the entire chiller on our R&D center. We can monitor all the parameters through a GPRS-based system. We can take it in remote monitoring. The parameters of the machine can be monitored by our engineers. It can be done 24/7. Then, based on that, we can intimate our customers or the local engineers that these are the parameters which is shown in the machine. It is time to inform the customer that this is the possible fault line which can happen, or this is the precaution which is to be taken. This is a remote monitoring feature. This is taking our service network from a preventive maintenance to predictive maintenance. This we have offered to many places, and the customers are extremely delighted with this particular feature. Periodic health check of air conditioners, that is very important. We have got the accolade of being the service gold partner for many of our customers. We maintain about 90 lakh tons of equipment in the country. It is increasing. We have dedicated team for each and every activity. Service is a big subject. We have commissioning, we have maintenance, we have preventive maintenance, we have health checkup of the machines. So all that thing, there is a complete framework done where which team has to follow what. You can see a lot of features. It's ISO 9001 2015 certification. This slide is the outcome of whatever whatever I have shown here, that what is the roles and responsibility of the stakeholders in designing a smart building. Number one is the government. Government have already laid down the stipulations, the commitments, the star labeling program, the ICAP, the Kigali agreement, everything is in place. Only thing, we have to follow it, and it is, and there's no choice of following it, it is mandatory. So I think they have done their part. We are going to see a lot of changes in the coming years in terms of phase downing of the refrigerant. Today we are familiar with gases, the air conditioning gases like R134A, 410A, R22, 407C, all these kind of gases. These are not ozone depletion gases, but they cause a significant amount of global warming. So we have done a commitment, it is already documented, we have done a commitment that it has to be phased down in a systematic manner by 2048. So government has already done, the OEMs or the manufacturer, we have to voluntary, not mandatory, we should voluntarily follow the regulatory norms, come up with innovative and smart, efficient products. That's our role. Idea is basically interior designers and architects. So their role is to see, any smart building will be built from the very initial stage, from the designing stage, where we select the orientation of the building, the material that has been selected for the building, and all that. So we should select machines or air conditionings which have lowest carbon footprint. That is the role of idea community. Hybrid solutions should be looked at wherever, which brings down the overall efficiency, which actually brings down the overall energy consumption of the system and the building. The customer, where the users and our clients, their responsibility is to select highly energy efficient products, the products which are sustainable, they can deliver capacities at high ambient, which is a very important challenge here, and focus on quality and also the serviceability of the machines. Because quality, already the government has laid down some guidelines by means of ISI or QCO norms. So these are, I think this is a very important slide where we all have to partner together to make smart buildings, smart cooling for a sustainable future. Lastly, we promote, we are a company, Make in India, made for India. Blue Star is one company. There are many other Make in India products. We should definitely use Make in India with all the other riders that I have shown, that how this efficiency parameters fits in. This is our website where you can get further information apart from what I have been able to show you. That's it. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dev, for joining us and sharing your insights. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, फटाफट बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? Come on. और अब जो दूसरी तरफ बैठे हैं, उनसे हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? अब तालियां बजाने से पहले kindly pick up your mobile phones and turn on the camera app. एक सेल्फी लेते हैं. मैं नहीं, सिर्फ आप. Just to commemorate this fine afternoon. Quickly pick up your mobile phones, everybody. Yes. Turn on the camera app. Front camera, as we like to call it, or the selfie camera. All right, on the count of 3, put your best smiles forward. 3, 2, 1, cheese! And now, before you put your mobile phones back on the table, please, everybody, put them on silent or vibration mode. Right? And in case you find yourself scrolling through Snapchat or Instagram during the session, might I suggest to lower the media volume so that we cannot get caught? Please. Thank you. Vibration mode, silent mode, and also lower the media volume. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are headed towards the next panel discussion of the day. Facilities shape behavior more than policies do. Joining us on stage, our eminent panel, the Executive Director, Workplace Enablement at Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. Please welcome Mr. Sanjay Mehta. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Mehta. Kindly be seated according to the chart. Up next, Vice President and Head HR at Lumax Industries Limited. Please welcome Colonel Tarun Vohra. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Up next, please put your hands together for Head Admin and Security Governance at Mahindra Research Valley, Major Lavanya Reddy. An absolute delight to have you amongst us. Thank you for joining. Up next, please put your hands together for Director Projects at CAPSE, Captain Alroy Colico. A very warm welcome to you. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the session chair. Please put your hands together for the India Office Operations Director at BCG, Lieutenant Commander Ajit Singh Yadav.
I think I'm audible without mic or, all right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin this event, this session, today is Shahid Divas observed to honor the sacrifice and the valor of freedom fighter Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev. Let's just take a moment to remember the valor and the sacrifice they done for our nation. So let's just begin with the topic today. Today's topic, facilities shape behavior more than policies do. This challenges a common assumption that rules drive behavior, but in reality, the spaces we design, the offices, the layouts, the amenities, even the smallest part of the lighting, these all quietly influence how people behave in the office rather than reacting to the policies. We have eminent speakers on the stage, so let's just explore how facilities design can drive culture, productivity, and inclusion, sometimes more effectively than the policies do. So before I begin, let's just understand first policy versus the employee behavior. So Sanjay sir, I would like to come to you first. Do you really feel that people follow policies, or do they follow what the workplace enables?
Thanks, Jit. What is behavior? What we do every day becomes a habit. What we follow, the habit becomes a behavior. Do the policies are something which forces us to do things every day, or it's what's around us forces us to do? A small, very generic examples is policies to be under speed limit of 20 kilometers per hour. But there are no speed bumps, but the facility provides a speed bump. So sometimes the facilities are restrictive in terms of saying the policies to be followed are like this. But there are policies or there are facilities which enable the policies, and that's what makes things, behavior of the employee change towards following the policies. That's what happens, and I think we will have a lot of examples to follow and talk about with everybody, in fact. But I do really feel that if, for example, if all of us were to sit down in a classroom style or were supposed to listen to us, will this facility work for us? So sometimes it is very easy and a faster way to change the furniture around to make the behavior better. Or if we were sitting in a long auditorium style and we had to collaborate in a groups, then just change it over and get it. So facilities actually drive the behavior. What you want as an intent, the facilities give you the content to drive it. I just picked up this line from you.
Great, thanks. So building upon the same, Major Lavanya, I come to you. Do you really feel that the design really influences employee discipline and productivity?
Yeah, certainly the design in infrastructure is very much needed because it's a monolithic historical place. Previously, the infrastructure is like creating a massive workplace, like an open space for all the employees to work in. But now they had moved on to an hub-spoke place. I hope you all would have heard about that type of a space environment. It's called hub space model. In hub space model, basically it is a decentralized that they start working because more in research centers and as well as in IT, they all have to collaborate workplace. And it is also something known as work spillarity. I don't know how many people would have heard this place. It's work spillarity, which means from hospitality, the last 7 words is moved into the workspace. So no more it's called a workspace, it's called a work spillarity where more collaboration workspace is needed. So from a monolithic historical workplace, they have all shifted into an hub spaces where even meeting rooms also, they wanted to make it as a reconfigurable workspaces. So the meeting space of 8 has to be moved on to 16 meeting spaces. And even the cafe workspace is moved on to a lounge spaces, cafe lounge. No more is just going to be a cafeteria seating space, is also going to move as a cafe lounge spaces. So these are the few changes that's bringing more of a collaborative workplaces in an environment. And the design of the infrastructure is actually moved into it. Right now, even if you don't have a space, you're also going for an container spaces where even the container spaces in a year's time or a 2 years time, that the container is used as a space for redesigning the space infrastructure. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Colonel Tarun, would you like to add?
A very nice perspective, Lavanya. Firstly, I am the only HR person who's sitting over here, and the biggest customer of all the admin and facilities. That doesn't mean that, in fact, everyone here is an HR professional, right? Sorry? Okay, good, fine. So what you mentioned, how the facilities and the admin, how, it helps us out in the discipline and the productivity. Firstly, we should understand the psyche of a person. We have different kind of professionals working with us. We have Gen Zs, we have millennials, we have boomers, and so many and so forth. In fact, out of the 5 folks who are sitting over here, 4 come from the defense forces, right? So that discipline has been instilled in us. And once you go back, to my army barracks or somewhere over there, you'll find the admin and the facilities are crewed up for that. If a person has to, walk to his particular barrack, he or she, they're going to follow the same particular path. The same way in the corporate also, it is actually the same. Imagine, okay, how it improves the productivity, which you said, right? We go to a plant, or, I work with Amazon also. I'm presently into a manufacturing company, automotive lighting. So there are different plants. There are e-commerce, which were there in Amazon and Blinkit also. But if I have a set kind of rules, if I have a green mile where I have to walk, if I put that particular in administration, that person, it will be in his discipline and his mind that I have to walk that particular path. There would be, there would be safety issues which have to be there. There will have to be, safety exits door which have to be there. So all those things matter. I have to enter a plant. Where do I have to, put my attendance over there, right? How I have to enter, how I increase the productivity so that I reach that particular place as soon as possible. Now this is, then, getting more things on the floor. You get maybe, what we did, we got HR help desks on the floor. Now we got some space made up for that. Now how it helped us, the blue collar employees, they come over there, they solve the particular problem then and there itself. Increases in the productivity. That is something which comes in. Now coming to the office space, it also depends on how our offices are built up. Again, it depends on this industry to industry. Okay, we have, you go to a particular office, you find in an admin space how it can be an open sitting, it can be a closed sitting. We will discuss it, once we go forward on these particular things. But you go to an office place, you have your policies and everything laid out on, big walls. Now those are the things which a person is reading every day once he comes to the office. That instills the organization culture, the values, and it helps in increasing the discipline and productivity. Many things, the lighting part, where I can have a day lighting, okay, that's going to help me out, in having or maybe a breakout spaces. So many things, it helps in discipline and the productivity.
Absolutely. Thanks for your initial thoughts, which supports and which proves that yes, workplace design does impact discipline and productivity within the office spaces. Moving on to understanding the behavior in action, basically to understand any real life cases, real scenarios which you might have implemented in your office spaces. Coming to you, Major Lavanya, what one small facility change that led to a big behavioral shift in your organization, if you can cite some examples?
The one big shift in any organization that right now is leaderships are moving more into serendipitous collaborations, which means that they don't want employees to just sit in one place and then start working. They wanted to make them collaborate more into an cohesive workplace culture. So I think from occupational seating, they have moved into a more connectivity seating. In case if the seats should be dedicated to one particular person, it should be available to everybody to start using that space. So they had moved into an occupational counting versus a connectivity. So that is a one major shift that they have gone. In terms of engineering, they had moved into an conditional or a predictive maintenance, which the gentleman from the Blue Star is speaking. They've also moved into an on live job cases, right? So previously we used to have a PPM schedule. We used to, after 6 months, that AMCs has to happen. With these IoT sensors fixed in the motors, they will be able to do a live job in case if the motor belt of the particular motor is not working. It's a live job, speculation that they can do. So they're moving from an predictive maintenance as well as from a live job task. That's the second shift that they're moving. The third shift that they're doing is from an application sustainability into an operational sustainability. We just put 3 dustbins stating that, reuse, recycle, and there's just put an the symbol of a sustainability is all about the sustainability is what the employees understand. But operational sustainability is something different. They started to measure the operational sustainability. So that's a shift that we have to do. The fourth shift that we also have to see is like, it's like a beach familiarity. The beach familiarity is something very different during in a hybrid workplace where these employees started to work in their house. They converted that house, a desk, into what they wanted to work because the productivity of 8 hours have to be there. So when we have to bring back the employees from a hybrid workplace to your place, the facility management along with the HR also started to decide, how do we make this workplace a better beach uniformity. So they started to do the painting of their requirement. They have customized it such a way that these are the important employees that they needed. That's how they have actually encouraged employees to come back from that hybrid workplace. So these are the 4 shifts that, that I could definitely remember. And the last shift that I definitely wanted to say in terms of AI-based, we have shifted from a physical ID card into a digital ID card. They can show the smart apps and they can start entering into the facility by just showing the digital ID card. That's one. The second thing is the cafeteria space, the shift as well. If a person is occupying more than 30 minutes to 40 minutes, the IoT sensors, which is in the cafeteria, will trigger a message to their mobile stating that, they're occupying the space more than 20 minutes and they have to move their spaces to someone else. So these are the shifts that I can broadly, classify.
Thank you so much. I think she's brought in a couple of, points here. Sanjay ji, Colonel Tarun, anything which you would like to add in case any additional, things implemented in your office space?
Yeah. So small changes which drive behavior. That's the question. Behavior doesn't get changed overnight. So what we did was, when we came back to the offices, we said, anybody can sit anywhere in the office. So a lot of people, everybody used to sit wherever they wanted to sit. So we brought in something called a book my desk. We brought in that. So before you leave your home, you need to book your desk where you want to sit. You can see your colleague whom with you are sitting. You can see your teams where you're sitting. These are small changes in the facility, which was digital. Now, to do it over a laptop was a problem. So we moved it to a mobile platform. We said, come on. While on the go, while you're traveling in the metro or while you are driving your car or while you are in a cab, book your seat there. You will be able to see where you are going, which floor you will be going, which zone in the office you will be going. So that's one behavior change which happened not immediately. Everybody used to walk in the office without booking the seat. And those people who were booking the seats were not finding seats. So then, how does the facility change that behavior? By making the change of not policing them people, by making them aware. So the policy which was created was implemented through the small changes made by the facilities, and the policies then started getting followed. It's not something which says policies and facilities are always at a loggerhead. You are making a policy, the facility is not supporting it. It has to come back, and more as we grow digital, This is one small example of Amazon, if you have. How easy, make it easy. Make it easy for the people to say. You just click on one and say you can buy. You want to remove it from your cart, you have to do 3 times. So what you want to drive as a behavior, you make it easy. The last panel, sorry, I'll take a minute. The last panel talked about ESG becoming a habit for the employee, a culture that has to get developed. So there's a small app, and I don't take shower today, I did a bucket bath. I go and put it there, and it gives me some coins. So what that small facility digitally created helps the policy being driven down, and the more and more people get into that habit of doing those things every day, that's what makes the difference. So facilities, I do see, they cannot just drive behavior, they can also help implement the policies which are driven. That's what.
Great, I'll just take quick 30 seconds. Lavanya and Sanjay, you borrowed a lot many things. This is for everybody over here. Whenever, and you are all admin and facility professionals, whenever you are moving around, have that eye for sight. A simple thing, okay? We have open spaces, okay? We keep on passing policies, speak slowly, have the meetings, meeting rooms, so and so forth. Simple particular thing, get some phone booths organized over there. One particular person getting into a phone booth, it made it thrive so easy. Otherwise, there was so much of chaos on the floor. Simple. So whenever you folks are on the floor, in the offices, have that eye for detail, keep on, thinking how the things are going to, I can think you can make things better for the people who are working over there.
Great. Well, these are few of the examples which you quoted, but I'm sure all of us here would have experienced it in our office spaces, how these implementations are helping in shaping the behavior of the employees. I would come to you, Captain Kuleko. So since this is also related to HR, so what do you think these how these facilities how can the facilities influence culture more than the HR policies, and how can we make it more inclusive and collaborative for the people?
Thanks, Ajit, for the question. First of all, I have an HR friend sitting here, so I'll start with him. HR basically drives the policies in terms of recruitment, in terms of getting an induction done, and all those things which are done before that. Before you even start your organizational journey, you are given KPIs, KRAs, all those things are drawn by the HR department. Now what happens is there is a slight shift, because HR is the one which forms the intent of the entire. But the content part is with the facilities. That is where the culture will definitely change. Safety issues, Lavanya was talking of it, even you were talking of it. Where does it come? HR doesn't say anything. Policy says that you should be safe. But how do you create a culture which is safety conscious or security conscious for that matter? We draw the line very, very fine in terms of HR, facilities, and I'll add 2 more things to it. I'll also add security plus the technology. So these are all cross sections which are there, and the center, it's like more of a Venn diagram which is created where all the 4 are in a state of motion, and there is a common portion which is there which drives the behavior and slowly drives the culture also of an organization. The culture, individually you contribute to it, but overall what happens, it becomes the organization culture which is driven by individuals. Facility is the enabler to help you draw those things. It is also important for us to understand, we spoke of technology also, like Colonel was saying that, we have this, when we started off with the concept of workplace, I'm talking of a long time back, there were huge offices, huge wooden tables, huge chairs, etc. Over a period of time, facilities as well as the management sort of, realize that everything comes with, at the end of the day, there is a cost to it. So the cost does matter. So slowly, what happens is then we had different organizations, we had BPOs. So BPOs, the requirement was very different. So the infrastructure was very differently created for them, right? For corporate office, again, we used to have those cabins, etc., which most of them, people did away with it for one particular reason, that if I cannot talk to my colleague who is sitting right across the table, there's no point of it. Now, there is a different way of looking at things. We call it something known as the CFTs, which is a cross-functional team. In one particular team, you will have an operational guy, you will have a manufacturing guy, you will have an HR guy, and they are, each and one of them, in fact, the entire team is formed in such a way that they add to the productivity at the end of the day. So this is something which is something new which has been created. This is something new which is coming into. He talked of phone booths. Yes, that is something again which is again coming up. You'll find major of the offices, especially the like a Google or probably a Microsoft, etc. They are the ones who initially started it off, and now majority of the offices have phone booths today. You also have something, it's a culture again how you change. A Friday evening or a Saturday, in case you're working on a Saturday, a Friday evening is considered a fun day. There are offices which also go to the extent of serving you beer over there, but then there are offices where you call your parents over, you call your kids over, you have a pet, you can get your pet over. So this is nothing but inclusivity which is happening within the four walls of your facility. So these things definitely create more. I mean, probably I would not know you until unless, supposing I have a dog and you also have a dog and we get it on a Friday. Okay. We may be having different breeds of dogs, but at least we'll get to know each other, we'll talk to each other, because you will also be there, I will also be there, I'll also be waiting for a pet care to, the guy coming and, looking after or giving a shampoo to the dog. So facility goes beyond policies, beyond everything, to create a culture which is imbibed by each and every individual. Ultimately, it is the organization which will show you that particular culture. Uniforms was one thing which used to be there. I really very rarely, except for manufacturing plants, I think you have uniforms. The rest of it is all, you come, as long as you are appropriately dressed, it's okay. Otherwise, there's no uniform. Fridays, t-shirt, jeans. I mean, until unless the organization allows you to come in shorts and Crocs, it's okay. Otherwise, things are changing. So this is what is the new culture, right? But in any case, it doesn't affect your productivity at any point of time. In fact, because you're more free to do things, the more, there is no binding on you, there is no sword on your head which will tell you that, yeah, I have to do this, I have to do that. So once you move away from all these things, you create an imbibe a culture which is very, very vibrant, and that is what matters.
Great. Just a little small point, sorry. Facilities are rigid. Policies can change overnight. So you can keep changing the playbook immediately, but the facility doesn't support that playbook, then the policy doesn't get used. One small example is you have culture tenets, you have culture values. Okay, the facility defines a big culture wall, and you have all those posters and everybody, it is in such a place that you have to create a collision with that. You have to move around that place to see when you're going to the washroom or you're going to the coffee machine or you're going to this, you have to pass that culture wall to see it, placed like. But facilities will allow you to see it, but facility doesn't drive the culture and behavior. It will not tell that accountability is written there, how high you are on accountability. That ethical accountability is something which comes in from the culture, not from the facilities. So, well, all policy as well as facility combine and create an apex. The culture is driven by both these things coming together at one point of time.
Okay, fine. Taking a cue from you. See, one is an organizational culture, okay? The second is organizational climate. Culture are all values and ethos and everything. Now, climate may change on the leadership style. Tarun Vora will have a different style of leadership. Sanjay, you'll have a different style of leadership. But our culture will remain the same. I'll give you an example on the facilities part, right? In Japan, we have Obaya rooms. Now, what are Obaya rooms? Obaya rooms are for a collaborative, stakeholder management. You have a project and you have everybody over there on their particular walls, everyone, be it HR, be it project, be it in R&D, be it manufacturing, anybody, they have everything listed on that particular thing. And there's a project which is coming up. Now, who is driving that conversation over there is the project leader, not the CEO, not the R&D head, not the manufacturing head, but he or she, whosoever it may be, they are driving it together. Every week, you have a meeting over there in Japan, in Japanese companies, right? And you understand that thing. So that facilities help me in driving and helping in getting me that particular culture. I think that's the one.
Very nice to hear it from a VP head HR. That facility, definitely, empowers the HR's policy. I just want to stick to the question of how facility influence the HR policies. So I'll go with the live example. Even Colonel Sir also will agree to that. The onboarding policy is something which is a written document, okay, explicitly for onboarding people. But how is facility influencing them? Let me take some few examples. First, a person gets onboarded. So we give them a digital ID card. We no more giving a physical ID card, so they come at the desk, the security just frisks them, and there's no frisking actually happens for the employees, and then they equally walk in. So that's been taken care with the onboarding. How does the facility provides them? The wow factor, we give them accommodations for 45 days for our employees, of Mahindra employees, and for GTs as well, which is graduate trainees as well as postgraduate trainees, it's 45 days. And transport facilities is also given for those 45 days. And the mobile reimbursement is also taken care by them. This is for the onboarding people. Then this is one example. The second example of HR policy is on maternity expectant mothers. We also give them a nutritional food for them at the meal breaks. That's also been taken care. They have the lactation room, which has been self, and the comfort room, as well as the creche after their maternity leave. But the creche is not like a normal creche, what is available in a multi-tenant building. It's called a pre-nursery creche. So the creche of the pre-nursery is something which is just defined, as you rightly told, policy keeps changing. So the intention of the policy is there, but who are the makers of this intention is the facility who are the makers of this intention. So that's the second live example. The third live example which I would like to give is a neuro-inclusion diversities which we are doing. If you have to talk about this neuro-inclusion diversity, it is something very different, because in a body of a neuro, everything is needed, including from the employee engagement perspective to everything. So a person wants to really learn and grow. So we also have this library facility in our premises, is a bigger library with all these research books and everything. So that also gives them a scope of improving and getting into the scope of self-learning. So these are the three broad perspectives of HR policies.
Very well. I think I felt that the discussion was hijacked by the speakers here, because there's a lot to say about this topic, and there is a lot more what examples have been cited here, how these are being implemented in various organizations. And of course, as I can see that we have a very short time, was one last round of question which I would like to just float around to all our speakers here. What's one outdated workplace design trend what we should move away from?
Everything boils down to cost. So your offices should be designed in such a way that they no more cater to the old design, and you have, I won't say a hybrid sort of a design, but I would say the technology should be used in such a way that you are able to have, the newer offices should be sleek, they should be much more collaborative when you talk to people, and usage of technology. Of course, technology is upgrading itself over a period of time. Every 6 months you find a new technology. For facilities, it is even more important that you use technologies, like now you have the AI also, which is there, so you can make use of AI on your dashboards so that you have a real-time influence as to what is exactly happening onto, rather than, you wait for somebody to virtually send it across to you. So these are the things that we can do, and outdated technologies should be dropped off and implement into new technologies.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, to let go in from a facility, right? The let go of the facility, if I have to say, from an, for the linear workstation into a configurable workstation, is that we have to adopt, but not like a linear workstation. So we have to let go the linear workstations, make it as a workspatality workspace is what we have to adapt.
Right. I have a very different answer. See, one size doesn't fit also. Yeah, it can be different for different. An academic institution may have a different kind of a facility element which is required. And e-commerce, quick commerce will have a different, manufacturing will have different. Imagine you are into a sports, into a company which is, more into the health and sports. You will have different infrastructure over there. In the last, जहाँ पे भी हम जाएं, हमें अच्छा लगना चाहिए काम करने के लिए. That is the best thing which the admin and facility can help us out. I think that's the thing. Let go, get more things, whatever.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, I think there are two trends which I think are there. One is one side doesn't fit all, so obviously it has to be customized to what you do. One thing which is there is the open office, which was designed for everybody to be sitting together, and then you tell people, shh, get your headphones on. So what comes in is noise cancelling headphones. You don't even listen to what the person sitting next to you says. So one trend of saying, rather than having a complete open office, get into zones. Get into zones, which is, one is a thinking zone, one is a design zone, one is a collaborative zone, one is your individual work zone where you have work pods. So there has to be different zones in the office to design. The second is, with the hybrid coming in place, the camera sitting there in the long table, I am the last one, I'm small for everybody else who's seeing me on the screens. So I think we should move towards, instead of long tables, to square tables or circular tables. And in case it is really required, rather than having a camera right in front, have a 360-degree camera right on the table. And there it keeps, everybody is at the same distance, everybody feels equally important in the meeting. Those are two trends which I think should be path-breaking. Maybe somebody's already done it. But yes, the next office that gets designed, we would definitely want to do those things.
Keep everything in budget.
Great, thank you. I think I wanted to touch upon the cost implications as well, but with the limitation of the time, probably I would like to move to the audience in case if any of you would like to contribute here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now open for questions. Simply raise your hand and kindly be mindful of the paucity of time.
Hi, it is Mohit. We are from Phoenix Citadel, Indore. So we want to, because you are talking a lot of things about the offices. So we are in the mall business. What are the changes we should do in the mall division so that we can entertain the changing world as per the requirement?
If you heard the last presentation given by Blue Star, I think that is the first thing that you guys should do. Whatever chillers you are having, I don't know what rating it is, so you should get into that, because at the end of the day, that is the biggest cost for you in the malls, because you will be running your ACs all over on each floor inside the offices also. Secondly, I don't know what is the occupation at your particular level. You need to also work out on the occupation levels as to how exactly you can increase your occupation level, your footfalls that come into the mall. So these are the few things that you can keep in mind. Yes, but energy cost is one thing which is definitely going to burn you out if you don't take care of it right now.
Just adding to what Sir has said right now, from the predictive maintenance, what we have to do is we have to go to a live job, engineering job cards that we have to make. So this will actually bring down, you need not wait for AMCs to be complete, because AMCs also has got a cost to it. So you need not wait till the AMCs. If you have a conditional job formatting of a live one, that is something that you have to bring it in terms of an IoT in your engineering infrastructure, the first point. The second point is in terms of IBMS, Integrated Building Management System. If you find a ghost space wherever it is not available, I think you must be doing it. You have to cut down on your HVAC operations to save on your electricity bills. That also bring down your cost saving. So maybe these are the few factors that you have to keep in mind when it comes to a multi-tenant occupation.
No, I with respect to the customer comfort, I'm asking it. Engineering part, everything we are taking care of it. Customer, what the customer demand is explained. Like you guys have asked about the cabins, phone booths and all that. These things, whether we should implement in the malls also?
What Colonel Tarun had said, one size doesn't fit all. You will have to really work out on that. In fact, we have an expert sitting here right in front of me. Shailendra is one of the experts who's worked on a lot of spaces, whether it is malls or whether it is residential or even commercial spaces. So I think it is better that, you take this question to him. Yes, footfalls, it's more of an experience, you need to probably create an experience zone where people would want to come in there and increase, your footfalls. And it again depends on, what retail type of brands that you are also keeping in the at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Mohit, it's something, I'm going to a mall, right? What is the experience which I would like to have? As soon as I go, I should get into a very, very good parking. I should have good lifts. I should go up. There should be gaming zone, etc. somewhere defined. I should have well lit up spaces. जहाँ मेरे को जाके घर वाला याद ना आए मैं अगर movie देखने जा रहा हूँ, which I went for yesterday, Dhurandhar, right? I should have that particular feeling, right? वो एक माहौल आना चाहिए. That's about it. ठीक है. Rest, I'm sure you will take care of all the, the AC facilities, admin facilities, PM, PM1, PM2, and everything, right?
Another thing, probably which you must be taking care of is, but generally seen is that the washroom hygiene is a big concern. The odor that you get in most of these large malls is not very pleasant. So I don't know whether you would have taken care of it, but yes, this is one of the concerns which definitely is there.
So why do you want to go and reduce costs in the malls? Malls is a place where I go for experience. You're creating an experience and I'm ready to pay that cost. So that's what the thing is. So that again, it's a point of view that you have to pick up. I go to the mall so that I'm out from the heat which is outside. And you want to reduce the AC inside the mall, I will never come there. So one great thing is about what is it that you're creating that place for? An office space is a place to work for 8 hours. Mall is a place where I go for 3 hours, 4 hours. I do go experience there, enjoy, and then come back happy. That's what it adds to. So for me, I don't see cost as, I see experience index going up in a mall is much better way to evaluate yourself rather than saying, how can I reduce costs? Costs can always come back from engineering.
I think just to sum up, sorry, there is one more question the lady has.
Unfortunately, since we offered 5 answers for one question, we cannot take any more.
Very
My
nice.
sincerest apologies if we can make it quick.
Hi, this is Garima from Inquest Academy. I wanted to ask, what about virtual workplaces? How does facility help, is the role of facilities restrictive in a virtual workplace? Because that is something which has really come about.
I think she was not audible.
Virtual.
Would you mind holding the mic a bit closer?
Yeah, I wanted to know about the role of virtual workplaces. How is it restrictive? Because virtual workplaces have now come about really well. And, I might have an address and I might go there only when there are conferences.
Okay. So you're talking about the shared workspaces and the co-working spaces is more like that in a virtual workspace. Yeah, obviously again, so I can give you a little example. We have big facilities in some of the cities, in Mumbai. But Mumbai is a widespread place. Now what virtual workplace gives you the advantage of doing only individual works. Collaboration doesn't happen in those workplaces. Unless in a co-working spaces, I have a dedicated area where I create my own experience center, which is like saying, I'm creating satellite offices all across the country, all across the city, and I say to the employees, anywhere you want to go, go there. Go there, work and come back. But virtual will remain, you don't call it virtual, you call it a shared. So it is always a shared sort of a resource that you have. You will not have everything that you have in the office. It does work, but again, it does work in a limited way where distances are long, people have or the weathers are like that. So Mumbai, there is huge amount of rains which happens, which prevents people from coming in. People spend 3 hours coming in, rather they go to that virtual workplace, do the work they have to do, collaborate with somebody there, 3-4 people get together and come back. So that's how it helps.
It also depends, Ajay, on the type of organization there. If you have a smaller organization, say you have 5, 7 or 10 people, you would not like to go in to a large working space. You'd like the team to be together. And the advantages that a co-working has is that, you have all the facilities within one, and you pay and you get whatever you want. I mean, it includes everything. So if you have a small team, 8, 10 people, yes, there are larger organizations. Like I know there's an organization, Adidas has an office in the co-working space at the Huda City Center.
There are many of such offices now.
That is also one way of doing it. So there are a lot of added advantages to it. There are a lot of added disadvantages also to it. So that comes with your evaluation as an organization, how you want to evaluate it, when you want to evaluate, and whether you want to really have a co-working or you want to have a space which is designed for yourself and kept for yourself.
Great, thank you so much, everyone. Just to summarize, yes, policies guides the intent and the value, but facilities makes it happen every day. The behavioral changes what employees need. And of course, all the implementation, design implementation has multiple facets. Cost is also one, factors to be looked in. Business needs, as per the requirement, that is something which will address everybody's question here. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. The same customer who does not shy away from painting the walls of a local train is considerate and careful at the metro, right? So that is something that we can build on. Of course, facilities shape behavior more than policies do. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. How about a quick picture up front? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this productive session. And I do not fancy myself a mind reader, but I'm certain what most of us are thinking about. What next? Ladies and gentlemen, Hindi में कहा जाता है कि पहले पेट पूजा फिर काम दूजा. With this, I invite all of you to join me for a 30-minute networking lunch, requesting all of you to kindly join us back in the hall for the next session to convene at sharp 2 p.m. Kindly proceed towards the buffet area and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
आप कौन?
48 डिग्री लोकल गर्मी चैंपियन, 52 डिग्री नेशनल गर्मी चैंपियन और 56 डिग्री इंटरनेशनल गर्मी चैंपियन।
मेरे पास भी एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मिलेंगे। ब्लू स्टार हैवी ड्यूटी इन्वर्टर एसी फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार। ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी।
नीचे नीचे डक कर, ऊपर स्टेयरकेस के ऊपर, चल चल चल, आंट के पास लिफ्ट, डक क्या, डक डक डक।
ओए, आप कौन?
टीम गर्मी ब्लास्टर्स, हम आपको हराने हैं।
बड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस मानना पड़ेगा।
बैग तो ले आओ।
ब्लू स्टार है ना? फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसी फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार। अरे गेम ओवर। ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी।
गो गो गो।
आप कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड, हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं। ओए, फ्रीज।
ब्लू स्टार एसी ऑन। फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसी विद वॉइस कमांड टेक्नोलॉजी। ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी। अरे फ्रीज तो आप।
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch break. And I'm certain that we recognize the pattern that I'm offering as of now. फटाफट से बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? और अब जो दूसरी तरफ बैठे हैं जरा उनसे हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? ये quick 10-second networking के बाद with a big round of applause, let's welcome everybody back to the second half of the BW Facility Management Conference 2026. Thank you very much for joining us back. With this, I sincerely hope that we did not forget to put our mobile phones on silent or vibration mode since we were out for a break. Facility management and wellness. Creating healthier and more productive workspaces. Join me as I welcome our eminent panel. And before I do so, let me tell you that this is not your usual panel discussion. The session chair very carefully mentioned that this will be an interactive session, so hold on to your chairs and get ready. Joining us first and foremost is the Vice President, Head of FM at DLF Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rahul David. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Expecting a louder applause this time as I welcome the founder at Cosmos Aircon Parbit Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Tejas Ganesh Chandra Budawala. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the session chair, the Global Head and Vice President, Facility and Administration at Infogain India. Please put your hands together for Mr. Arun Sharma. Might I encourage the entire panel to be kindly seated according to the chart at the back? Please don't apologize.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys had a good lunch. And my name is Arun Sharma. Been in the industry for about almost 3 decades now. And I love the subject, which has probably I got lucky enough to moderate, the wellness in facility management. I was wearing my back support belt today. I thought that would be, people should not think that it's a prop for me, but that's the reason I took it off. I'm really happy, probably we are doing this today because wellness is something which we all talk about, and I think in the last 6-7 years or so, especially post-COVID, era, I think it's probably, I think everybody wants to live through it as well. So I think we going to talk about this. That's the reason I think I requested the lady, because I think it should be more of an interactive session. We should know from others as well that what guys are thinking through. And then we have 2 beautiful panelists with us. Rahul is part of DLF. I'm sure most of you guys must be knowing him. He's there for a long time. I think the kind of portfolio he's managing, probably, I'm sure, if we get a drop of it as from his learning, I'm sure that'll be good enough for us. Another gentleman, Tejas, I think he's running his own organization for the last 27 years into aircon industry, where probably we'll get more insight about from him that, what are we doing about our indoor air qualities and all those technical numbers, which I don't understand. Surprisingly, I think both of them are very technical. He's a mechanical engineer and he's so, and I thought probably they picked up somebody who's good for nothing just to manage the whole thing. So thank you everyone and welcome, and we'll just start the session. Can I have that paper, please? So probably I think on the well-being part of it, my question probably first and foremost is to kind of stir this for a couple of minutes to understand what do we actually mean by wellness in the facility management as a group, that what is our definition of wellness, what we call it. So maybe anybody who wants to share their thought, because there's too many jargons going around, there's too many words being thrown, and I would like to hear if anybody wants to give before I go to my panel that what exactly do we mean and we understand from wellness out there. Anybody wants to go first? Okay. You can take my place.
The thing is that my name is Harinder. I am from Faridabad, and I am having collaboration with Israel. And we are giving second life from last 7-8 years in the batteries world, where the UPS batteries, solar batteries, and other batteries. Before that one, I am having a same facility management, 23 years of career into that one. So the thing is that in the facility management, with respect to the healthier and productive workspace, first is that healthiness of our equipments. That is more important, which is being connected with our peace of mind for all the operation and maintenance people. This is what I take a first note of that one, which gives the first wellness awareness of the equipment, and then comes to the wellness of the people after that. So this is what the understanding I am having.
All right, thank you. I think good answer. So I think let's give a round of applause to him, please. So Rahul, I think I'll ask this question to you because that's the trigger question I'm getting from there. So when do we start wellness in the facilities? So it has to be the design stage or in the middle of it, or when do we actually think about it?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
So before I answer your question, an important thing comes in my mind is when you have a small panel, you get exclusive mic, huh? Which
Good one.
Anyway, so coming back to facility management and wellness, let me first answer the facility management thing. What's facility management is all about? So it's about the inclusivity. You know, something which is not there anywhere else is part of the facility management. So that's what I have learned over a period of time during my tenure or whatever the experience I have. That facility management includes everything, everything from starting to end, which doesn't fall in someone else's criteria. So naturally, for you as a facility management lead, to define wellness, you have to have a broader view. For example, if I were to talk about the offices, I'll answer your question. I'm just trying to, define the concerns that we have in terms of the wellness. When someone lands into that office, before that itself, how approachable or how well connected you are defines an experience for that individual for this office to be. So wellness, the perception and the development of once how you are going to be, managing the entire facility starts from there. So where we start, how to approach the building once they enter inside the building, how the building look like. I'm talking more from the developer perspective, how we are able to provide elevator experience to them, to the offices. So everything which comes under where we are able to provide an experience to an end user is part of the overall experience that we offer. To answer your question about when we start from scratch. We start from somewhere the first at a design stage, the first concept as and when it's been taken care in terms of the start of the building, is somewhere we start with the wellness. However, it doesn't end there. So from the design perspective, every building is normally designed for, let's say, some 50 years. Our policies are designed for 10 years. We have national building codes, every 10 years they change. And the kind of ever-evolving environment we have, every 3 to 5 years, we see change in the expectations. None of us 6 years back, maybe a day before lockdown was announced in 2020, had ever thought that this is going to be the situation for 5 years down the line when everyone will be, thinking about hybrid workplaces, and everything changed in that 1.5 years. So, in terms of wellness, design is something which is most important, wherein you can build upon, but design may not be the only thing. I think it's the operation, in my opinion, which matters most, because design is done once. However, the change environment that we had every 3 to 5 years, we see changes in the expectation of the client, we see change in the norms every 10 years. So we have to keep evolving ourselves to suit, to be able to suitable to the experience of the end user. So operations plays a major part in terms of, we may have a challenge with respect to the costing, modifications, etc. But again, I think ever-going operation is something which plays most important part in the wellness when it comes to a building.
Excellent, I think, excellent answer. So I'll move to Tejas now. So Tejas, air quality, yes, we talk about this. It's something like this which is there in the air. Nobody understand that. That's what I also understand and look at that way. But how does that really help in terms of wellness and productivity? And so you've been there in the industry for close to about 3 decades now. So what do you see a change coming in, and when organization calls you and talk about wellness and productivity, how can we talk about air quality improvement and so on and so forth? What is it exactly you think is evolving and changing, and what are the triggers now?
So when I entered this business around 1998, we were selling our customers to go for an air conditioning system in 1998. So in 1998, we used to convince our customer to go for an air conditioning system by AC laga do, so then you will see the growth in your business, in your environment, everything. But in 2026, AC is mandatory. Every commercial establishment, every middle class plus residence has the air conditioning system. People are more concerned about their indoor air quality, and it is a mandatory requirement in metro cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, where because of urbanization, because of construction, because of traffic. The IAQ levels are very, very poor. Like during winter in Delhi, mostly you see IAQ levels going to 300 or 350 levels in some of the areas, which is very dangerous. Now, everybody must be knowing that indoor air is more pollutant than the outdoor air because it is inside the building. So, the role of indoor air quality is vital for any commercial establishment, any workspaces, be it office or mall or retail spaces or showrooms or food courts or restaurants. It plays a vital role. I gave you a very simple example. When I think all of us were went to school in 90s, where our school buildings were normal buildings, and our kids go to right now our kids goes to almost a 5-star facility schools. We used to give reasons to our parents, पेट में दर्द हो रहा है, सर में दर्द हो रहा है, not to go to school. But nowadays kids doesn't give any reasons to go to school because the schools are designed in a way. It is air conditioned, plus the schools are, majority of schools are maintaining the indoor air quality inside their premises. So people, the kids love to go back to school and they don't reason like us, what we did in our childhood.
Sorry, Tejas, I want to bring you back to the question I asked. The question is this, that when you're dealing with corporates today, from the other side of the table, what exactly do they understand from it when you talk about wellness and, that people say productivity will increase if in case we are better at quality. So that particular standpoint where we all established as an organization, we have already infrastructure. What do you really think that we can make a small changes from the current setup? Of course, he's also mentioned because it has to start from the design. Design will only happen when we're talking about a new facilities. What about a company like me who's been there for the last 27 years and already have a huge investment on the infrastructure? So as a next step, because I'm sure most of us probably would be sailing in the same boat, that what we should be doing as an organization, small step, because of course CAPEX is a concern for all of us. So what do you recommend is the first step for us to start?
First step must be indoor air quality, PM 2.5 level around 50. That's a mandatory requirement that should be maintained in any indoor environment. And everybody, every facility manager, I would urge every facility manager in this room to make sure that you maintain at least PM 2.5 level around 50, which is said to be like forest-like air, you can say that. And that will bring the advantage of PM 2.5 level in built environment is that your occupants will feel good, feel good factor, they will have feel good factor among the occupants. Second thing is the CO2 level. If you maintain CO2 level below 400, that is the best for any indoor built environment. And TVOC level, VOC level, if you maintain below 0.06, it is the most ideal level for any built environment. So if you give this to your occupants, your team, your staff, your colleagues, your subordinates, you will see them performing better than before.
All right. Thank you so much. So I think I'll just, I'm sorry, I think obviously you were backing, so I'll keep on.
Can I just add
go ahead,
what
go
he
ahead,
said?
go ahead.
Okay, so being a facility manager, so firstly I want to correct him there. He said in winters 300 to 400, we touch 1000 as well in Delhi. So it's now 300 to 400. We touch 1000 at times in terms of the IAQ. On the worst days, you can probably around the Pawali and those days. Okay, so see, wellness, need not to mention, is the most important thing. IAQ is something which matters a lot nowadays. There are 2-3 quick tips I want to give. You wanted to know exact what we can do. So there must be many facility managers, and I know at least in our buildings we have MER 14, so best in the class. However, not every developer or every occupant or every building can afford that, considering the cost part of it. So there is one filter called electrostatic, which is slightly costlier, and then there are mechanical filters. So there are 2-3 companies, at least I know, which are in the market. They provide these mechanical filters relatively cheaper on rental basis. So probably in case of any occupier or a developer wants to have those things in the common area or their spaces, can rent those filters. Those companies do come and they clean on a certain frequency. They also provide certain guarantees in terms of reduction of IAQ. That's one. Another thing which one can do apart from this is, we all know that most of the AHUs, I'll make it a little simple for the layman, the place from where entire air of the building comes is called AHU, you can say. It is being sucked from, most of the cases it's on the terrace. So what you can do is, as and when the air quality is really bad, on those terraces, just put some water atomizers around that suction, maybe 2, 3, 4 meters away, and create a web of the water atomizers. It will do 2 things. One, it will reduce the temperature a little, and secondly, it will bring down the air quality, the pollutants, etc. will be settling down on the terrace itself. So without doing much of the work, your almost 30 to 40% reduction in IAQ will take place. So these are the 2 quick things probably one can incorporate upon, apart from the costlier solutions that we do.
I would like to add one more thing here. North India doesn't have much RH, but in city like Mumbai or western part where I come from, Mumbai, RH is also a concern. So we have to maintain RH between 40 to 55% inside the building, where your performance will be at the peak. Humans' performance will be at the peak between RH 40 to 55%. That will also maintain the help in maintaining the indoor air quality. And as Rahulji has said that we can do a lot of add the electricity filters and some water treatment around the HUs. That's definitely good, but in city like Mumbai, when you put the water, it will add up to the RH, and that will add up to fungi growth or allergen growth inside the premises. So that's also one of the areas. So we suggest any kind of filtration between PM 2.5 level, that's mandatory, and RH between 40 to 55 is mandatory. And Arunji, I would like to mention here, if you say that you have existing system, so systems can be retrofitted, current existing system can be retrofitted with a very minimum budget. And FM can hire the consultants, and then they can always look into how we can improve the built environment with their help. That also can be looked upon.
Excellent. I think basically the intent is to kind of stir this whole thing. I'm sure we won't have all the answers today. The intent is, but I think I can read it as a person who's managing facilities across, is this, that yes, we have legacy systems, we have new systems too. The design stage, yes, we can figure it out what we want. But with the legacy system, of course, we probably have to go back and think about it, how we can make it better. So with this trigger, I think I have a good question which I want to ask, especially the youngsters though, but I think, sir, I can start with you because I think you will have a different view on this altogether. That what is more important today you see, because you have seen most of us like moving around in the industry, is it wellness being physically more important, being in the office, or emotionally being there, or mentally being there? I'm sorry, emotionally is not the right word, I'm saying mentally. So what, in your view, what kind of experience we should be focusing on more, whether being there from the mental side or focusing more on the physical part of it? So will you take on that, sir? I'll give you mine, sir.
Thanks, Arun. I think you asked a very pertinent question. It's actually a mixture of both. When you talk of it, wellness, whether you physically, you're well enough, or mentally you are well enough, or psychologically also you are well enough to conduct your job. If you put them in different baskets, what I feel is that there is an answer to all three of what I spoke of, right? Physical wellness, of course, I need not speak it. You have to exercise yourself so that you. Obviously, they say a sound mind and a sound body will work definitely much better than a normal thing. But yes, when you come to the office, like what he rightly said is, if you have the IAQ levels which are fluctuating within your own organization, there are certain, what should I say, they are not disease, but you could catch something like that, like a prolonged IAQ level, a low IAQ level will lead you to a headache.
Yeah, absolutely true.
It is there. Prolonged sitting, if your chair is not right, it is ergonomics, like what you are rightly now facing. So we, as facility managers, when we talk of wellness, we have to keep the overall picture in mind, whether it is physical, mental, and now there is one more thing, which is a spiritual quotient also, which is very important, which is also taken care of. Like most organization now, like when I was talking of on a Saturday, you have a small yoga class or something to do with where you increase your spiritual quotient also. So all these things, when they are blended together, they form a package rather than individually attacking each one of them. So you have to see to it that you take care of all of these.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I think with the hybrid model coming in, kicking in with all of us, it's very difficult to kind of do things the way we actually plan and want to execute. So my intent of this understanding was this, that when you talk about physical versus, you want to add, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so you raised a pertinent question about the hybrid. Physical environment inside the office, good. Facility management works around to maintaining it. Also ergonomy, lights, air conditioning, indoor air quality, biophilic, all that adds to it. But what happens when at the end of the day the person sits and out a stressed person? So what do? So we also should look at doing some wellness sessions, which is probably more so important, the hybrid mode. For an organization like us, 30% of the people is in the office, 70% are in hybrid mode. So they work from either client sites and all. So what happens? So Friday evenings are wellness session days. So there are wellness sessions which says you can do Zumba along with a trainer at home. You have a session where somebody speaks, a great speaker talks about. And then most important is, those are monitored. How many of you attended the wellness session? At the end of the year, you say, okay, you attended only 10% of the wellness session, so you need to be working more towards that. So that becomes a sort of a parameter also at the end of the year review. Though it doesn't add to your performance review and all that, but it just becomes a question for your boss to talk about, to your manager to talk to you. Okay, you're not even concerning about your wellness. So the culture of the firm has to take care of the wellness, and that's what adds there. And I'm saying from facility management perspective, yeah, it is in the hybrid mode, more of IT doing those things. And in the physical environment, more of FM doing things.
Right, thank you so much, sir.
I mean, Arun, just to add to it, when you talk of a hybrid mode, so when you're working from home, you're bound, your screen time is again also going to increase. So that is also a part of your wellness time. So we have to take that into consideration. It could be that, certain organizations give you the best of things that we need to perform from home also. But there are certain organizations that say you just buy it, and then, so you don't know what type of quality. Either you set the parameters which are very straight, so that you buy this table which has this height, and it has you can leverage it in terms of height, and so that your eye level and the level of your monitor remains the same. So these are things which you can do, and like what Sanjay said was that monitoring is yes, but how much can you really monitor from an individual point of view? It becomes very difficult. You have 15,000 employees. God save you.
Thank you so much, sir. So Rahul, my question next to you is this, that DLF being such an ocean where I think I'm sure you have a very large portfolio to manage. And invariably we are asked this question as well on the ROI part of it, whatever we try to invest it. So from a wellness standpoint and from the whatever we are trying to work on, do you think that the organization, especially at your level where companies are looking at any ROI and you expect to kind of work on something like that?
Okay. So end of the day, everything boils down to ROI. It's financials that matters. Maybe directly, in some of the cases indirectly. So in this case, whatever we invest in wellness, safety, security, all we work is, yes, definitely ROI, but not the way that we expect those ROIs to come in. I'll just give you a perspective here. DLF is a kind of organization that just don't make buildings. We develop ecosystem, and I'm sure all those who have been in Gurgaon, they know. Be it Cyber City, it itself is a city, as the name suggests. We talk about Golf Course Road. I'll just give you an example. I mean, the kind of ecosystem has been developed and followed up by DLF. There is one fire brigade, the entire fire station on Golf Course Road. And you'll be surprised to know, in case there is a fire beyond 42 meters anywhere in North India, the only fire brigade that has capacity to extinguish is in that fire station, anywhere in North India. The next is Mumbai. So from Kashmir till you go to that place, there is no other fire brigade which can extinguish fire up to, let's say, 90 meters. So naturally, those kind of investments do not give us ROI. They don't give us, but they develop a reputation for us. Those reputation indirectly is ROI for us. Our happy customer, a customer who is satisfied, who knows that one who is residing in DLF buildings, be it commercial or residential or working in office spaces, are safe. That's ROI. We command a certain, I'll not name the percentage or anything of that sort, but we command a premium over the market. That's our ROI. So, exactly.
When you talk of a brand reputation, there are certain tangible things which are visible. There are certain intangible things that are available, right? So what you're talking of is absolutely right. ROI is one thing which you will calculate at the end of the day, कि भी मेरे को इतना पैसा है, इतना गया, इतना ये है. But intangible benefits are many. That is why people would not mind spending an extra penny and investing in the brand which is already there, which has a reputation to do.
Exactly. And incidentally, probably that's the reason you are one of our tenant. Huh? He happens to be office in...
Exploit kar rahe hain hamare ko. No, I think, thank you so much. Rahul, I think I always love talking to you, and I think the kind of insight you have is just amazing. So 3 things you want me to take it home today. There's that from that point that companies who have legacy systems in place, of course, new design we're not discussing. 3 things we can actually start doing from tomorrow in terms of not only investing internally, in terms of what we want to invest in, and from a better air quality and all those things together. 3 things quickly, sir.
So one thing is that all FM should visit their AHU room area. That should be mandatory. And there, I am putting in a lighter note that their performance should be measured in terms of the dashboard of the BMS system, daily system. What is the air quality index? What is the VOC level? What is CO2 level on that dashboard? That's one thing. And as far as this existing systems are there, we can definitely look into consider retrofitting the existing setup. Like you discussed that you have some decade-old system. We can always think of a retrofit system, and that is doable. And I can only say that good air is a basic right of any occupant, and that should be made available by the FM to their occupant. That is one thing I would request all the FM guys sitting in this room.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. So I think we have last 5 minutes of the session, and I think I would like to open this. and I also want to take something home. So one thing which all, we can just say one thing, all of us, whatever comes in the mind. If somebody has said so, maybe we can skip. Is this at one easiest wellness? There's a very thin line between admin and HR again as well. So there's certain thing which is become part of admin. We want to do it, and we actually end up doing it on ground, but that fall under the HR prerogative. But from an admin standpoint, of course, there is certain thing we all can actually imbibe or bring into our system, which is, I'm sure some of already must be doing it. I'm sure I can't compare with DLF the kind of things they're already doing it. But I'm sure there must be something which somebody would have unique to share, and maybe all of us can take it back home. So what single initiative you would like to recommend which has worked really well for you in your organization as an employee experience perspective, which you'd like to go with? So if somebody can, my brother, can you just give him a mic to him, please? So maybe we can start with you, sir.
Hi, it is Mohit. We have created like in the Brookfield, we got 2 properties in Noida and Gurgaon. So we have created a green zone, outer green, because what you are talking about is about indoor. Indoor quality, you can maintain it through your now 14 filters and ESP filters and everything. So what we have created we have created a courtyard where the complete green zone is there, where we are with the natural ventilation of the greenery, we are reducing the air quality index at the same time the CO2 level. So what we are doing it, like we have created a green zone, and the occupant is given on the hourly basis to be there, and they can work in outer area, having higher air quality also, but the quality inside the green zone is very less as compared to the indoor quality.
Thank you so much. I think for everyone, I'm just repeating. Good point. I think we should clap for him. What he has said is this: we can increase our indoor greenery, which would help. And I'm sure typically it is about 20%, 25% is something ratio which we are looking at, which probably we are already doing it. If in case nobody is doing it, I'm sure that's one space we can look into. Anybody wants to take a next take on this, please? Anything new, sir? You were not here, so the point is that we are taking up new initiative. If somebody wants to take it from a wellness standpoint, if anybody wants to recommend any initiative from this.
Sir, very good afternoon. Now the season is coming, raining season, and Gurgaon is the worst about the raining season. So what are the planning for the flooded in Gurgaon?
So Rahul, that's a very, so Rahul doesn't work for the government, I'm sure. Rahul works for DLF. But Rahul, the question is this: what are you going to do about the rains coming in? Rains coming in next month.
Okay. So interesting one and difficult too. See, as a developer, we certainly maintain a part of the ecosystem in Gurgaon, and I'm sure you know from Cyber City to some of the places till Golf Course Road at least. In case you have been to that place, you would realize that that road has got a certain type of drainage system. It's definitely maintained by us. We also ensure that within our complexes at least, the entire water which goes out as a waste is treated and comes back to the main system. Rain is something, a couple of years back, I was part of one of the panel and there was a speaker and he was talking about how the Gurgaon developed overall. So I'm not getting into detail because of short of time. So the way the entire development of Gurgaon has taken place, we have in a way, covered all the drains, we have covered all the natural rivers, everything has been covered. When I say we, I'm not, trying to point out to any particular institution, I'm talking about as a human as such. That's the biggest problem, and this problem is not that of Gurgaon. This problem is probably every second Indian city. And I'm, keeping that buffer when I say second, almost every city has got that problem. Having said that, what we can do is ensure that at least one side of the Gurgaon, which has plant development, we ensure that our rainwater harvesting pits are at least maintained well. We don't pump out the water which is, treated in STP, we reuse that water. So some of these things which can be done, that's not about a particular year, a time of the year, but overall I'm talking about. Rest, I think I wish someone from the government head here to answer that question correctly.
Absolutely. I think just to sum it up, sir, do you have any last words before I say what I wanted to say?
So I would like to urge all the FM team here that if you make your, if you improve your IQ levels inside your office, your HR job will be easy and people will not ask for the vacations. Normally during holidays we tend to go to mountains or river or beachfront. Why? Because we have a good air quality. Same we can bring it to indoors with proper maintenance of your HU system and incorporating your filtration system. That's what we can do easily do, and it is doable, and the cost is very minimal, very minimal.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I'll also give one suggestion with respect. It's not directly related to wellness. See, as a developer institution, there's a lot of work happening in and around energy management, IAQ, and in some of the cases, water as well. But what as individuals we can do, and my sincere submission to you all would be, this just not can be done in offices as well as your home as well. One takeaway, if you want to take from my perspective today, is buy at least one atomizer and put it any of the tap within your premise,
Great.
be it office or be it home. It saves a lot of water, let me tell you, and it costs as low as 50 rupees to start with and probably goes up to 400-500 rupees. So please do that. That's something.
I think
which
let's
is
give
going
a
to
round of
save
applause
nature
for this
in the future.
thing, guys. All right, so I think I'll give you my take on the wellness. Last 5 years, I'm going to brag a bit, guys, so pardon me for that. So for the last 5 years, we've been topping the charts on PSES across the all functions in my organization. The simple reason actually we follow as a team is this: we don't stick to one activity. We don't stick to one thought. We are very flexible on changing things overnight. If nothing works, nothing works. Let's try it out. We have been working 100% work from home in India. We manage close to about 18, 19 locations across globe. We work in different geographies. Even in India also, we don't follow the same thing what we follow at there. We have Mumbai, we have Pune, we have Bangalore. Bangalore works different way. The mindset is different, thoughts are different, expectation is different. So we work like that. We stay in the bigger picture of frame where we have to do things in the peripherally given by the organization in terms of cost, budgets, and the thought process. We don't change that. We work with HR, make sure that we don't have to stick to one thing all across. So that really has worked for us. So that's my wellness piece to everyone on this. Second thing is this, that what I personally feel is this, especially when you're working from home, we're still working from home. By and large, very few people come on. We call it RTO days, where people come once in a month to the office, where you hardly have an interaction. It is not only HR's jobs to reach out to the employees and talk to them on a regular basis, even if you don't have work. Generally, what we'll end up doing is this: we only interact with employees when they have something to ask for us and have some expectation from us. My team has, I expect them, the only status I ask from them: how many people have you reached out to? Certain people has to go to leaders, take a feedback. If you have a right feedback coming in, I'm sure it's fallen in place. So what worked for me, I'm sure I'm only sharing that with you. Wellness is not a one thing, one day, one time thing. It's an evolving, ever evolving activity which all are doing. We must do what is needed by them. The people who are sitting in the back row, they have very different expectation. Sitting out there, youngsters, they have a very different mindset. We work for them. Look at the mindset what you have. Do your own DNA changes, guys. This is not a permanent DNA. DNA changes. DNA must change. And if your DNA is not changing, I personally feel there is something drastically wrong in the systems you have. So I'm sure it's a wonderful subject we picked up. Thank you, the business world team. They have done a good job in kind of bringing this up. So thank you all for listening to us and talking to us. And I think it's a great experience. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Tejas. God bless you all, and we'll have a great time together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, audience, for listening to us.
Thank you very much. Well, I believe as I say this, I can say this on everybody's behalf, that this gentleman in particular excels in the art of oration. How about a big round of applause for the entire panel? Thank you very much. How about a quick picture up front? Ladies and gentlemen, we spent the day exploring the bottomless layers of complexities that follow the profession. Thank you very much. And now, as we approach the end of this conference, join me as we explore how to shape the future of facility management, sustainability, and excellence. Joining us on stage, my sincerest apologies. Well, we spent the day exploring the bottomless layers of complexity that follow the profession, and with the same, it is now time that we move forward and talk about shaping the future of facility management, sustainability, and excellence. Joining us on stage is the Associate Director at Market Development, GBCI. Please put your hands together for George Abraham. Mr. Abraham, how about you take 30 seconds, because the applause was nowhere near loud or bold. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Abraham.
Very good afternoon. I hope you all can hear me. Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for having us here. I presume everyone has had a good lunch and are back all energized. Let me just introduce myself. I am George Abraham. I take care of the market development for a firm called US Green Building Council and GBCI. I take care of the northern and the western regions for markets. And I had been given this responsibility to speak about how sustainability and excellence can be achieved in facilities management. So here I am. I'm going to delve into what facility managers can take away from what we do, and also how it can help the organizations across India to move towards net zero as well. That's something which we are aspiring to as a country at large. So giving a small brief about what we do, for those who may not know, US Green Building Council is a 30-plus-year-old organization. It's a not-for-profit organization, which has brought about the certification called LEED. LEED is basically the Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. And GBCI, that's the Green Business Certification Inc., is the extended arm of US Green Building Council. It's the sister concern which administers the LEED certification. So whomsoever a project or a building which comes for LEED certification, they approach GBCI. So that's how we function. What as USGBC we do is that we want to make places or spaces for occupants more healthier. That's what our major motto is. And that's what we have been doing for the past 30 plus years. And like I said, it's being done from a major product called LEED certification. You may be well aware of it. For those who don't know, this certification is being utilized for buildings to attain sustainable efficiency, to bring good practices during construction, and also to move forward to the net zero aspects as well. So this is what the certifications actually help the facility managers as well. So the LEED certification is a global ranking or rating system, and it also, though it's global, it also focuses on the national building codes of each of those countries, and also the basic local parameters as well, wherein all the architects or the facility managers look at the microclimate as well, and then they employ whatever has been mentioned in the guidelines of LEED certification. So that's how, though we are global, we are local as well. This is just the evolution of LEED. So 30 plus years ago, we started, the LEED version 1 was introduced in 1998, and then it has evolved. Right now, the most widely used is the version 4 and 4.1. It is for building design and construction, for operations and maintenance as well. So that's how the evolution has been. Last year, we introduced the newer version, so we have made it a mandate as a council that every 5 years we'll keep upgrading the game, and that will actually help each of the countries, the representative of the countries, to actually move forward to their net zero commitments. So that's how we kept going. As you may know, in terms of the conventional buildings, when a building does certification, they're able to achieve much more output. In fact, the efficiency drastically increases. These numbers are from several of the case studies which we have done from across the globe. In India, also several projects are there which have participated, and that's how we got these numbers. And the major focus is also on the health aspect of the human beings. In fact, the last panel discussion was talking about wellness. So wellness is one aspect which the certification also touches upon. A few numbers, like I was saying, the certification is used across the globe, 186 plus countries. The projects across these countries use the certification. And certification is not just that certificate or that board which you get at the end of the day, but then it's the process wherein we are looking at energy, water, waste, all these parameters, how to reduce those, how to bring a drastic change in the way we used to look at construction and the materials. So that's how the entire certification guidelines and processes are being followed. And there are several professionals who are actually helping to take that pattern of sustainability across the globe. So there are several 2 lakh plus professionals which are there in the market. India is no less. In fact, there are several projects which are participating in LEED in India and several professionals as well. 3+ billion square feet of space has been certified under LEED certification. In fact, the good news is that in 2025, when you consider the 186 plus countries, India is ranking the second in terms of LEED certification. So moving out from, not taking US into the consideration, since it started off from there, the first rank is for China and then comes India. We have a good amount of projects which have taken forward on this certification, and that shows the commitment as a clientele we have towards net zero as well. So it's not just us councils, the government also supports us in this initiative. And each of the state governments, we interact with them on a regular basis to make sure that on the benefits are being given to the developers as well to take up the certification. So that these can come in forms of additional FAR, rebates, and all those different angles. But yeah, the government is definitely trying to encourage each of the developers, not just in the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, so that they also come into the fold of sustainability. This is just a basic slide to show you how, in terms of certification, it's being rated, or the point scale in which the certification plays a role. And this is how for new buildings, for existing buildings, and for interiors also the certification is valid, right? And we have 21 plus adaptations. By adaptations, I mean to say, let me give you some examples. So this is one of the commercial buildings. You may now know it. It's a very large building in Gurgaon, which it's a LEED Platinum certified DLF space. And this is from the office segment, an example. Another example from the hospitality segment, the ITC's hotel, which is a LEED Platinum certified as well. Another example is the DLF's Crest. This is a very huge project and a very luxury residential space. And residential spaces can also achieve certification is something which is being shown through this example. We have factories as well, the Organic India's factory near Lucknow. The airports, this is the Bayal's Terminal 2 space which is there, which was pre-certified, it's ongoing certification. So that's how each of these spaces are actually looking into the aspects of reducing whatever resources are being used. So that's the way how we are taking care of the ecosystem as well. So I know that we have to delve into what the facility managers are doing, but then quickly going through what a 2-slide on what the architects also do, right? The architects and the designers, they delve into the materials, the site. They delve into the resources which are being utilized. So this is how the building design and construction certification actually functions. They get into the scorecards and they work alongside, they do the gap analysis, they work alongside with the clients to understand what they're ready to invest in. And that's how they get their building design and construction certified. And for LEED, this particular certification is a building lifetime certification. So you have done and dusted with your construction. So it's that certification of building design and construction is valid for a building lifetime. Now, what we say is that as a developer, please don't stop at that. I mean, you have done your BDC certification, but then go on for your operations and maintenance, because that is will give you an extra edge in terms of the other competitors in the market as well. And that will actually help you to understand how my greenness, whether it is reducing, how I can improve on that greenness of my buildings. That's where the operations and maintenance certification focuses. So this is where my rest of the slides would be to address to the facility management teams over here, the operations teams over here, how it can actually help your buildings. And in fact, there are a lot of examples across India which have actually used these platforms, and they are utilizing it not just in terms of ESG perspective, but also in terms of getting sustainable finance as well. So that's where I'm going to get into. So this is a scorecard for the existing buildings, which is there, and it functions on, in fact, this is how the scorecard would look like, but it functions on 5 different parameters. That's the energy, water, waste, human experience, and transportation. Now, what a facility manager does, or the consultant in support of the facility manager does, is that he gathers the data for 12 months, the energy consumption bills, the water consumption, the waste segregation which is there. They do a survey for transportation, how the person in the space is coming into, whether they're using their car or public transport, what is the system which they're using. And also in terms of the human experience, that's also a survey which has been done, how the person feels in that space. That's what is looked at. And that gives you a sustainability score. So this is how that score would look like. Now what a consultant does is that he or she may then further delve into a bit more to see if they can do some gap analysis and make the systems even more better. Maybe they'll put a target. Let's say within this 6 months or 1 year, I'll try to change these systems inside the building, maybe something on the lighting, something on the fixtures, and how that outcome comes into this particular platform. So that's what they look at. And then they go in for the certification for the operations and maintenance lead. So I'm not sure whether this will play. Okay, that doesn't play. So that's basically, it's basically a race track. It is sort of like an animation wherein this particular racetrack can be used in any of your IoT-based devices. It can be, let's say, if it's a hotel, it can be in front wherein the client comes into that space, and then they understand that in terms of energy, water, waste, the hotel has done so and so forth in terms of sustainability. So that gives a sort of like you're conveying to your audience that yes, we are dead serious about sustainability, and whatever space you're entering into, it's not just looked after in terms of the IAQ, but it also looks into in terms of furthermore, in terms of energy, water, waste, other parameters as well. So that's what this scorecard, it's going beyond, the physical glass plaque or the physical, things which you put it on the walls. So that's something which is there. Apart from that, a facility manager also gets to see a deck wherein all the buildings, whichever participating in this particular platform, to look at which building is performing in what scale, So basically, he or she can decide as to what is to be done in terms of my particular building number 3, if it's scoring 23, what should I do? How can I compare with the other buildings? And what this platform actually does is, let's say if you have IoT-based devices and you have a plant manager, it directly talks to this particular platform. So this can be sort of like a real-time data platform, which at the end of the day, your bankers, your sustainable finance companies will definitely ask a facility manager as to what is the proof I can get apart from the certification you may have done. So this is a platform which you can show to them. This is a way in which we are trying to resolve the greenwashing which happens across the market. So when you have data backed up as real-time data and which can be shown to your sustainable finance bankers who come to you. So this is something which you can showcase to them to prove them that as a commitment you have done to show real-time data to them, right? So moving on to the net zero commitments. You can see India, we as a country, we have committed to 2070. There are other countries across the globe which have committed to other years to get into net zero. So what do we as a council do is that we have a rating system called Lead Zero. What we say is that once you are BDC, that's Building Design Construction Certified, you move into your operations and maintenance, then you can actually analyze which is the parameters, which are the 4 parameters on which you can try to balance it out, right? So carbon, energy, water, and waste. These are the 4 ways in which you can balance out It need not be the entire thing in one go. It can be a gradual process. That's what many of our clients are doing. The low-hanging fruits is something which they try to achieve. When they are operations and maintenance certified, they'll understand the aspect of, okay, in terms of water, there's something which I can balance it out. So that's how it functions. In fact, this is also a 3 years validity certification. And every 3 years, you have to then analyze and submit it for research. And the council will review those documents and then give the certification. Let me delve into a bit, not too depth, but a bit into each of those LEED zero parameters. So carbon is basically the total carbon emitted. You're negating it with the total carbon avoided. So basically, what is being done is, let's say your building energy consumption, your occupant transportation is one aspect of it. And then you have your carbon avoided, which is the on-site and off-site generation as well. So these are a few in-depth concepts which we utilize in terms of analyzing whether your building has done, LEED zero carbon or not. And this is just a way in which the transportation is also segregated. The people who, let's say 100,000 people who come into the space, they will then, in their survey, mention that what is the means of transport which they have. And that's how, in terms of the on-site, off-site, RECs, different ways in which you can actually, avoid that particular energy carbon consumption which is there. So a few examples across the globe. There's an international example of Beijing. This is a project which actually achieved LEED zero carbon certification. In India, we have ITC, which has, got into, which have pioneered in India to achieve the ITC the LEED zero carbon certification as well. So there are Chennai and Bangalore, if you're not able to read that over there. And when it comes to the second one, which is the energy, again, there is another, you would say a formula in which you actually understand whether in terms of energy you're meeting the zero parameters or not. I'll just skip through these slides. These are a bit more in depth. So what we say is that in terms of hierarchy, you have to focus that first, try to see if on-site renewable energy generation is possible. Then you go into off-site and then into the REC. So this is how the hierarchy which we suggest to the clients. But in certain cases, there are times in which you don't have the space to actually put in the on-site generation. So you have to then look into off-site and RECs as well. So that's depending on the projects. They convey to the council that, okay, these are the ways, these are the best methods which I can do. Please analyze based on that. So that's how it functions. A few examples, the University of Dubai, which is a LEED zero energy certified space. In India, we have the Tamarai Tech Park and Prestige is, another corporate which is there. In terms of other corporates, there is the DS HQ, which is in Noida. You may be knowing this project. And there is the Goldman Sachs in Bangalore. Yeah, please. Hello, sir. How are you? That's good to know. Thank you so much. So, so in terms of the third certification which is there, that's the LEED zero water. In fact, this is also based on a particular formula. And I'll just skip through these. Few examples over here as well. The DLF's Cyber City space, which has somewhere about 40 to 45 buildings across that particular space, which is all LEED zero water certified as well. And in terms of industries, there is Danfoss and Aditya Birla's factories as well. So that's how LEED zero water. Now the final one, the LEED zero waste. This is based on the true certification. And the focus here is to avoid landfill. So that's a major focus over here in terms of true waste. A few examples over here, Colgate, which has its mandate across the globe. It also has its Indian factories across in terms of true certification certified. And you'll be happy to know that India is also in terms of the net zero after the commitment made by our Prime Minister. We are, the private players have taken the initiative to actually move into LEED zero. So that's something which is a good aspect. So at the end of the day, let me just summarize this, that BDC go into operations and maintenance and then go into the LEED zero, which will actually help you to achieve your ESG commitments and also will help to prove in terms of your sustainable finance person that I have done so and so efforts in terms, right? So what is the future? I mean, I had been asked to convey about what the future holds and how it can be excelled. Now, whatever you have done is being is being done for the past 4-5 years. Now what's next? So like I said, the version 5 came into last year. We had released it out for public comments. Consultants, clients across the globe participated in that. We brought about, and now, in fact, in this June, V5 is going to be the norm, and projects are then from June onwards going to be registered under V5. So what is the version 5 into? The impact areas are as such, that is the ecological conservation and restoration, quality of life, and decarbonization. So let's just try to focus on each of those. Decarbonization, major look over here is the operational carbon, the embodied carbon, and the transit-related carbon. So it's a bit more becoming stringent in terms of rating system, which is actually better for your operations at the end of the day. Going into the quality of life, this will be majorly focused on the human health, the wellness aspect. So that is also ingrained into the certification. And then the ecological conservation. This is, in fact, mostly, we neglect this many a times. We see the trees and all layered with dust. So that's where we, across our northern belt as well. So that's where we have to focus on, because this is something which is actually helping us as well. We all know about that. So the focus area is on ecological restoration as well. So those are 3 aspects. And this is how the scorecard would look like. And this is how the scorecard would look like in terms of the 3 parameters which I have mentioned. What all points are covering these 3 focus areas. Now, finally, as an organization, we also focus on improving how education can actually be imbibed to the professionals, and not just the professionals, the upcoming generation, which is probably an engineer or an architect or a facility management student, which is coming in from the, which is going to get enforced into the workforce. So what we do, and what we have noticed, in fact, India, when it comes to India, a survey shows that out of the 100 projects, only 40, green professionals are there in the market. So we definitely need to increase that also. And in terms of organizations, we need to imbibe them, or in terms of KPIs, we have to bring in these green education perspectives in terms of the KPIs of each of the employees. So that's one thing. So what we do is that we have 1,000+ hours of content in our USGBC's education portal. Now this content is based on case studies from across the globe of projects. It may be new projects, it may be existing projects, it may be lead zero projects. So all their experiences, they are conveying in terms of panel discussions, in terms of different presentations. So that's something which is there, which, like I earlier showed in my presentation, the lead professionals who are there, they go through these, the education content, and they employ those, whatever is in a similar kind of a microclimate as India, any other place which has been done, that can be, duplicated over here, and it can affect and improve on our efficiency as well. So then later, they also dive into the examinations. These are the exams which are there. Green Associate exam is for a basic level exam. Facility managers go in for lead operations and maintenance accreditation. That's the examination, and it's across. You can write the exam online and offline as well. So that's how these professionals are actually helping us to go take the sustainability aspects forward. So that's about it. This is how we as an organization are actually functioning towards not just creating creating a success story in terms of our commitment to net zero, but also we are trying to create a workforce which is actually helping us to reach that net zero commitment. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was George Ibrahim for you all. Thank you for joining us. As we head towards the final session of today's conference, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Powered by Blue Star Limited, event partners Joy Travels Private Limited, Opal Events, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. With this, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the final panel for the day to talk about smart cities and smart buildings and the future of urban infrastructure. Join me as I welcome our eminent panel. The independent consultant at CRE and Management Solutions, please put your hands together for Mr. Shailendra Nath. At any given point, if you find your hands rather occupied, might I suggest to bang on the table, but do congratulate and welcome all the panelists in a very, very fine manner. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Nath. Let's quickly display the chart so that the gentleman can be seated accordingly. With this, time to welcome the Vice President Operations North at Knight Frank India Private Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Piyush Prasad. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Prasad. Up next, Associate Director, Administration at Khaitan and Company. Please put your hands together for Mr. Tarun Kapoor. Joining us on stage is Corporate Real Estate Facilitate India Carelon Global Solutions. Please put your hands together for Ms. Manu. A very warm welcome to you as well. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the session chair. Joining us on stage is Head Admin Facilities at Bharat Pay. Please put your hands together for Monica Kataria.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. This is Monica. I would be the moderator for today's session. And I have the esteemed panelists with me. And we would be talking about the smart cities, smart buildings, the future of urban infrastructure. So let's begin the conversation. And yeah, so to begin the conversation, I would like to just pick up some conversation with Shailendra. Shailendra, how would you believe that we are truly building smart cities or just the smarter buildings?
I think smart city, generally when spoken in general conversations, it's a very large subject. So smart city is not something that can be built overnight or maybe even in a decade. But yes, there are systems, there are of different organizations of the government which are coming together, and there are maybe the focus across different geographies is different, and there are things that are coming into play. So you will find that there are certain cities which are possibly better on the power grid system. There are other cities who are possibly doing better on waste recycling or water recycling. There are others who are possibly better on traffic management, for example. So each city, possibly based on their immediate priorities, is doing their own thing. Accordingly, there are different departments or different ministries who are doing their own thing. Yes, unless you look at them, unless you kind of go through the depth of the news, not the superficial news, you will not really know what all is happening. So we are getting there, but it's certainly going to take time because everything needs resources, and we will always be short of them in a country like ours where we have many other priorities.
So Manu, do you have any opinion on this, or do you agree to Shailendra that we are on the path of building the smarter cities?
Thank you. So from the smarter building perspective, if we talk about, first is about the first or the city is about. Second is about the building. If we really want to be tech-enabled building, it starts from the RFP perspective, whether we really want to be to the tech-enabled building or we just ticking the box that we are the technology saviors, right? And from the city perspective, for as he rightly said, that few cities are rightly in place that they are going to the smarter cities, but somehow the city which we are, I'm sorry that we need to be go ahead, we have to be do whatever we have to do it, and it should start from the corporate. So from the building perspective, if I talk about, in my experience, I will not name the company, but we have the 100% technology savior office, right? So when we go from the technology perspective, from the employee perspective, they will little be surprised at what we are doing from that perspective. But are the cities really supporting that? The answer is literally no, right? Or maybe very less, right? So for example, my dream is that, my organization dream is that we will go 100% EV. But we are not able to achieve that stuff. Why? Because we know that currently everybody talk about carbon emissions, EV, EV, EV. Are they, from the long perspective, they are supporting us? The answer currently is bit yes, but not as such what we think from perspective. I will not name the numbers, but if I talk about from the last year, we are in the 2-digit. Now we are in the single digit from the EV perspective, and there are different challenges about it. I will not name again the hotel. In the past, I visited one of the hotel and I have taken the EV from the office, right? And driver has said, ma'am, you have already visited the 4 places. Now we don't have the EV, enough EV in the charging in the car. So I called the 5-star hotel, right, general manager, that whether that as soon I'm just coming that to your hotel that can be charged. So that 5-star hotel said that, ma'am, sorry. We have only 2 power stations, EV charging stations, and it can't be given to you because already that is in queue. So why I'm mentioning about these small points, right? In my office is a tech-enabled office, but from that, the metro station is about 10 kilometers away. So if I want to do it, I want to promote the public transport, I can't. Because the city is not designed in that way. And we are trying to be pressurize the government and so on to help us in that direction. So putting those challenges in the table, it will first of all start from us rather than saying that we are the smart city. Because if we talk about, we have to be mentioned in our lease, right? We have to be demand to the builders that we want these things to be sustainable in future. Like for example, in my so-and-so lease, it mentioned that I have to be a green energy so-and-so percentage. Are we really thinking from that direction, or we just thinking that XXX rent is fine enough to run our offices? So few questions we have to ask her, then we will able to support the smart building as well as smart cities.
Okay, thank you so much for the insight. But I think there will always be challenges which will come to build smart buildings and then lead to smart cities. There will always be a path which you have to cover to reach to a situation where you can say that you are into a smart city. But I hear your challenges which comes as we grow to build a smart city.
If I may just, I think what each of us needs to understand, we are hosting 20% of the world. 1 out of 5 people in the world are in India, right? There are limited resources. We are a country which was extremely poor till about 2 decades back. We have been improving, no doubt, but the resources that will be available are always limited. Okay. In spite of that, today there are about 15 cities where metro services have come up. The highway networks have improved. There are so many other services which is improved. So having the expectation of an overnight turnaround is never going to happen. Second thing is there's always be a gap between technology and expectations, right? I, for example, can never use an EV because the kind of driving, the kind of distances that I drive, EV will never work. At least in its current state of technology, it will not work for me. So the usage and the technology have to match, and that has to be a conscious call to take whenever you're selecting any technology.
True, very true. So we are talking about smart buildings. What do you think, Piyush, that in today's context, what is a smart building you call?
So I will go along with Shailanji on there's a vision of converting a lot of cities from a normal city to smart city. But this will not affect unless we do something ourselves also. We as facility heads, as facility managers, we need to build up our own areas, which is smart buildings, smart campuses. And in today's context, when we talk about smart buildings and smart campuses, it is collecting data, analyzing it automatically, and then executing and making life easier for all, for the occupants, for the managers, and people who are supervising it. So it's not only making our HVACs work, our security systems work, it is a good feel for the occupants also. That is a part of the smart buildings system that we are working out on. But how do we do certain things? Till date, I think we have been doing all as preventive maintenance of buildings, of our equipments. But what the smart buildings are doing now, they are doing predictive. A very small example, if you want to talk about, is on occupancy, how do you fluctuate the temperature of each zone within not only the building, but within the same flow plate? I think this is something what we are talking about. So it's going to save energy, it's going to save cost, make life easier for occupants, a feel-good factor for them. And it will also build in the system in where we are talking about how do we integrate this smart building, smart campus with the city needs. So waste management is another one. Why do you have a zero waste management system? That's a part of our smart building system. How do you make sure your wet and dry waste, they're consumed within your own campuses? How do you make sure anything that is going to happen, like you have a 52-week calendar, if there's a motor which is vibrating, you attend it before it starts breaking down. I think this is what we're talking about, smart building systems. But this data is accumulated at one zone, real-time basis, and then it has been analyzed and we are able to push it through of making rectifications according to our needs. Yeah.
Great, great. Thank you
I just
so
want
much.
to add one thing about, he's rightly called out that it's totally depend upon the facility manager who is driving it. I just guess that one example again, I'm sorry, I'm just going on the ground zero so that we know that what's going on. So as soon, if I talk about technology, is that as soon you enter into the office, right, the automatically blinds will be up, motion will sense us that you are in the office, the lights will be switched on, and simultaneously the HV system is also switched on. He's talking about the zone. So I am also giving the how much is the feasibility, how much is the integration is possible if we talk about. And this is a live example what we have done it. I'm talking about the integration of lights, that is LMS, lighting management systems, then blinds, and then HVAC. It's totally depend how we are driving it and how we are using the technology in the right way to save the carbon footprints.
Great. So just to tweak a little, Tarun, for you, how would you consider, or what would you consider in terms of the comfort and I would say the efficiency part in the automation and in the smart buildings?
I was about to say the same thing because everyone is talking about the machines, your technology, but I think just to add one important element, which is your user experience. Like we can implement different level of technologies in the building. You can call it as a smart building, but we have to realize that whether that technology is relatable to my industry or not. Maybe it's good for Piyush or Manu, but not for me, or vice versa. Okay, so depending on the user experience, which is very important, creating as a smart building, that is one point. The another one is when you're talking about the what kind of usage, okay, we have. So I can give you example like technology, which is something I don't think so we should learn for it. It should work in a behind the scene. It should be more invisible mode, and then act depending on the requirements. It depends on the data.
It should always be invisible and creating ease for people.
Absolutely, it should be seamless experience for whether for your internal stakeholder or external holder who comes to your office and see that wow experience in your office. That is called as a smart building.
Great, great. Thank you so much.
Again, one more addition.
Please, Manu, go ahead.
So if we talk about, like he mentioned about the technology, right use of the technology, and we have to challenge ourselves, right? The example what I mentioned in my last conversation, lighting management system, motion sensor. Everybody know that if you have to save, we have to have the motion sensor in our offices, right? So then we have to also challenge the motion sensor also, right? We recently done it. For example, When you go from any of the space, right, the motion sensor will switch on your lights, okay? But do we really need that? Do we really need that stuff? For example, I have a fully automated motion sensor office, but on the weekend or maybe the VRs, the motion sensor ensure that when my office boy, house boy also will go, that light will be switched on at least for 8 minutes. Then again one round will be happen and lights will be switched on. Then what we have done? We have done that we know the VRs in the office on which floors and which zones, right? And the weekends. So we have placed the algorithm like that. On the weekend, it should not be on unless and until we have 4 or 5 people there, right? And we have increased the emergency lights there. So simultaneously, we are using the technology, but we are playing with the technology also, whether we really need it. Because if we talk about, we have to take 100 of rounds in the day, right? Every department, security, housekeeping, maintenance. After 8 minutes, lights will be on. After 8 minutes, light will be on. Full day lights will be on. There's no use of the motion sensor on the weekend. Then after that, we've seen that wastage and we control that. So technology is one thing, and challenging technology and using in the right way is also one of the perspective what we have to say.
So I think
That's how you build the smart buildings, understanding the challenges, looking at the trends, taking out the data. So all these things plays an important role to design a facility up to your need, basically.
And I think same thing which Manu is talking about, it is, I think, that kind of situation occur when your machines are not talking to each other. That's a lack of smartness. So when we are, interconnected with all the applications which have the building, then you will reduce your manual intervention.
Exactly. So as we...
Yeah, I would like to talk about it. So this is what we were discussing about when I started the conversation was, how do you integrate different information and automate every system, right? So when we are talking about a smart building, we are talking about equipments, we are talking about electricity, we are talking about waste management, we are talking about security system. Everything is integrated. It's a real-time integration that we are talking about today, and there are buildings which have already done that very effectively. Those smart buildings are basically cost-effective, user-friendly, occupants-friendly, and people who are managing is friendly to them. I'll just give a small example how we are talking about integration. You walk into this building, your face recognition, your turnstile opens, you move in, you go to your lift is there, it reads your face again, the elevator stops on your floor. You go inside, when you're moving, there are multiple people going inside according to the occupancy, the lights are going to be switched on, lux level is going to be the same. At the same time, then your air conditioning system starts working in the same manner. I think this is what we are talking about integration completely, right? And the same thing happens on your washrooms, with your footfalls. The supervisors are called in automatically by the system. This is what integration we are talking about a smart building is all about today, right? And at the same time, when you see in the back office, this is all front office areas, the front areas, and the back area. Now, according to the systems with IoTs and algorithm that has been fed into through AI systems, you're able to predict your maintenance procedures. And I think that is what we're talking about smart building today. This is what is there as a concept.
I agree. So as we have a vision of creating smarter cities, what do you think, Shailendra, that FM team or facility management plays a role?
I think before the FM team, I think we have to see, is our society ready? Because as a people, we are, if you're on the road, you can't really figure out the difference between, using the names, but it's very difficult to figure out if a guy is illiterate or he has just come out of an IIT. Right, so the individual user behavior, citizen behavior is a very big question mark, and how that behavior change is going to come through is a very, very big question in my head. Coming to facility managers, today there are cities, there are institutions who, when they're revamping their particular micro markets, micro geographies, they are considering inputs to come in from facility managers, and I've been part of one such process where one of the major metros, when they were redoing a commercial zone for the city, they actually made it sure that the planning agency had a facility management team as part of their consulting function, so that operational aspects, and when we say operational aspects, there are so many of them, starting right from access. Access is not only to the zone, but within the zone. How is it going to move? How the traffic is going to move? How the parking is going to move? How pedestrian movement is going to happen? If you see, our normal cities, we do not have that kind of infrastructure. We'll make a flyover, which is fine for the vehicles to go through, but then what about the pedestrian? And then the skywalk actually comes in as an afterthought, maybe after 10 years when maybe 20 people, 200 people have died on that stretch. So the whole planning, systematically placement of different utilities. So where is the power center going to be? Are we going to have a district cooling system? What about waste management? What about water supply? What about redundancies in the system? Because redundancies have to play, if we are talking automation, if we are talking futuristic systems, we will need to have suitable redundancies. Now, as facility managers, we are the people who are kind of more attuned to knowing what can be the points of failure, right? It may not, MEP design fine, but operationally we know which are the more likely points of failure that are going to be in any infrastructure, and that's where our inputs can come through. So in any building design, at a individual building design right up to a city level, there will be some level of skill variation, experience variation, but operation expertise has to come through.
Yeah, great insight, and I really agree to the point, but I just wanted to understand from Piyush, do you think that the facility management teams and people have been empowered enough to contribute to this growth or to contribute to this achievement of creating smarter cities?
So if we see our government's mandates, and we also see different departments within the government, different ministries, they are regularly talking about a lot of regulations that's already been in place, right? And they're looking towards a lot of corporates, how they can contribute to the city to make it smarter. So when we are talking about how we are doing it, yes, it is happening. And it's not happening everywhere, but there are places, there are cities which actually are building up the process of making it as a smarter city. So they're talking about traffic management, they're talking about how to manage the loads of area, electrical loads, are they managing their waste management, how they're taking care of their water. I think these are all things that is going to build up our futuristic system. And how Shailendra was talking about the pedestrian, the skywalks, so there are campuses which are bringing up the same way, and that's how they're contributing it. If you can go to Cyber City, right? I think Cyber City has got a skywalk very well made, different locations. They've got a very good traffic management system. Despite we are having so much of traffic jams, but this is the best they can do. And they're improving year after year. So they're developing, they're doing it their best, how to move ahead. I think that's one of the things that we talk about. It's an integration between how the local bodies and local government systems are integrating with FMs, and FMs are contributing accordingly all the time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
What he's mentioning about, one is about from the city perspective. I'm just going again from the building perspective. Your question was, how is facility manager empowered to take those decisions to be a smart city? I think it's totally depending on, first of all, the individuals, right? And the company vision is second thought, right? If the individual vision that he has to or she has to contribute for the environment, for sustainability, and give all together a different vision for the city, for sure he will find some ways to convince the management, right? Put the right business case at the right time to get the approvals. Everybody knows that, for example, that from air we can generate some water also, right? In this room, I just want to know that is anybody has done even the test run out of it? I just want to put the question on the panel also and on this room that is anybody has done the testing of that machine to convert air to the water. We know that the air having some molecules and so on, right? There's a machinery available. Have we done it?
Yes.
Thank you. So we know that maybe 10%, 5-6 hands I have seen that.
We know that we have lots of empowered facility management guys with us.
So thank you so much for raising the hands and seeing that. Maybe I will also learn from them. We also have done that trial in our facility, a big facility. But somehow the cost was too much and the returns what we are getting is less. But I want to put the thing on the table, right? First of all, it's up to us that whether we want to try and put the technology into the front. Are we really wants to be smart enough to use that smart city concept or smart building? Or we just doing the tick the box that we have this and that from technology driven? Of course, a real-time data will also help us. But I just want to put the thing on the table. If we know that some technologies are available in a market, are we using it, right? Everybody know that ChatGPT, Spark, Copilot, Gemini, or maybe I don't know more about the technology word, but when my husband is using those stuff because he's from the IT, I really am keen to know that what exactly the output he is getting up, right? So I just request everyone to challenge ourselves first to be an AI-driven future and then to a smart city.
I think just to add what Manu mentioned, I think in terms of empowerment, I think empowerment comes with your knowledge, okay? How knowledgeable FM is, what kind of homework FM is done in terms of, all your analysis in terms of your building, your requirements, your city level initiatives. Like there are cities who are doing different type of initiative. It's like, if I have office in Gurgaon, maybe initiative from Haryana government is different as compared to the Tamil Nadu government. So I have to understand what kind of city level initiatives are there and then driving the show accordingly. Creating a business case with complete justification, then coming up with the ROI, and then presenting it to the management, showing your knowledge base. Then I think automatically you will get easy or you can secure the approval for the implementation of the technology.
Great. Thank you so much.
If I will just, I think, add to that, I think one typical approach that is there, either we are not doing anything or we always tend to start off on any kind of a project with a deadline to start with. Now, the way the technology is evolving and the diversity of subjects and control areas that we deal with in a facility as a facility manager, there's a very, very wide variety of solutions that are available. So what needs to be looked at is, I think first, the planning phase has to be actually deep and long, wherein you kind of visualize as to what you are looking for in a 5-year, 10-year period, and then phase your developments out there. So that will possibly give you a better solution rather than selecting something which I need today and then trying to mismatch stuff as we move on.
Thank you, Sharad. Thank you to adding to it. So, if I may ask, what are the biggest barriers to create a smart city or a smart infrastructure in India? So, Tarun, would you like to pick it up?
I think one of the biggest barrier which comes to my mind is like, you can implement the technologies in the gray A asset, but there are challenges for the legacy buildings, the older building, where it's difficult to implement all the latest technology. That's one. And then city level initiative, which I was talking about earlier also. If your city is not equipped enough to support your technology based initiative, that's another challenge. Then the ROI, because convincing the management, convincing the decision making authority, the ROI is also a difficult challenge, because it's not that you get the return on investment immediately. It's a long-term initiative. You have to plan the complete action plan at what levels you will get the return of putting your investment in the technology. That's another the road breaker. The another one is that lack of you can say the knowledge, lack of the technology advancement which FM team also have to learn before presenting it to the management.
So, if I may say that lack of standardization of processes, how that may impact how that may act as a barrier?
Lack of standardization.
Standardization.
So lack of standardizations, like you may standardize different things, but not, you cannot standardize each and every vertical across locations on a pan India or on a globe, because it varies because of the geopolitical reasons, their geographical reasons, there are limitations. So you can standardize, but yeah, at some level it can be a challenge also.
Do you think we have fragmented system which leads to issues and challenges in creating a better infrastructure? Maybe Piyush, if you would like to pick it up.
Go to the first question on this, right? What are the barriers? Now, when we talk about barriers, let's understand a state government, city government, and municipal government. They don't talk, they don't go well very fast for us. That is the first challenge and the barrier that we have. Second is on the resources, the skilled resources that we require to make a smart city itself is a challenge.
Very true.
The fourth is disbursement of money. That's another. Yeah, funds is something which if funds are not moving well, that also is a situation. Within a city, there are different departments for different roles. We have a challenge with that also. I think these are the basic barriers that are affecting us. And then the population. The urban population today is exploding. And the infrastructure that is coming up within the city is very erratic. That is also a big barrier of our movement towards a smarter city, because even if something is planned, suddenly we see another few thousand acres being moved on all sides of the city. And I think that is one of the major barriers that are bringing up today. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Would you like to add something?
An interesting point that he brought out. Today, just about a third of India's population is urban. This is going to double up in the next 20-25 years. 2050, if we talk of, we are going to have 2/3 of India, so almost 70% of the population, living in an urban environment. Most of these people who would have just migrated or come into newly developed urban spaces would not be used to even basic urban life rules, urban city rules, urban system compliances. And here we are talking of smart cities. So the same benchmark of smart cannot apply to every city or every scale of a city. It will have to be defined very separately, differently, depending on the scale.
True.
Just want to add one thing, as Piyush has rightly pointed out, that all the governments are not talking to each other and not syncing from the central to the state and then city. I just want to give one example again. Maybe the whose office are in Gurugram, they have seen the latest announcement from the government that in the case of the VRs or the late night hours, the CCTV is required in your cabs. Right. So if we talk about from the company perspective, there are 90% of the company who are not doing it. CCTV cameras doing the night drop of the female, because it mentioned maybe or something, a technical word is mentioned which legal can better understand from that perspective. But we are forced to do that stuff, because if we talk about from any of the stuff, if any of the day, somebody say and check our stuff that if you are the IT company and it's written that CCTV is required in terms of the late nights, you have not done it. If we talk about the Noida or Delhi, and then further, because we are in Gurgaon, so that is come the Haryana. So 3 states we are covering, and there are 3 rules going on, right? So we really don't know what rules has to begin with, and it's mentioned in the that legacy language that it's very, very difficult to understand unless and until any legal person can do that stuff. And your question is about the standardization. If I talk about from CCTV in the cab, how much questions in the female's mind that if somebody is monitoring in the cab when she is sitting, because that is her me time also, because when she is commuting, she can talk to anybody from the office hours, personal hours, and so on, who we having access to see those CCTV footage, whether a transport team or the legal team only, that stuff. If the cab is not usable, right, then whether the cameras will be switch on and switch off. So a simple announcements, they have done it, and it should be applicable to all the company. And few companies are doing it, few are not, saying that whenever the notice will become, we will see it. Few companies are doing it, stating that if they have mentioned, we have to do it. And few company has stopped saying that we will not call the women employees in the night, because we really don't want to be go in that stuff of the dramas. So that's why I'm mentioning that all the governments should be talk enough before releasing any notification to the IT or ITS companies, so that we are aware about what need to be done in the very black and white.
Got it. Great. As we are talking about creating smart buildings, and we know we spoke about the experience of employees, the experience of people in the cities and all. So how would you ensure that the smart buildings which we are creating are user-friendly and not complex in the nature? I think, Shalini, you may pick it up.
Okay, so again, I think first level, even as a company is looking at getting into like leasing a space, there has to be a first level of understanding whether they want to get into as an organization itself. And in most cases, the decision making would be done by the CRE department. And I've personally been through an exposure where we digitized our energy systems, wherein we could ensure that the systems were, the metering system itself was kind of shooting out mails about the energy consumption on a daily basis to the clients. But one of our major tenants, who was from a leading global IT firm, technology firm, they were hell-bent that, no, I want someone to come along with me every day and monitor the energy meters physically. Now, the whole purpose of digitization or investment into digitization as a building owner goes for a toss if your tenant is not willing. So if there is a mismatch at that level, that's the first thing, that's the first barrier itself, because if you're not able to convince one representative team or department or an individual, then convincing the rest of the users would be very, very different. Beyond that, what has to be looked at is that whatever technologies are used, first thing is every technology has to be flexible enough to be tweakable to the local requirement. When I say local requirement, at a building level requirement, because no two buildings will be identical, no two access ways, transport routes, or transport discipline to be followed in any two particular buildings, even of the same size, will never be common. So the technology has to be flexible enough and still manageable at a singular platform. That is one thing. And what we have to see is, as I've shared earlier, you cannot digitize or digitalize everything. You have to pick and choose as to what will keep people flexible, which will not impact their human experience and not overdo it. And I think the easiest example for our overdoing is all these customer care things that we have from our telecom companies. You try to reach them out for a specific issue, you'll keep going in loops for 24 hours, but you'll never find a solution because only Autobots talking to you, no human. Right? So we don't want to be there. We want technology at the right places, and they will coordinate. Ideal situation is, if I am going to a building, I've been invited for a meeting, there has to be a QR code which gets shot out to me as a visitor. I show that at the security. My car number is known. The boom barriers open up. I reach the building, enter. The guard sees my QR code, allows me into the building. Inside the office, as people are working, if the body temperatures are sensed and found to be too cold or too hot, the air conditioning should switch on or switch off or modulate accordingly, without having to call a help desk in the chiller room, and no arguments between the high side and the low side. All of that can happen. When we will achieve that, I think that's a level of coordination that will have to come through. I think if people are talking of different government departments, at a tenant and landlord level, that communication doesn't happen. So that's a basic premise, And I think one big factor, human behavior. We have the latest of products. Blue Star, I think they did an injustice to their own presentation what they presented. They are doing much more. Similarly, there are other product companies who are doing much more, but we are not aware of their products because we don't have the time. We just rush last minute, buy what is available and come out. If we have the time, there are so much interesting stuff, not just IT products, but hardcore engineering products that are available. We need to integrate them into our building and come out with the right solutions.
Looks like Piyush has more to say on this. Please.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
When we are talking about smart buildings, smart campuses, or smart cities, if things are complex for people, it is not smart, right? So a seamless approach of things, this is what technology does. It might be costly affair, but this is what the user experience. And at the same time, how does it affect people who are managing it? If it becomes complex for them also, it does not work. A smart city, a smart building, smart complexes are not complex. Yeah, thank you.
Tarun, you have something?
Sorry.
No,
But we are
Shailendra.
getting there, right? So let's look at the systems that are coming into play. We started with, for example, DigiYatra, right, about 5-6 years back. Now that DigiYatra, okay, it's a different app, unfortunately, but there is a new app, which I'm not sure how many are aware, but you can today, your immigration on an international flight happens without any human touch. You just walk up, just like a DigiYatra, you walk in right up to the security. Your immigration, which was supposedly a very time-consuming, tedious, argumentative affair, is now happening with a scan of the app.
Hence, this is an example of smart, but
you're-
not
you're-
complex.
Today, earlier, if you were traveling 3 cities, you needed 3 metro cards. Today, there is a single travel card which you can use across metros and buses around cities, not one city, but around cities, right? Today, your ration cards are digitized, your passports are digitized. You can be anywhere in the country and you can avail those facilities. So there is a smart initiative that is happening from the government side. It's about us as to how sensible we are about using them. As I said, individual citizen level behavior is a very, very big concern as far as I am concerned. Everything can come through. We will get the money. We have got enough money. If I look at just the last 20-25 years, the amount of money that is getting spent on infrastructure has increased phenomenally, right? Many of you might have been in student stage, as I see some of the faces, but a lot of basic stuff, some of my senior colleagues here, they will agree to that. There's so much of infrastructure investment that has come in. Are we using them the right way? Are we behaving as sensible citizens to have the right to live in a smart city? I think that's a big question to be asked.
So
I think just to add, like when we are talking about your question, that user experience, I would say like we have a very interesting term called KYE, which is quite similar to KYC you must have heard in the bank. So knowing your employees, okay, being a part of the law firm, we have developed so many different technology platform which is helpful for my lawyers on a day-to-day basis, which reduce their load, which reduce the load which they are devoting, or the time which they are devoting for a repeated task. That kind of implementation, because we have done that initial survey that what kind of technology we are looking for, whether it's relevant to my firm, my users or not. It's not that straight away, okay, this is a new technology in the market, very overhyped, very beautiful, but whether it's related to my firm or not, whether it will give you the return of investment or not. So those decisions I think we need to do, and for those we do initial surveys, we do initial brainstorming within the firm across locations and then take a call. Just adding to the city level advantage, Mr. Shailendra was saying again, on the building level, yes, we have done some kind of an integration in our access control system. So same like a metro card, now we have developed the facial recognition systems. You don't need to, enter your details every time, or register your face every time. Across location, wherever you go, your face is your identity card. It will automatically help you to open the gates, and then adding to, which Mr. Shailendra was saying, starting your journey from the entry point to the boardroom. Even after the boardroom, there is a journey which called the smart pantry solutions. If you are a repeated customer, you are a repeated client, my system knows that what are your like or dislike, which kind of coffee you prefer. Okay, so those automatically, link with my backend team, and backend knows that, okay, Mr. A is coming to here, and this is the items which you need to serve.
Great. So if I would like to summarize this, I would summarize it in a way that smart cannot be complicated. If anything, it should make life easy for people. So this is what I feel about it, and smart is not equal to complex. Smart could be as easy as easily adaptable by people as possible. So if I'll move to the next question, Shailendra has spoken about that infrastructure which we talk about could be different in smaller cities and the big city and the metro cities and so on and so forth. So sir, if I would like to ask you, can smaller cities also adopt smart infrastructure, or it would be just metro focused?
No, absolutely.
I'm a little contradicting you, but not in line with your point, but yeah.
See, it's about what is it that you require, right? And what is essential, what is a great to have kind of thing. Now, a small city still needs like wastewater management, for example, water supply management, right? It is essential irrespective of the size of the city. It is required. So if you are doing smart systems, and it's a very sad story which comes from Delhi itself. About, I think, around 15, somewhere in the range of 15 years or so, a project was taken up in parts of Delhi where water supply was to be done 24/7, right? Which is not happening till date. A project was being done. Pipelines were laid. I won't say pipelines were laid, but in the existing pipelines, pressure gauges, pressure sensors were installed so that if you are doing 24/7 supply, then any leakage would mean significant loss of water. You cannot wait for someone to be reactionary about it. Now, this was a stage where I know that pressure gauges were installed on the pipelines. By that time, the elections happened, and everything went for a toss. Now, in a country like ours, where we always talk of scarcity of capital, who paid for those lost sensors? We did, but there's no answerability, right? So, as citizens, as people, we need to be aware of where the money is coming from and going to. The whole project was gone. It was a Delhi Jal Board collaboration with a French organization. I don't know the name of don't remember the name of the company, but there was a collaboration and the project was taken up. So yes, there are basic infrastructure, very basic sustainability related, basic compliance related systems that need to happen irrespective of scale of city. But there are fancy things.
Just to add on to it, don't you think that to build a small city in a smarter way, we carry less legacy baggage and we can build it up from the scratch by knowing the experience which we create in the metro cities?
Not necessarily. Again, the human factor comes into play. Because, let's say, a lot of people living in a city like Delhi, Bombay, okay? Yes, we have a high influx of people coming in from rural on an everyday basis, but I would still say the percentage of people who have been living in the city for at least a decade would be around 70 to 80%, right? However, the compliance to any kind of rule is abysmal, even by these people. Now, you're talking of a tier 3 city where people are still in the mindset kind of conversion from a rural to a urban environment, right? So I'll take the example, if you get onto our roads, people drive their cars as if they're riding a bicycle in a farm.
But isn't it
right?
very
so how do you, like, you can put up cameras and all that, but what will be the point? Every car, every scooter, every bike will be getting 20 challans a day because they just don't have the mindset. In a city where we are not able to control
But do you think creating an infrastructure in a smaller city will be in line with the thought process of a particular individual? I think the infrastructure is the right of the place to be created in certain way to enhance the facility of that particular area?
I believe this is a good opportunity for the smaller cities because they have a lesson learned document which they can adopt for the bigger cities, that what were the pro and cons happened in the bigger city when they have
The
implemented
learnings
the
can come from
technology.
there.
And they are in the stage where, starting from the completely scratch. Okay, they have enough time, they have a good lesson learned document with them, and then they can implement in a longer stage. There are examples in the smaller cities where there are, I understand from Mr. Shailendra, CCTV can be one of the, maybe I can say con, but there are other pros where waste management, when you are starting from the scratch, you can design your city such a way that from day one you have done that kind of ecosystem readiness,
Exactly, that's what I was
which help
trying
for
to
your waste management. Same for the energy. Here in metro cities, whatever we are doing now, we are forced to because we have some kind of pressure because of the count of buildings, so many pressure. But when you are starting from the scratch, you can completely design your
Build it
system
up
such
in
a
a
way
way which is-
and work on a predictive way instead of reactive way.
True.
And adding to what you were mentioning about is about the person individual adaptability also, right? If you go in the villages also, right, or the small city, you will see the solar plants there on top of their homes.
Yeah, I think.
But still, if you talk about, again, don't want to be named, but I really want to be there, but I don't have my terrace. I can't. But simultaneously, I don't want to spoil my side walls to have the solar plants placed, and that's why I'm just wasting the carbon footprints. But if you go to my hometown also, small homes having their own solar plants because they are saving.
That means we are working towards creating smarter,
they
smaller
are
towns
working
as
to
well.
creating that structure because again they are more adaptable, which I see in that, and we are in that. So that government will do that, we will get that grid and so on. Then only they are more adaptable because they know that how to have saved their pockets. And we are in the metropolitan cities. We said we will do it one day. That's a stuff. It's a totally dependable individual how we are doing it. And in terms of water also, right? In our cities, Gurgaon, Delhi, we will almost go 24/7 water, right? Because we have plants, we are living in the flats and so on. But in the small city, they know that which time to which time the water will come. They will save it and they will use it. Everybody, I think in the last to last panel, somebody was saying they will have the bath from the one bucket, right? Is we are really doing it, or how much percent of the people are doing it? I still remember the conversation my son was doing one day. Because of you guys, we have so much pollution in the air, and we have to breathe in the AQI so and so. Then I told him that what you are doing for the environment. He was stopped. You are wasting daily 100 pages, and you are saying to me that I have wasted. Somehow I have done it, but whatever I can contribute, I have to give back to my society. Like for example, I always try to be when I was speaking that the plastic bottle on the every table, right? Are we really need it? Whenever somebody is organizing or maybe using, do resiliency about that stuff. Are we really need the full bath to have the daily, or a one bucket is water is drinking? So it's a challenge for us to give back to the society and then think from the smart perspective of building or maybe city.
Thank you, Manu. Looking at the time also, I would like to pass the mic to Piyush as he is really want to say something about it.
Okay, we were talking about can smaller cities become a smart city, right? So if you see what is a smart city, it is making life easier, making it effective, making it better for in terms of spends, be it a metro, be it a 2-tier city, 3-tier city, be a town or a village. Everything can become a smarter place to live in, right? It is every city has got its own dynamic, every town has got its own dynamics, and every village has got its own dynamics. The definition of smart city, town, or village is going to be different for each city, right? Yeah. So let's understand it is possible and it is more effective if we are thinking and plan it the way it is supposed to be.
In line. Thank you so much. I think the next question is for everybody to answer. What will buildings look like 10 years from now to each one of you? What do you think the infrastructure and the smartness in the cities and the buildings will look like if I'll see it from 10 years now?
I just say one thing, that maybe in the future we will generate our own electricity and we will give also back to society. What I will think from that, perspective from the 10-year down the line. And I think that predictive maintenance, we know that the life of that equipment is 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, that we will get the alarm if based on the usage that this equipment's having the 6-month life only, so that we can plan ahead. So I think two perspective from 10 years down the line or 5 years down the lines.
Great. Thank you, Manu.
I think the future building will be more like a AI-powered building, which work selfless, because FM role will be more on a strategic way, because FM will, believe on the, there are implementation which, work independently and according to, your roadmap, which building will automatically, your predictive approach, your repair and maintenance work, maybe auto mode. And then FM will work on a more strategic role. So the future building will be more like I think AI-powered, technology loaded, which serve the purpose of the technology implementation.
Piyush, sir.
So I have a bit of different perspective about what's going to happen 10 years back. We do not know if we are very safe with our energy systems across the globe, right? We need to build up our own energy system. We need to have our own water management system, zero waste, churning the entire water system through STPs or whatever ways of redoing the water. The same is going to with the waste management. But one thing is very sure that I'm sure of, like Burj Khalifa, we're going to have a smarter building within our cities. It might not be tall, but very effective when it comes to user experience and maintenance management. It's going to be absolutely blank. The legacy buildings will also start converting, and in 10 years' time, I think that will be half done. So that's how my understanding about the future is going to be, totally AI-driven. We're going to have more technologies because technologies are evolving. Maybe what we are thinking today is a smart system. In 6 months' time, 6 years' time, I think that might change. So it's going to change and it's going to evolve by itself. Thank you.
Shalin, sir.
I think that's a very, very tough question because number of things. Number one, technology is evolving very drastically. Number two, the climatic variations that are happening are absolutely haywire. So if you see the kind of summer that we had in 2024 drew us mad. I think across the country and especially NCR, we were at a 40-degree plus for kind of straight 45, 50 days, which has never happened before. So then comes the commute disruption. What is it that we are really going to have? Are we going to have more metros? Are we going to have self-driving cars? Are we going to have EVs? Today there are so many parking lots that are available around all our commercial complexes and then our residential complexes. Will we need that many car parks? Even if we'll need those car parks, let's say EV is the future, if at all it is, then how and where will the power infrastructure get created to charge if the level of, let's say, even if I say we are going to achieve 80% and not 100%, how are we going to create that infrastructure within the existing buildings to charge that many cars that come in on a daily basis? If we are going to have autonomous cars, we may not need parkings at all. So then are we going to destroy all the parking spaces that have been built till date? So the future is a very, very big question mark, and possibly we'll still have the same buildings because whatever is going to get built up in the next 5, 6, 7 years is already at the planning stage. So 10 years, maybe nothing's going to change. Just from a plan, from a drawing board to a delivery cycle perspective. But yeah, what's going to be there in 20, 25 years, I wouldn't like to take a bet just based on these. You don't know what the climate's going to be. Are we going to, we are not supposed to cross minus 1.5, plus 1.5. We have done that. Whether we'll be at plus 2.5, God help us. Will we have water? Don't know. All the cities are already sinking. Bangalore is gone, Chennai is gone, Delhi may be next, right? Who knows? So I've already seen, I've actually Met a guy from Cape Town who came all the way to Bangalore to look for a job. Why? Because one day water just ran out. The city sank by a few inches. Everything shut down overnight, right? That's gonna happen. It's happened in one city, it's gonna happen to more, and many of our cities at that risk. So the disruption in technology, in climate, everything is absolutely, absolutely unpredictable. I won't take a bet.
Great, great, great. Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists for such an insightful and engaging discussion. It was actually very real and meaningful. And thank you so much to all the audience for your time and attention. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Might I encourage all of you to kindly come forward for a quick picture? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the final panel discussion at the BW Facility Management Conference. Thank you. Thank you. I need one participant from each table to join me on the stage. Don't worry, I'm not asking you out on a movie date. Don't be shy, don't hesitate. So why don't you come forward and join me? Exactly you. हाँ जी आप ही से बात कर रहे हो. जी, आ जाइए. One participant from each table. How about you, sir? Trust me, it's something very interesting. Yes, please, on the stage. Might I suggest that you ensure that your hands are empty? Okay, the audience wants me to, is helping me compensate for my missed out cardio by all the steps that I'm taking from this table. I love your smile, sir, so I'm going to have to ask you to join me on stage. And the lovely lady from this table, perhaps? I'm in awe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, fine people. How are you? Would you like to join me on stage? It's all about your comfort. So why don't I request you to join me on the stage? That's all right. That's all right. It's even better if you're sharing this space and this activity with one of your colleagues. It's for your benefit. I'll see you on stage. Perfect. Men and women in black at the back. Hi. The gorgeous lady in sari. I'll see you on the stage. Will I not? Perfect. Perfect. And no participants from this table as of now. His smile suggests that he wants to be on the stage. Does he not? Sir, I'll see you on the stage. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's that about now, for now. More than happy to accommodate, please. Take a deep breath through your nose and relax. I am going to ask you a very simple question without thinking too much, just answer. What is usually the first thing we are taking a U-turn and moving to the school days, going back to the school days? What would be the first thing you do once you enter the school premises?
Why we came here?
स्कूल जाने के बाद सबसे पहला काम क्या किया जाता था या किया जाता है?
किया जाता था.
लंच बॉक्स खोल के खाना खाना मत बोलिएगा सर.
This is one of the main things.
One of the main things.
दोस्तों को मिलना.
दोस्तों को मिलना. In a more practical student life way, what would be the first task you do once you enter the school?
टीचर को परेशान करना.
All right. I think we all can agree one of the primary tasks any student is to perform once they enter the school premises is assembly, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Perfect, perfect. Now starting that way, वहां से एक assembly line बनाते हैं फटाफट से. जी हाँ, face उस तरफ. जी हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. एक assembly line. Everyone, yes please, yes please. Ladies and gentlemen, अब आप पीछे मुड़कर तब तक नहीं देख सकते जब तक आप अपने शोल्डर पर 2 टैप्स फील ना करें. जब आप अपने शोल्डर पर किए गए 2 टैप्स को फील करेंगे तब आप पीछे मुड़ेंगे, देखेंगे क्या चल रहा है, और जो दिखेगा समझ आएगा वो वापस मुड़कर आगे वाले को बुलाकर आपको मैसेज पास करना है. Are we certain? पीछे मुड़कर तब तक नहीं देखना है जब तक आपके कंधे पर 2 बार टैप ना किया जाए. जब आपके कंधे पर टैप किया जाए तो आप मुड़ेंगे. मुड़कर दिखाइए. कुछ होगा, कुछ किया जाएगा. I will explain the entire thing again in the other language as well. जब आपके कंधे पर टैप किया जाए तब आप मुड़ेंगे. जो आप देखेंगे या सुनेंगे या समझेंगे वो वापस घूमकर आगे वाले को बुलाकर मैसेज पास करेंगे. Once you feel 2 taps on your shoulder, you are to turn about. Patiently wait, focus, see, understand, and then turn about and pass on the same message to the next person. Right? Simple enough, है ना? मैसेज ही तो पास करना है. Okay, अब थोड़ा सा फ्लिप करते हैं. लाइन उस तरफ से शुरू करेंगे. Everybody turn about. The message will start from the end of the line and not the front. Kindly ensure that you do not peep. Please do not look back till you feel the 2 taps on your shoulder. I repeat it because it's of absolute essence, right? I am the one who's going to pass on the message to the concerned person at the end, and it might take a while for it to reach the end of the beginning of the line, so stay patient, right? Okay. And where does the lovely audience come in? I need your assistance to help me identify the people. The peepers actually, not the people, right? Okay, perfect. This activity, by the way, is called Chinese Whisper. DJ Wale Babu, I'm certain we have some music. Might I suggest that we cue it? All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Music. Even if there is no lock, communication is still the key. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the line of communication for any and every corporate. From the leadership team to the people on the field. What is that one thing that links us? What is that one thing that binds us? Clear communication. और क्लियर कम्युनिकेशन अचीव कैसे होता है? जब हम हेजिटेट करना बंद करते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर हेल्पिंग मी पोर्ट्रे व्हाट आई वांटेड टू, बट we have no winners for this activity since nobody did what they were asked to do. Thank you very much. How about a big round of applause for all these participants? तो अगली बार जो मैसेज हो वही पास किया जाए तो हम सभी के लिए काफी बेहतर है. With this, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end of BW Facility Management Conference 2026, I have a visual treat for all of you, requesting everybody's undivided attention towards the screen on the stage. Let's quickly take a look.
Go, go, go.
आप कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड, हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं. ओए, फ्रीज.
ब्लू स्टार, AC on. Fast cooling inverter AC with voice command technology. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी. अरे, फ्रीज तो आप हो गए. नीचे नीचे ढककर, ऊपर स्टेयरकेस के ऊपर. चल चल चल, आन के पास स्लिप. ढक क्या? ढक ढक ढक. आप कौन? टीम गर्मी ब्लास्टर्स. हम आपको हराने आए. बड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस मानना पड़ेगा. बैट तो ले आओ. ब्लू स्टार है ना. फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसी फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. अरे गेम ओवर. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी. आप कौन?
48 डिग्री लोकल गर्मी चैंपियन, 52 डिग्री नेशनल गर्मी चैंपियन और 56 डिग्री इंटरनेशनल गर्मी चैंपियन.
मेरे पास भी एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मिलेंगे. ब्लू स्टार हैवी ड्यूटी इन्वर्टर एसी फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी.
Years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism conversations and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent.
Go, go, go.
आप कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड, हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं. ओए, फ्रीज.
ब्लू स्टार, AC on. Fast cooling inverter AC with voice command technology. Blue Star गर्मी की छुट्टी. अरे फ्रीज तो आप हो गए.
नीचे नीचे डक्कर ऊपर स्टेयरकेस के ऊपर चल 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 आंट के पास स्लिप डक यार डक डक डक.
ओए, आप कौन?
टीम गर्मी ब्लास्टर्स. हम आपको हराने हैं.
बड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस मानना पड़ेगा.
बैट तो ले आओ.
ब्लू स्टार है ना. फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसी फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. अरे गेम ओवर. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी.
For 45 years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism, conversations, and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent.
आप कौन?
48 degree local गर्मी champion. 52 degree national गर्मी champion. और 56 degree international गर्मी champion.
मेरे पास भी एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मिलेंगे. ब्लू स्टार हेवी ड्यूटी इन्वर्टर एसी फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी.
Go go go.
आप कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड. हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं. ओए, फ्रीज.
ब्लू स्टार एसी ऑन. फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसी विद वॉइस कमांड टेक्नोलॉजी. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी. अरे फ्रीज तो आप हो गए.
For 45 years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism, conversations, and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward from a day filled with insightful discussions, powerful ideas, and meaningful exchanges, we now arrive at the highly anticipated segment of the evening, the celebration of excellence. But prior to that, it is said that social connect is the essence of being human. Ladies and gentlemen, the idea that BW Business World puts forward is to create a conducive environment for collaboration. With the same, by the clock, in exact 10 minutes, I'm hoping to see you all back in the hall. The tea coffee break will be organized post the award ceremony, if that's the elephant that you need me to address. For now, I must encourage everyone to take a quick break, connect, socialize, and join us back inside for the Awards Excellence Award ceremony in exactly 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to kindly find their nearest way to the seating area. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to the third edition of the BW Facility Management Conference and Excellence Awards 2026. Today, we come together to recognize and honor the outstanding organizations, teams, and professionals who are redefining the standards of excellence in the facility management ecosystem. From driving operational efficiency and workplace innovation to enabling smarter, more sustainable environments, your contributions are shaping the way modern workplaces function and evolve. The BW Facility Management Excellence Awards 2026 celebrate those who have gone beyond the expected, setting benchmarks, embracing innovation, and delivering measurable impact across the facility management ecosystem. These awards acknowledge excellence across diverse facets of the industry, including workplace operations, infrastructure management, technology integration, sustainability initiatives, and service leadership. The BW Facility Management community remains committed to recognizing talent, fostering innovation, and creating a platform that highlights the best in the industry, making a meaningful impact at the national level. Congratulations to all the winners and participants. Your contributions are truly commendable. At BW, we take pride in maintaining a robust and transparent recognition system where merit and impact are the core of every honor. Before I move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Organized by BW Business World, powered by Blue Star Limited, event partners Joy Travels Private Limited, Opal Events, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Bus, Impact.com, and Pitch. We would also like to thank our esteemed jury panel who helped us arrive at this power list after an intensive jury deliberation. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody's attention towards the big screen on the stage, let's quickly take a look at what jury has to say.
It's a pleasure to be part of this association today, and I wish to congratulate BW Facility Management for the third edition. And I also would like to add my congratulations to each winner, and of course to everyone who participated as well, not to lose their heart, but to try next time better. This is a great process and I think a great recognition for all the fraternity members. And I wish BW Facility Management Conferences keep continuing this great work. And it's great to be associated with them. I wish everyone is enjoying the evening and having a great time.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Business World Facility Management 3rd edition chapter for giving me the opportunity to serve as the jury member for the 3rd edition of Business World Conference and Excellence Awards. It was a great honor and opportunity to meet all the participants and learn what a fantastic job they are doing in this field. Organizations, industries, and individuals who have actually gone above and beyond to bring quality and excellence in FM. It was a great moment and a learning experience. And thank you to all other jury members who made it such a learning experience for all of us. And congratulations to all the participants. May the best one wins. Thank you.
I'm very proud to be here as a jury member for BW Facility Management Excellence Awards 2026. This is the 3rd time in a row that BW Business World has taken on this role and responsibility to facilitate and honor the deserving candidates from the facility management world. Generally, facility managers are the unsung heroes behind the scenes, working hard all the time. And it's truly heartening to see that such contributions are being recognized. And overall, it is the planet and the environment which is also benefiting. Thank you once again, Business World.
It was amazing to be on the jury of the Business World Facility Management Awards. We saw a variety of things on the jury, right from innovation, inspiring activities, best practices, people who are doing so many things in the FM industry. There was somebody who was retaining 98% clients for the past 5 years. There was somebody who was retaining their staff at 95%. There was somebody who was doing sustainability. There was somebody who was doing employee customer satisfaction. There was somebody who was doing in-house management. So it was simply amazing to see all the nominations. We judged 44 people over the full day. Me and my fellow jury had really a tough time. It was not easy judging the nominations, and I'm sure we did justice to the awards. I am very happy that BW brought this in the front, and I will be very happy that BW will share all these best practices to the fraternity. Sharing, learning is continuous. And these kinds of initiatives and activities will take our FM industry to the next place. Congrats to BW, congrats to all the nominees, and congrats to all the winners.
It was a privilege for me to be part of the jury this year while selecting the right winners for Business World Excellence Awards 2026. It was a good learning experience while interacting with the jury members during the process, as all the jury members are kind of a icon in their respective industries. I also like the process that Business World followed while setting the parameters on which this decision was to be taken. Trust me, this was very, very difficult for all of us to deliberate and find out who is the right winner, because every nomination had a very strong candidature. After a lot of debates and discussions, I hope that we have been able to do the justice and have the right winners. My congratulations to all the winners and best wishes to everyone to be there next year, while I also see myself to be as part of the event next year. Thank you very much and looking forward to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Well, I'm expecting an applause. Fantastic. With this, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage to officially open the Excellence Awards is the man of the hour. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media Group.
I don't know man of the hour, but definitely I've lost some hair. That's for real. Good evening. I don't want to stay between you and the awardees, but the core of our awards process, Harshvardhan ji is here.
He's my friend. I met him, I passed out of a business school in 1996, first batch of MBA from MDI. He's my friend since then. He used to be a CEO of a large company, one of my common friends who's now in heaven. Introduced me to him, and since then, he's been a close friend, like a family member. When I started Exchange for Media, which was 26 years back, he was one of the 4 people at my home. And he started our security management. In fact, he recommended Shilpa. That's how we hired Shilpa, and Shilpa does a fab job. Give Shilpa a big round of applause. I think her best and our best is yet to come. There is a colleague of mine, he worked with us to build this community, Mohit. He's no longer with us, but he did good work, and I must acknowledge, he's a very systematic person. And I'm sure at some stage we'll work. As I said, I don't want to say much, but I'll just say, I said what I said in the morning, but I want to say to all the winners that I keep saying that what matters in life is the 3 H's. What you should do away with is the 3 C's, and recently I did the 3 G's. So let me just say that the 3 C's you should do away with is comparison. I have friends who are very close friends, and in all good intent, they ask me, do you have so much money in the bank? They'll ask me other kind of uncomfortable questions that they shouldn't be asking me. But they ask, they're very close friends, and I tell them that I'm very happy. I'm very, very sad, grateful to God for what I have. So I don't compare. My journey is unique. I've done okay. And what matters is that my family is there, my friends are there, and I'm cheerful, which I stay cheerful. Harshji says all the time to me, you're a pioneer in this domain, everyone copies. But I believe life is about abundance. So I know we are pioneers, and every other media company copies us, almost every media company. But that's okay. Life is about coexistence and abundance. And you can never copy the original in any business. Amitabh Bachchan एक ही है, नरेंद्र मोदी एक ही है, सचिन तेंदुलकर एक ही है, सनी लियोनी भी एक ही है. So you can't. So first is don't compare. Each one's journey is unique. Your gifts are unique. Your talents are unique. What have you been given are unique. Second is don't criticize. I took a pledge. My wife yesterday corrected me on something, and she was right, and I was in that frame of mind where I was receptive. I've told myself that I will not criticize. I have very strong views on people and nuanced views, so they are not like, I know them well. It's not like somebody told me something, and I've been doing this for 26 years. I did 11 meetings yesterday and 2 book launches, and then spent 2 hours with my dad also. So, I started working very early in the morning, and I'm at it in the evening. So I've told myself I will not criticize people. Who am I to criticize? I have so much to correct in myself. And that's the kind of state of mind I am in. And last is complain. If you're winning an award today, you're in such good companies, there's no point complaining. I don't complain. Every day, I'm grateful to God for what I have, the journey I've had, the family I had, the friends I have. So don't complain, don't criticize, don't compare. Sounds very utopian, right? It's possible. Even if you don't get to 0, sometimes I fall back into my old patterns, whatever. We are all unique. The 3 H's I keep saying that you should embrace. First is hard work. I don't know any other way. So my wife keeps telling me smart work, and I'll only say the difference between smart work and hard work is knowing what to do less. Saying no. I don't say no to anything. It puts pressure on my time, but I'm an entrepreneur. Relationships matter to me. But I started to say no much more than I ever did. My EA who works with me knows that. How many things I turn down these days. She'll support you on data. So, hard work. Second is humility. I think the most important quality to grow in life is humility. We live in a collaborative world. If you're intimidating, you can't, I have 400 colleagues that work with me. I know they're very bright people, but they're so full of themselves, like we do this because we do this. And they're not able to collaborate. They could do so much better if they were a little more humble. And in my own way, I try and tell them that you would be almost perfect if you work like this, whatever, as a coach, not as a boss. So be humble. But the most important H, which according to me is the most important H I live, and it comes subconsciously, is, can you guess what is that H? Huh? Humor. That I'm normally humorous when my wife is away. But that's not the edge. But humble तो कर दिया ना. Hard work or humble. Honesty भी अच्छी बात है, but वो नहीं है. But honesty pays. I was with somebody who I respect. His name is, I met him for the first time, Lieutenant General Shukla, and he was outstanding in the way he talked. And I told him I also cleared the NDA in 1993, but I didn't join. And my father still says in Punjabi, "Banda Panjanda join kar lenda the." But that's another story for another day. But, he talked about how honesty actually helps you grow. And he's so right. It may not pay you in the short term. It may, in the short term, even make some losses, but in the long term, it will always pay you. But it's not the edge, but it's a good policy. What else? Huh? Humanity. Of course, it's good being nice to people, but I'm looking for a certain word. Okay, it's hope. Because I am never, Harshji knows me from the time I passed out of business school 25 plus years back. I started Exchange for Media. He was at my home with Rajendra Srivastavaji, Raji, Mathur, Diljit, Titus, and you. We were the 4 people at my home when we started Exchange for Media. My parents' home, okay? And I used to have hair and I was very lanky, right? And there are low energy days. I can't say if I'm not rested well and there are things on my mind, and sometimes I don't like things. So I overthink, so I am low energy sometimes. But I'm always hopeful. If you have hope, you can change the world. If you have hope, you can change yourself. I believe I can change the things that I need to change about myself. And there are many, and I'm not joking about it. Saying no is the most important, which I've started to. Because as an entrepreneur who had no resources, who started, I had to say a lot of yeses to get here. But I think I can afford to say no these days. Okay. So hope is the single. If you are hopeful that tomorrow will be better than today, then everything will work out because you'll make the effort. Simple thing, you're crossing a road and you are hopeful that you'll be able to cross the road. And more often than not, you're able to. You have to be careful. But, and the 3 G's that I added as I went along is the first is gratitude. I think I'm grateful to my late mother. I have lots of her qualities. My wife was telling me some my wife doesn't like, but I have nevertheless, right? And my father's qualities, he's 86 plus. The most important is gratitude. I thank God. I thank people who gave me money to start my first company. And I have to tell you a story. It's in my book. It's called 8 Days a Week. The reason I know Harshji is when me and 2 of my friends started. Actually, one of my friends, the 3rd friend came in because there were 2 people, Harshji and a gentleman called Vivek Singh. Vivek Singh was a general manager of Turner Morrison Land. He was building the first barista in 2000 in Vasant Vihar, and I used to go and wait for them because I wanted angel capital from them to start a company. ये तो time पे मिलते थे, but Vivek जी 3 घंटा late चलते थे Chinese. So while waiting for there, I met my 3rd partner, who's my junior from the engineering school. Amit was my batchmate from the business school. And, and then somebody else invested in my company. That's another story. So I'm grateful to all those people. And I'm not grateful just in my words. I'm grateful in my actions. Thank God for small things, which I would. And when I was 10, 12 years old, I don't know exact age, I was 4 years. My sister is 4.5 years older than me. So my mother would say, my name is Anurag, so my nickname is Anu. My older sister's name is Sukirti, but her nickname is Bittu. My parents named us. So, I would tell Bittu, Didi, kya mummy kya bolti hain ki Bhagwan ko thank you bolo. Aankh theek hai, naak theek hai. But these days I thank. And the power of gratitude is used. It will never let you be in low energy. Depression to hoga nahi agar aap grateful rahoge. I hear people having, anybody who uses the word toxic, I run away from them. Because, toxic kya hota hai? You see people as you are, right? If you are, they may be dysfunctional, they may be practices that you don't, but 2nd G is the most important, is grit. I've seen ups and downs, more ups, but I have never given up. Sometimes you don't have a choice to give up, right? Because you have a dream. Some people ask me why I work so hard, because I said I have responsibility and I have dreams. And I love what I do. Between these 3, I keep going. So the most important thing is grit. If you want to be a CEO, you want to be whatever you got to keep going. And the last G, which I think triumphs the H's and the G's, is grace. Ultimately, whatever you achieve is because of blessings and grace from your parents and God. And grace gets you to more places. You know, yesterday one of my ex-colleagues wrote something to me. I was very upset. I saw that text and I was like, and then I cooled off. I called my HR head and said, be liberal with her. You know, let's be graceful with her. She's not being graceful. So somebody will have to be graceful. Right? And I have very strong viewpoints, so it's not like I have, you know, if I have a viewpoint on something, I have. If you ask me, you'll have to follow it also. Don't ask me. So follow grace. Grace gets you to more places. Grace gets you to glory than hustle can. You know, a lot of us hustle and nothing wrong. You know, hustling is a good thing. It's not a negative thing. So I wish all the winners a lot of grace. It'll get you to glory. Today you're getting glory. My gratitude to our jury members. Mr. Narang is here. Some of the other jury members, I may not know them personally, are here. Our jury. How many of the jury members are here? One. Only one jury member. Ma'am, you're also a jury member? No. So only Shilpa, we must get more jury members next time. Yes? Koi baat. We should get, right? Because our awards are only about the jury. When I have never called in any. There are domains I know well, like B-School, like entrepreneurship, like advertising, marketing, these are 3 domains I think I know, I have deep understanding of, but I still don't influence the jury ever. And a lot of times I've recommended people of my children, some people don't talk to me because in the under 30, their sons and daughters haven't won. And I really believe in them, but our jury didn't select them, maybe they didn't play that well. So I congratulate all of you for playing well in life and playing well on the day of the jury. I keep saying the jury process are like a good pitch. Someday you can score a century and someday you get out in spite of a good pitch. So wish you luck, keep doing well. We'll be here to chronicle your journeys, take your stories to the world, and hopefully next time we meet, the facility management community will be super booked. I want to get India's top 500 to 1,000 facility managers in a room over 2-3 days and same in security. And there is an overlap. Maybe do it back to back. It's good to keep doing what we do, but it is also good to scale up like we've done in some of our communities. So thank you, congratulations. Do clap for every winner because clapping is free and it's good for your heart muscles. But most importantly, when you clap for others, they clap for you. Okay, so build your karmic goodwill. I really believe in that. Thank you. God bless you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. Thanks a lot. Today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channel and also on www.businessworld.in. Join the celebration of the evening by using the hashtag. I'm certain you'll be posting multiple pictures of winners along with their trophies. In case you're planning on posting pictures, videos, or any comments related to today's event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag. The hashtag goes BWFM Excellence Awards. Before we start the award ceremony, I would like to request all the winners to kindly get down from the left side of the stage for their individual portraits and request all the winners to stay back with us till the end of the ceremony for what I like to call is one big happy family picture. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, join me as we reveal the names of the winners for the 3rd edition of BW Facility Management Conference and Excellence Awards 2026. Let's begin. To present the first set of awards, requesting the man of the hour to join me on the stage. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra. And joining him on stage is author, former CEO at G4S and Securitas and professor at BITS Pilani. Please put your hands together for Dr. Harshvardhan. All right, once again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, if you find your hands rather occupied at any given moment, you can use the free one to bang on the table, but do congratulate all the winners. With this, let's begin. And the first category is... Emerging FM Agency of the Year. And the gold goes to... Audience, congratulations to O Goldie. Joining us on stage to accept this honor is Director at O Goldie. Please welcome Mr. Siddharth Gulati. The procedure to clap is super simple. All we need to do is bring both of our palms together, just like that. Congratulations. I'm certain you have something special to share at the moment.
Thank you, jury, for the award. We are grateful to you. And I mean, this is something that, this is the first award that we have got for the company. And hopefully we keep on achieving this. Thank you.
Kindly exit from the left side so that we can capture your individual portrait. Well, that's that. Quickly on to the next category. Health, Safety and Wellness Initiative of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver in this category goes to Phoenix Citadel. Audience, congratulations. Let's welcome Manager Fire and Life Safety, Mr. Hitesh Sitlani, to accept this honor. Well, we have two fine gentlemen joining us. We have Mr. Mohit Raizada with us as well. Can we have a big round of applause for both the winners? Well, this is an organization award, so they are actually the winners. I'm certain since you were an active participant during the conference, I'm sure you have something special to share with us.
That I will share. Being a retail guy, I will just say, come down to Phoenix. We have got 12 malls working across India. Good, I enjoyed there.
Well, couldn't have said it better. Heartiest congratulations to you. All right. Before we head towards the gold for this category in particular, I'd like to invite another presenter on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Head Infrastructure Facilities and ESG at ICICI Home Finance, Colonel Navinder Narang. Louder applause. And quickly towards the gold for the category Health, Safety and Wellness Initiative of the Year. Get ready with your applauses. Health, Safety and Wellness Initiative of the Year. And the gold goes to... Audience, congratulations to Emphasis Limited. Joining us on stage to accept this honor is the Senior Regional Head HSE, Vijay Lakshmi S. Loving the rhythm. Come on, let's pick it up. आप लोग मेरे सारे इवेंट्स पे क्यों नहीं आ सकते? कितनी अमेजिंग ऑडियंस है ये. Big mega proper congratulations to Emphasis Limited. award is something every individual dreams since childhood. How does it feel, ma'am?
It feels great. I think for us, it's over many years now. We've been walking away with many awards. So I think, but this is special because I think this is the first time ever which we applied for this, and yeah, it feels great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. From the left side, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this fine evening, we not only celebrate collective efforts of organizations, we also celebrate individuals. I encourage, rather request each and every one of you to offer your loudest cheer as we welcome them on stage. Quickly on to the next category, please. Best Fleet Management Excellence Award. And the gold in the category goes to Hexaware Technologies. Joining us on stage to accept this honor is the Associate Vice President, Mr. Dinesh B. The only instruction is to get off of the stage from the left side. You can choose to enter the stage from any stairs, any set of stairs. Heartiest congratulations to you. Mr. Dinesh is wondering what happened to the applauses on my turn. Heartiest congratulations.
Thanks, jury members, for selecting Hexaware Technology under Best Fleet Management category. This is our first BMW Awards, and we wish we'll get more.
Thank you. First of all, we are BW Business World. But since he said BMW, I have to tell you a story. I've said, yes. I'll tell you, I acquired it a little more than 12 and a half years. I was younger. I was in my early 40s. And, I still go to social gatherings, but I used to go to a little more social gatherings. These days, I really filter. If I have to go, I go, but, So I go to a social gathering and a young lady comes, meets me, somebody introduced, and then she asked me, what do you do? I said, I work at BW. So you work at BW? But I've never seen you. Like, okay. I said, okay. Like, I was very polite. I said, okay. But I said, I go, when I'm in Delhi, I'm every day in office. Mostly, but I have also not seen you. So like, okay. She says, but I only go on these days, because it's happy hours. Happy hours? So she was referring to a nightclub called BW, which is in the Surya Continental, right? And of course, I was referring to the BW Business World. So clearly, she never seen me there. So we are BW Business World, and I don't own a BMW, but who knows?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, that was hearty and relatable. Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. And big congratulations to Mr. Dinesh from Hexaware Technologies. This brings us to the next category, which is Best FM Service Provider in Innovation and Advancement. And the gold for the category goes to Afiquo Global Private Limited. Joining us on stage to accept the honor is Associate Director Harsha Balve. And along with Harsha ji, we have Mr. Roshan accepting the honor. Heartiest congratulations to you.
Thank you, BW, for recognizing us. Thanks to all jury members for the way you meticulously carrying out this whole process. And it's great honor to take this award on the behalf of Ethical Global Private Limited. Thank you so much.
Congratulations and thank you very much. From the left side, please.
I remember this particular evening, I won't take the name, but he built a unicorn and I was at his birthday party. And I met somebody who said, oh, you guys put him on the cover. I said, I wanted to be invited to the birthday party, so I did that. Of course, that's not true. But sometimes I go and say, oh, you are the guy who does awards. And Harshi was telling me that we are a pioneer, and we are, right? And we do it honestly. But I can tell you what gives me satisfaction is we do it honestly. The industry takes it seriously. There is a certain reputation we have that you cannot buy our awards, because whatever reputations they get out, whatever, good, bad, ugly, and reputation. What I like is the role of a media company is not just to keep awarding the established people. You have to discover new people, new icons. You have to create more icons. You have to create, and I think we do that in almost everything we do. So today I've come across two people whose first awards are these. Of course, one company is just 1 year old, as he told me, and the other is a little longer. So happy to. The role of a media company is to discover new ideas, new people, new initiatives. It's not just to reward, the sons and daughters of established industrialists. Some people who own a magazine group, they put themselves on the cover. They're so big they didn't have to do it, right? I don't know, leave it to your imagination, which magazine owned by a big business group. They put their own son on the cover. I mean, that's one way to live life. But we do our 40, under 40. You have to apply, you have to present to the jury. It doesn't matter you know me, not know me, whether I have a close relationship with you or not. So sometimes some industrialists call me and say, but wahan to aise ho gaya. So I said, sir, with all humility, we don't do this. I respect my own process, you will also have to, right? And I can't give any guarantee. I can only shortlist, that's a guarantee I can do. So back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. I'm so glad that you don't have that much time on your hands. Otherwise, meri to job chali jati. You excel in the art of oration. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, quickly on to the next category. Heavy category, the best FM service provider of the year. And the gold in the category goes to Mindspace Business Parks. Heartiest congratulations. We have Mr. Sandeep Dhyani, the head QHAC, joining us on stage to accept this honor. You can join us from the center of the stage, please. तालियों पर जीएसटी नहीं लगता, तालियां टैक्स फ्री हैं. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir.
First of all, thanks to BMW Group. I said BMW, sir. Esteemed jury member, and my promise to all the participants, this is the first time that Mindspace Business Park participated, and this will not be the last time. You will see more of us. Thank you.
We're looking forward to the same. Heartiest congratulations to you. Quickly on to the next one, please. My. The next category, Best Residential Facility of the Year. And the gold in the category goes to, any wild guesses? Of course, DLF 1 Midtown Delhi. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rupesh Pandey, the TGM. And along with Mr. Pandey, we have Ms. Gurpreet Kaur joining us on stage. Along with the beautiful Ms. Rachna. So we have Rupesh ji, Rachna ji, and of course Gurpreet Kaur accepting this honor. Heartiest congratulations. 2 mics, because I'm sure you have a lot to add.
Well, to begin with, I think I would like to thank the honorable jury to allow us, to put their trust in us and, be allowing us to be a part of the business world event. And it's actually an honor to be a part of to be the awardee as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, BW members. Thank you, entire jury members and everyone who present here. Really, it reflects the hard work of entire team, entire community. Just we are working there. Thank you so much.
I have to tell you about Rahul, an anecdote. Yesterday I was at the book launch and we were talking about governance in our cities and all. Of course, I think Ambassador Yash Sinha or Lieutenant General Shukla retired. Raj Shukla brought up. He didn't take the name. He's a 96-year-old billionaire who runs a real estate company. I mean, he doesn't leave, at least for a quizzer, he doesn't leave anything for imagination, right? And he said, you know, I think the urban development minister wanted him to give a talk to his secretaries and, you know, so on and so forth. And he went. 3 years back, I had an opportunity to interview Mr. Singh, and I said, I'll do it myself. And I spent 3 hours with him, and it was a master class. And he was only talking about 2 things. He was talking about drainage, how if you want to build big cities, you build the right drainage, and parking spaces, how they need to be better if you want to develop cities. So DLF is not just a company that has changed the face of Gurgaon, but it is a model that can be learned from, and it can be implemented elsewhere for town development. You know, I think it's the quality of development, in spite of all the constraints, you know, it's outstanding. So, you know, DLF is a pioneer in what it does and what it has built. So kudos to you and I just wanted to tell you that he was talking about this to give back. You know, he did the interview because he wanted to emphasize about this, you know, and not just the luxury products that you build, so to say. So, you know, that was his emotion to give back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. Yes, please, please, please. Everyone at the back, come on. Thank you. It's a nice practice as we move on to the next category. This is BWFM Excellence Awards. Best Safety and Compliance Excellence Award Residential, and the gold goes to, once again, DLF 1 Midtown, Delhi. Joining us on stage is Mr. Jagdish Gunadkar, Assistant Vice President, HSE. And along with him, we have Mr. Vikrant accepting the honor. देखिए, शुरुआत में थैंक यू बट मैं कुछ और कहने वाली थी. मैंने आप सभी के एक दूसरे से हाथ मिलवाए थे. That was to establish that we are not surrounded by strangers, rather acquaintances or friends. तो दोस्तों के लिए तालियां तो बनती हैं और जोरदार बनती हैं.
Thank you jury members and BW Business Award for giving recognition One Midtown sites. And thank you all the One Midtown team and the DLF management. So we are always believe beyond the compliance related to safety, and we'll assure you always will maintain in the site. Thank you.
Thank you. And a big thank you to Colonel Narang. He had a flight to catch, so he was in a hurry. But big congratulations to the winning team here. Before we head towards the next category, let's welcome another presenter. I request both you fine gentlemen to stay back with us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for VP Head of FM at DLF Limited, Mr. Rahul Dadhij. And his arrival suggests that we move on to the next category, please. After celebrating organizations, ladies and gentlemen, this is an individual award, ESG Champion of the Year. And the gold in the category goes to Mr. Satish Kevin Roy, Senior Manager, Admin and Facility at Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. Heartiest congratulations to you. I was expecting a louder applause for the winner. I have to admit, this is my favorite zone. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. This is the first time again for us. I represent Mahindra & Mahindra, Mahindra Research Valley, and we have our team over here. This is the first time being here, and it's an honor and pleasure to receive this award. Thank you so much, BW, for everything that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm hoping that you'll stay back with us till the end of the ceremony for what I like to call is that one big happy family picture. For now, from the left for your individual portrait. Congratulations. Quickly on to the next category. Facility Management CSR Initiative of the Year. And the gold in the category goes to Mahindra Research Valley, Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Joining us on stage to accept this honor is Major Lavanya Reddy, Head Admin and Security Governance TN Operations, along with Mr. Satish Cabin Roy, and of course, Major Venkatesh. Heartiest congratulations to the team. अच्छा आप ट्राई करते हैं कब तक हाथ बजाएंगे थक जाएंगे. Let's bang on the table for once. Come on, everybody bang on the table if your hands are rather occupied.
Thank you so much. I would definitely want to thank Dr. Anurag for having this vision of conducting such a pan-India at the facility level, because we generally compete only at the Tamil Nadu operations level. And thank you so much for BW Business World for letting us participate. And also, I still believe that the jury members, which happened on a Friday, we had back-to-back on different meetings, but we definitely made it up at sharp 10. Having said that, Anand Mahindra's vision and Anisha's vision was definitely together we rise as a vision statement that Mahindra has got. And CSR Awards is very close to our heart, because our purpose is to drive positive change in the lives of the community. And that's how we create a social impact. And this is just not a vision. We actually live by the vision in whatever we do. So thanks to our leadership for having such a greater vision. And we are into that vision. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Anything you'd like to add, sir?
Thank you. Nothing more than that. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Quickly on to the next category. And in an ever-evolving landscape, the next category is FM Co-working Space of the Year. And the gold goes to WeWork India Management Private Limited. Joining us on stage to accept this honor is Mr. Pankaj Joshi, the senior lead, along with Mr. Sunil Appamma, the manager at Soft Services. I'm not sure if it is the statement that I made about the zone being my favorite, because I'm not getting any responses from here. Ladies and gentlemen, यहाँ तो trophies भी काफी सारी हैं, तो जरा जोरदार तालियां. Come on. And when you post this selfie on your social media platform, I hope you will not forget the hashtag. For now, please share how you're feeling at this moment.
Thank you everyone. Thank you jury members. Thank you Dr. Batra. It's beautiful to be here and honored and grateful to winning this prize for the first time. We have applied for the first time and we got it. More than grateful. Thank you BW. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Quickly on to the next category, please. White the category FM Excellence Award in Customer Satisfaction, and the gold in the category goes to Mindspace Business Parks. Joining us on stage to accept this honor is Head Soft Services, Mr. Sagar Damle. Awards एक तरह से एक पारिवारिक सेलिब्रेशन होती है, तो यहाँ चीजें थोड़ी सी अनऑफिशियल हो जाती हैं, जैसा कि आप मेरी टोन से समझ सकते हैं, तो सीटी भी मार सकते हैं कभी, वी डोंट माइंड. मिस्टर दामले.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here and clapping for me. But this is for my colleagues at Mindspace Pan India, everyone who works day and night for the satisfaction of our customers. I thank them all along with you, and thank you, Dr. Anurag. And my colleague Sandeep already spoke a lot before, so I'll not take your time. Thank you.
No,
very
but
much.
I want to understand if your colleagues are equally excited for this moment. On the count of 3, register your excitement. 3, 2, 1, come on!
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you and congratulations. Quickly on to the next one, please. This is BW FM Excellence Awards, FM Exemplary Green Building Practices Award, and the gold in the category goes to Dharampal Satyapal Limited. Heartiest congratulations. Joining us on stage is Mr. Ramesh Kumar, AVP Facility Management, along with a big team. We have Mr. Sheetal here with us as well. Big congratulations to DS Group. Now that sounds like a well-deserving applause for the winning team.
Good evening, all. It's my pleasure and honor to have received this award. Thank you, BW Business World, all the jury members, and my senior leadership at DS Group. So just wanted to highlight, George was from GPCI. He was mentioning about the green building. Our building is having #1 status in the existing building category. The building is located in the Noida. We are also a LEED zero carbon building, and this is the team behind this. So thank you very much.
Heartiest congratulations. Anyone else from the team who would like to add something or anything? A bigger, better, bolder round of applause is in order. Heartiest congratulations to DS Group. With the same, thank you very much, Mr. Dadij, for joining us. I'll have to request Mr. Vardhan, Dr. Vardhan, to kindly stay back with me on the stage to present the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen,
you know, the one who curates the event is always worried about. I think Shilpa, the event has gone okay. You can come on stage. You know, give Shilpa a big round of applause. We are here presenting the awards. We have no say in anything, nothing. Shilpa curates it, and I have committed to Shilpa, to Mr. Rahul Dadij, that next year will be 10 times scale. So I hope we can do that. I'd like to keep my commitment. But come up, Shilpa. Why don't you come up?
well, I'm most certain that this vision will also
Give
turn
Shilpa a
into
bigger round of applause here.
Well, lady behind the hour, ladies and gentlemen, also joining Trimurthy on stage to present the next set of awards is Lieutenant Commander Ajit Singh Yadav, India Office Operations Director, BCG, with the loudest round of applause. Come on. And once again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, we are not only celebrating collective organization efforts, we are also celebrating individuals tonight, which brings us to the next category. FM Leadership Award for Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver in this category goes to Mr. Venkateshan K, Senior General Manager and Head Facilities Administration and CSR at VA Tech Webad Limited. All right, I'm not sure if I'll be audible without it, but try to capture my rhythm. Ladies and gentlemen, I am inclined to inform you that this gentleman is accepting the award on behalf of Naresh Kumar, Manager, Administration. Heartiest congratulations. Mr. Venkatesan couldn't be here in person today. We have Mr. Kumar accepting the award on his behalf. Congratulations. All right, quickly on to the next award for this category. This is FM Leadership Award for Excellence. Look at that, we have a tie for the silver, and the other silver goes to Mr. Soumya Prakash Basu, Regional Lead, Real Estate and Workplace, India and APG, New Relic Inc. And Mr. Basu is wondering, why is it at my turn that people have lost touch with energy and enthusiasm? Heartiest congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you to the jury. This was also the first attempt, and I'm so proud here because we operate out of WeWork Managed Spaces, WeWork One. We operate out of Mindspace Business Park, Mindspace One. So it's a joint celebration, and thank you all.
Heartiest congratulations once again. All right, well, that's that about the silver for the category. Quickly towards the gold. Ladies and gentlemen, this is FM Leadership Award for Excellence. And the gold, expecting a louder applause for the winner, goes to Mr. Rajesh Shetty, Managing Director, Real Estate Management Services, Colliers, India. अब सीटी किस कॉर्नर से आएगी ये जानना बाकी है. Thank you. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, clap at will. Not without sharing how are you feeling momentarily.
I generally shy away from speaking, but firstly, thanks to BW Business World and the juries and Dr. Batra. I must say 25 years ago, I switched over from project management to facilities management. I was not too sure what this industry is, but I didn't have a choice. I had to look for employment and move to Bangalore, and then I took up this opportunity. And in the 25 years of journey, I have won many awards, but this one is special and standing on top. Thank you, everybody.
Heartiest congratulations to you. Thank you very much from the left, please. With this, we come to the end of category. Next category, please. Once again, I'm going to take a quick U-turn from individual awards to organization awards. FM Organization Leadership Award for Excellence. The gold in the category goes to... Heartiest congratulations to Mindspace Business Parks. Joining us on stage to accept the honor is Head QHSE, Mr. Sandeep Dhyani. I thought when I requested you to clap at will, you will.
Thank you, sir. I think I spoken too early, actually, when I said that we will be watching us again and again. But thanks again to the jury. Thanks for the fellow participants and the BW Business World. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Quickly on to the next category, please. And another U-turn, and that too at the hike of petrol prices. My. We are back at individual awards, FM Rising Star of the Year. The gold goes to Mr. K. Karthik Rao, Senior General Manager, Facility Management at Century Real Estate Holdings Private Limited. What an honor Just imagine this is you walking up to the stage to accept your award. How would you want to be welcomed? How would you want to be celebrated? FM Rising Star of the Year. Quite the category. I'm sure you're feeling a little bit more pressure than happiness.
No, first of all, I would like to thank all the jury members. And this award is the first time which I have applied and I've got it. It's because of my team and my company management who has supported me. Century has supported me in all initiatives I've taken to achieve this award. So I would like to honor this award to my company and my team, FM team, who has worked along with me to gain this individual award. Thank you everyone.
Heartiest congratulations to you. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, how do you become a rising star? When your hair are not rising. We didn't have enough sponsors for a stand-up. Good. Media में भी हो जाता है, ऐसा नहीं है. It's not about FM or media. It's about poor lifestyle choices and hereditary things. Okay.
All right.
ये कह रहे हैं कि सिक्योरिटी में काम करो, फैसिलिटी में तो ऐसे हो जाता है. This is a very special moment for me because I am the oldest here in this hall, but I'm delighted to be part of the fraternity of facility and security. So, especially because I had the privilege of making world's largest security company. I gave facility services to the largest number of diplomatic missions in the world. I'm saying in the world, you know. I have given facility services to the largest number of airports in the country, you know. It has been a 24 hours job. Even if any ambassadors at High Commissioner's residence, any AC was not working, we were working overnight and take it there, you know. At night, one has been going around in winters, not to supervise, but to work with my guards, you know, and everyone, you know, there. So this is I'm grateful to Anuragji when he gives me the opportunity, especially for when he started the Business World Security magazine, Facility magazine. There are several events he does, several, you know, conclaves, and the awards are managed by him, done by him. But this one is very special. And I'm very happy to be part of you in this evening, you know. Congratulations to the winners, you know.
And speaking on behalf...
We have a mutual admiration society. I met him in 96 and it's 2026, so it's a long time. But he introduced me to a person who would have been here, but his wife, reports didn't come well. Though he's my father's age, but he's more like my friend Shri Daksh Bhardwaj, who was on the board of Group 4 for longest, and his son is still a very large shareholder in that company. And you know, Daksh ji and him, I learned about security, facility, whatever little I know, talking to him. And I have to tell you one more anecdote. One day, about 2008 or 9? 2009, Harshji calls me. So Exchange for Media is the #1 advertising market. We have a weekly called Impact. And he says, you know, I don't know if WhatsApp hota tha ki nahi hota tha. But he called me and said, Anurag, can you go and buy Business World? I said, yes, I'll do it. कह रहे हो तो मैं खरीद लूँगा, but क्या? बोले मैं cover पे हूँ. So he, Kumar Vikram Singh ji, who's Capsi, and Rupal Sinha. Rupal, after him, took over as the MD and CEO of Group 4, was on the cover. And I remember buying 20, 30 copies, sending. But I think what he said, can you buy Business World? I took it a little too seriously.
And it happened.
And you know, it happened. So I keep telling everyone, Ved, my friend, my wife, that words have huge power. Whatever you say, be careful about what you say. You don't joke about yourself negatively. And, you know, my wife doesn't believe all this, but I still keep telling her that. So what you say has a lot of, you know, it's energy you're sending. Everything is energy. So, you know, I have lots of stories with him, but, you know, I don't want to give all the stories today, for another time.
We're going to save some for the next time as well. Thank you. Thank you.
And one more story. She's from Himachal, as her looks can tell you, right? Like, I'm clearly not from Himachal, right? As my looks can also tell you, all right? But today I just told her that today is Kangana Ranaut's birthday, right? She's a member of parliament. And also today is Mrs. Smriti Irani's 50th birthday. Today is also a very close friend's 70th birthday. And I'm going to go to the temple with him after this.
With the same, I'd like to thank the lady and the gentleman, Lieutenant Commander, Let the lady be here. We have to have you here with us. Lieutenant Commander Ajit Kumar Yadav, thank you very much for joining us on stage. How do we thank a gentleman for his time on stage? With an applause, of course. Thank you. And to present the final set of awards, joining Trimurthy on stage is Global Head and Vice President at Facility and Administration, Infogain India. Please put your hands together for everybody's favorite session chair, Mr. Arun Sharma. All right, super quickly on to the next category, please. This is BWFM Excellence Awards. The next category is Sustainability and Environmental Excellence in FM. The silver goes to Wipro Limited Coimbatore. Joining us on stage is Mr. Bharat Dutt, the manager, to accept this honor. Are you guys welcome? And along with Mr. Dutt, we have Mr. Rajiv joining us on the stage to accept this honor. मैं फिलहाल आखिरी कुछ अवार्ड्स की तरफ पहुंच गई हूं. मैं अभी तक इंतजार कर रही हूं कि पूरी कैपेसिटी पर एक बार कुछ तालियां हो जाएं सभी के लिए. RDS, congratulations, sir.
Thank you BW and esteemed jury member for this recognition. Thanks.
Anything you'd like to add?
So I would like to extend sincere thanks to BW and jury members for such recognition, and would like to give kudos to my Wipro's Coimbatore team. Thanks. Thank you.
Of course, of course. Thank you. Congratulations. And I'm hoping you'll stay back with us for another couple of minutes as we reach the end of the awards ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, सिल्वर है तो गोल्ड भी होगा. चलिए जानते हैं. Sustainability and Environmental Excellence in FM, and the award, Gold Award, goes to Infosys Limited. Heartiest congratulations. We have along with us Vijay Lakshmi S, Senior Regional Head at HSE, to accept this honor. और म्यूजिक की लाउडनेस पर पाबंदी है, लेकिन तालियों की लाउडनेस पर कहीं भी कोई पाबंदी नहीं है. Heartiest congratulations.
My team won't talk. Well, again, thanks again, BW. I think I heard everyone say jury. I was holding up for the last because I know I'll have to thank the jury. I think we were asked a lot of questions on the environmental front, and that's where I think they were kind of floored on whatever we said. But it's what we've done is what we spoke about. So thanks very much, Mr. Anurag also. Thank you very much. And again, happy to receive this for the first time from BW. Thank you.
Vijay Lakshmi ji, I'm not a materialistic person, but your sari looks fire and you look absolutely amazing. Thank you very much and big congratulations to you. With this, as we head towards the absolute final set of awards, join me as I welcome the presenter. Please put your hands together once again for India Office Operations Director at BCG, Lieutenant Commander Ajit Singh Yadav, with a bigger, better, bolder round of applause. Final set of awards. All right. With this, towards the next category. Sustainability and environmental excellence in FM. Ladies and gentlemen, turns out we have a tie for the gold in this category. And the gold goes to DLF Capital Greens, Delhi. Let's welcome Mr. Vikrant Kumar, the Senior Manager, to accept this fine honor. We have Mr. Vivek Dubey, Mr. Chandra Prakash, and Mr. Bharat Jain joining on stage along with Mr. Vikrant Kumar to accept this fine honor. Alright, इसके साथ अगर थोड़ी सा शोर भी ऐड हो जाए तो मजा आएगा. We'll lift the trophy on 3, 2, 1, hooray! Love the spirit.
Thank you, jury member and senior managements and BW Business World Award for giving us this opportunity and first time award for this. This is not the first time. We'll come again in other category and take this. Thank you very much.
I have to say, see, I started my career in real estate and the two sectors I'm really familiar with is media and real estate. We also own Realty Plus and I worked in that sector for almost 4 years. I can tell you I go a lot to this building. I have somebody who's a gemologist who's on the ground floor, he has his office, he lives upstairs. I have some other friends. I think good visualization, good quality maintenance, landscaping can do to the property. People are so short-sighted sometimes, developers are so penny-pinching. Ultimately it reflects in the values of that property. Look at the property values just around that and look at the property value. So it's a lovely property, so kudos to you. God bless you.
And I don't know why am I sensing that you have something to add. Do you?
Just a thanking note.
All right.
I have a long list of thanking, but we have a short of time. So thank you, Anurag sir, and BW, obviously BW FM Award, jury members, and our team who is sitting over there. Thank you so much for all your efforts. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Sir, Modi ji का इसमें contribution आपका ज़्यादा है, sir. That's why अगर मोदी जी का होता है, definitely.
Heartiest congratulations from the left, please, for your individual portraits. The final category. And joining us on stage to present this final category along with our presenters is VP, Head of FM at DLF Limited. Once again, please put your hands together for Mr. Rahul the Beach. और अब इसके बाद मैं आशा करती हूं कि फाइनल कैटेगरी के इन 2 अवार्ड्स के चलते आप सभी जोरदार तालियां, होटिंग, सीटियों से इन सभी का स्वागत करेंगे. द फाइनल कैटेगरी इज Well, these are organization awards. Ladies and gentlemen, BW FM Excellence Awards, FM Organization of the Year. The silver in the category goes to Group L Services. Please put your hands together for Mr. Angad Luthra, the Managing Director, joining us on stage to accept this fine honor. पीछे बैठे सभी लोग दोबारा ट्राई करते हैं. तालियां बजाने का प्रोसीड्योर आसान काफी है. Heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Luthra. If it's a friend, we clap. If it's competition, we clap louder. And if it's something that we do not want to be a part of, we clap the loudest, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we go about it.
Thank you, everyone. It's a miracle that I remembered everyone's names itself.
So at the outset, receiving this award from the August members on stage itself is an award. So thank you, Anurag sir, for all the help. So this recognition is a milestone for us for the simple reason that we can't stop. We have to keep continuing, like you said, the grit. So the grit has to be there. To all our employees, to our partners, we thank you for your loyalty. And to our customers, we thank you for your trust. So this award is for them. Thank you.
I have, whatever goes around, they say na ki acha karo, acha hota hai, wo bilkul true hai. Bilkul true hai. I've got here only because of my parents' blessings, God blessing. My wife's horoscope also contributes to that. I must publicly say that. But, when we were starting this, his uncle was a very good friend of mine. Unfortunately, he's in heaven. He was a person with whom you can never have a dull evening. And one day, my birthday party, you came for that, Mr. Harshvardhan. I didn't know you, Shilpa. This was the second, 2021. And he said, मैं तो blue label ही मेरे से पंजाबी में बात करते थे तो blue label किथे है मैं कहा blue label तो है ही नहीं पर मैं तुम्हारे वास्ते मंगा देना say and he sat in with my colleague Garima of Legal World because his uncle was a very preeminent entrepreneur and a lawyer, Mr. Rajiv Luthra, the late Mr. Rajiv Luthra, and then he spent that evening, and then one day when we were starting this, he introduced me to him and said, Angad bhi karta hai kuch is yaar gal karna yaar tu. So he used to do his own conference on facility management, and I told to Angad that Angad, why don't you partner with us? Because ultimately you'll meet clients and prospects, and he partnered, and here he is winning. I didn't even know. I mean, the mails may go from my mail ID, but I don't know in all awards who wins, who doesn't win. So, whatever goes around comes around. So, all the best, Angad. God bless you.
Heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Luthra. Ladies and gentlemen, अगर आप मेरे साथ यहाँ मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, मेरी आवाज़ आप तक पहुँच पा रही है, this is the final award and the final category. आप सभी से मेरी दरख्वास्त है, कृपया तालियों का शोर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा रखिए ताकि साथ वाले हॉल से कंप्लेन आ जाए. All right, quickly towards the final award of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is BW Facility Management Excellence Awards 2026, FM Organization of the Year. And the gold goes to Tenon FM. Heartiest congratulations. Let's welcome Mr. Ankur Sachdev, the CEO. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Ek aur baar. Thank you. And along with him, we have Major Surender joining us to accept this honor. Heartiest congratulations on bagging the gold for the FM Organization of the Year. Heartiest congratulations to the winning team. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final time. What an honor. How does it feel?
Oh, definitely. And I must thank Dr. Saab. I don't remember the time and period. I was given 40 under 40, sir. And I've spent my lifetime with this organization. This is my 19th year, and I so to be. So thank you, everyone. And this time, the jury was really tough, sir. I think the bar is getting raised every time. Shilpa, so good Shilpa, because I had those questions never ever in my mind, and I was actually running through a short of time, but I could really pull it up. So thank you very much, and we really recognize these efforts, sir. And when we take this back, we also try populating this across our customers in a way which we can commonly achieve a sense of advertisement, I would say, but that too on a very, very final note. So thank you very much, everyone. You want to say something,
Heartiest
sir?
congratulations, Major Surender.
Thank you so much. I would personally like to thank Dr. Anurag, the BW World. And I personally feel this award is dedicated by Tenon to the last man, that is the last housekeeper. He is the one who has made every effort. Dil se unka sabka shukriya. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Heartiest congratulations. And since this is the final award of the evening, can I request you all to stay back with us on the stage? With the same, requesting all the winners from organizations and individual awards across categories to join us on stage with their trophies. Requesting our eminent presenters to kindly join us up front for what I like to call is the happy big family picture. With all the awardees. And in the meantime, when everybody else joins us, we need your individual portrait as well. Requesting all the winners across categories to kindly join us on stage with their trophies for a group picture. And consider this a classroom photograph. Do not shy away from taking the knee, or maybe some of us can take the space off of the stage so that everybody's happy, smiling face is a part of the picture. Some of us can take a step down. Some of us can step down and stand here as well. Perfect. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners. We'd love to see your faces. Might I encourage you come forward over here so that we can see your faces? Perfect. इस तरह से. जी हाँ. बैठ भी सकते हैं, बिल्कुल बैठ सकते हैं, if that's what you want to do. Please in the forward. We have a lot of space over here. The idea is to capture everybody's smile in the picture. So ensure that your face is visible. Take a few steps forward. Right, right. All right. How about instead of a cluster, we form a line? Don't worry, this is not an assembly line. Right. Sir, over there, please. Perfect, perfect. I think we have some more space over here. Someone can settle down. How perfect is that? Our talented professional photographers always ensure that everybody's happy, smiley face is a part of the picture. All right, ready and set. "30 seconds to all the photographers with camera phones. After that, how about we leave the space for the professionals? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 30 seconds for all the camera photographers and camera phone photographers. Thank you. My apologies, you'll have to vacate the seat, ma'am. My apologies, you'll have to vacate the seat. Kya baat hai? Thank you. All right, everybody. Heartiest congratulations. Best smiles forward. All right, wait. This one is for the magazine. This is what we post on LinkedIn. But this is not for our gram. All right, I need applause or bahut sari hooting. On the count of 3, 2, 1, say cheese! All right, fantastic. Once again, heartiest congratulations to all the winners. A big thank you to our eminent jury and of course to BW Business World for curating and organizing this fine event. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to join us to fix themselves a cup of tea, a cup of joe with some refreshments. This is your host, Sahibjeet Kaur, on behalf of BW Business